And we are going to see if I can pick up everybody else on the call. We start with Aristides. Okay. And then we start by my checking into... Ooh, live stream. Does that ring? Says we have an excellent connection. And there we are, my dear man.
Hello.
How are we, good sir?
I am all right. How are you?
Good, as best as can be, considering the fact that I'm back here. But we're going to make the most of it tonight.
Yeah.
Yes. And oh my God, I've already got 3 upvotes. Holy shit. Heather Holman says, "Blam, love you, Heather, honey." So yeah, let's bring him on, dear Aristides.
Let's bring him on. And speaking of upvotes, everybody, please add yours right away. Very important for the algorithm to fight the invisible downvotes that certain people put to try to keep Douglas out of people's view and consciousness and make him broke. Make sure you're subscribed. Subscribe button, notification bell, turn that on. And if you're really ambitious, you can go under your account settings and make sub channels and do extra outfits.
Yes.
How about that?
And that all that way.
Yes, and don't forget to tell them. Just give them a little more of an example of how to use those extra channels that they make. Too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the intent is you have an account just to be on YouTube, but you can create different channels, say for different types of content. That's the intent. But you could just create a couple of empty channels also, and maybe just put 1 or 2 things there or something. And but they can each upvote separately, which is kind of nice. So
yes, bless you. Excellent. Yep. That's always good, man. And you're so good with that. And of course, Nemo's good with what we have to get Nemo to write down whatever it is he says.
Yeah, the Nemo blurb. Yeah, he's like, make sure you download and upload, hundreds of gigabytes of the shows, and normal people can do that. No offense, Nemo. We're glad to do that. All right, wait. Donation link, PayPal link in the chat. Very important there.
But by the way,
how's the where are we in the month? Halfway. Kind of early, but how's the money looking? Need more.
Looks okay, but of course we always need more to make it through.
Yes.
Obviously, I'm going to be using more towards the end of the month. Towards the end of the month begins Asian Lunar New Year, and I do want people to understand that it's. For what it's worth, we will, when I get into the monologue, I'll explain a bit more in detail. Just a little bit about this is New Year's Eve day tomorrow for the Julian calendar, meaning that in Russia and all of the Byzantine Orthodox world, that originally started with Greece. I mean, Greater Greece was the source of Byzantium, much of what we know of the church as we understand it in the East, right? Aristides?
Yeah, in the greater sense, yes.
Yeah, yes. And didn't you like when you were growing up? I mean, did you have like some ethnic background where you kind of saw the Orthodox priests, all dressed like Elvis? Didn't you attend those?
I saw. I didn't partake, but I did see. Yes, I did see the authentic stuff there. Let me not get too distracted because I supposed to be adding people.
Yes, we can always return to that.
Keep going. You can keep talking about it. I just want to
sure
pay some attention to.
Sure, I'll burn bandwidth. Thank you. Yeah.
But I've been there. Been in authentic Orthodox church and such.
Hey, just out of curiosity, was that on the East Coast or in Greece itself? Did your
in Greece?
Wow! Oh wow! Your parents took you on trips to the Mediterranean.
I have been there. Yeah.
Whoa! Well, you're so fortunate. Wow! It must have been
not in a long time, but
yeah, of course.
Yes, it is.
Yes. Yeah. How come you never went back?
I was busy.
He's busy right now too. Yes. So we're trying to. Yeah. Not that I'm implying that he's doing anything, under the table.
No, I wish.
He's bringing people on. I'm sorry. Yes, I'm kind of silly because after all, I came back from all the partying and still decompressing even as I sit here. And
that's all right. You're a silly guy. We know that.
Yes, that's right. Or I try to be. Yeah, I certainly can.
I mean, it'd be boring if you weren't. You know, be like some type of monotone monologue diatribe.
Oh my God, that would be awful. Yes, that's true. That's true. I mean, obviously, people, of course, who aren't aware, obviously, most people. Oh yes, we have Douglas Marks in the chat. Says hello, and yeah, I really want to acknowledge everybody. Let's see if somebody's coming on with us. I just have to make certain that I dry off, because I'm drinking tea. Want to make certain that I dry off my Logitech keyboard. Not that I spilled anything, but obviously tea gets on my fingers, and then I'm using the touchpad, and then the touchpad gets smeared with tea, and then it gets yuck.
Oh God, and you don't have a backup keyboard, do you?
No, I got a backup keyboard, but who wants to go through that? You don't want to go through that. Like I said,
you had one like that. Wait, why did you have to get a new one? I forget.
Because it had a mouse. It had a mouse. Ew, yeah, it was awful.
No, but you had one. You got one similar to the one you had before. What happened to the one before? I forget.
Oh, I spilled avocado. Oh. What do you call it? Guacamole. Guacamole that I had been using as a dip. That was a very bizarre episode because it happened maybe the day or of the episode transmission or right before, and I had explained to people, now I'm trying to adapt to this new situation. I need a new touch, what do you call it, keyboard. And when I said that, it was Peter Moon was just so anxious to hear me break down. He so desperately wanted to hear me break down. He was like, "You seem awfully in control of yourself." Or he said something like "composed," or "Are you altered?" Remember that? I don't know if you remember that. He kept asking me if I was altered.
Why are you happy?
It's time.
Yeah,
it's time for the Dietrich diatribe.
Yes, that's right. Oh God, yes, that's right. He kept whenever I would speak, he would call it a diatribe. Oh yeah, that was Douglas's diatribe and shit. Yeah, but he just thought that only golden honey spewed from his from his facial asshole. He really thought everything he said while he was just droning monotonously. Talk about a monotonous drone for the opening hours. He just thought it was like music to everyone else's ears. To talk again and again about the same subjects over and over. I actually wish
didn't you hear about Romania? Like,
you
must have missed that one.
Well, by the way, I do want people to understand, I am a big fan of Romania. It's like, honest to God, I'm such a fan that Peter Moon hasn't even destroyed that, okay? So it's like, as much as he tried through his...
Yeah, and Andrew Tate.
Yeah, and
survived
Andrew
through
Tate.
it all.
Yes. My affinity for the Balkans has not been, impacted by those two horrible individuals that were drawn to its maw, its vortex. That's interesting. Okay, so that's like a rice cooker. What? Rice steamer. It sounds like it's ready.
It's for Gong Fu Cha. So I'm glad my audio's good.
Yes. Well, we have two lovely...
I'm doing pirate tea. So.
Excellent. Oh, tell us a little bit about this before you have the two ladies respond, because the ladies always love the tea. Brendan.
That is true.
Yeah. Introduce yourself, by the way. Yes.
Me?
Yeah. You.
Yes. Greetings, everyone. It's Brendan. Yeah. Of course.
Yeah. There we are.
The resident anthropologist on the Dietrich show.
There we are.
The firing lines. Yeah.
Not to mention nutritionist. Yes.
Yeah. Among other things.
Yes.
Herbalist.
Among other things. Yes. Technical consultant.
Yeah. I appreciate that. And then so I'm doing my pirate tea, which I'll go outside and find an outlet and do some pirate tea outside. Literally in a park in the middle of nowhere. So.
Wow. Holy shit. That's balls. That's balls. No one ever comes by and like disturbs you. I guess they see a young
and
man.
I have people over. They come in and out.
Yeah.
It's quite good.
Excellent. Yeah, and Heather Holman adds Vedic scholar. Well, we have both Heather Holman. Yeah, yes, and Amy Como. And I do want to respond to some people. I did get an email. I'm looking at it now about crediting Brendan Soget and what about the rest of the team. And I do want people to know that the reason that I actually name out Brendan Soget in the credits is during the monologue. Oftentimes, Aristides will try to participate in the monologue, and he does his best. But usually I begin monologue when Aristides simply has to, due to biological necessity, kind of retreat into the general night. Yeah. What's that?
Thanks for recognizing that, because,
Yes.
Guys, like give me a hard time, but, just kind of late hours.
Oh,
for non-vampires and non-California folks.
That's right. No, it's really, you're 3 hours ahead of us on your Eastern time zone, and you work for a living. Not that Brendan doesn't, but obviously his job is different hours. He's often working at night. Right, Brendan?
Yeah, no worries. I know that you work, Aristides, and that you have to sleep. I mean, I'm just messing around.
Yeah, I know.
So, no.
It's all in good fun.
Good man.
Yes.
You're welcome to hit back like Pete did.
At the right time, I will.
When you're awake, yeah, it's fine. It's totally fine.
Yes. And so then the lovely Amy Como falls asleep, and she is on Eastern time zone. So she starts falling asleep quite quickly. But
it's very true.
Yes. But how did you manage to stay up tonight, honey?
I don't even know. I think it has something to do with the snore. That's what kept me up so far. But,
I thought you got a she shed now. Tell everybody about the she shed.
It's coming along beautifully. I'm really excited to recruit all of the listeners into kind of salvaging any old antique pressed tin that we can use inside as the interior wall. That's what we're looking for. We've got plenty of barn wood. We're going to use barn wood for the wainscoting, and then pressed tin is what we're looking for in order to finish off the inside, because it's functioning. We're in it. It's fun. It's a good time. It's small. It's very small, but it's got two great big picture windows, and this morning was the first morning where the sun came up because it hasn't been cloudy. Well, it wasn't cloudy today. The sun was out today, and I was able to see the sun coming straight into the picture windows this morning, which was the first sunny day in the she shed since it's been snowing and terrible up here, Arctic whatever, blah blah blah, weather stuff.
I mean, I don't know how far you want to go with this, but we'll get back to it later. I'm very curious about certain aspects of the whole arrangement. So how long do we have with you tonight before you think you're going to?
I'm probably gonna crash out pretty quick because we had a run-in with some kind of virus that we got when we did a medical appointment last week.
Right.
And so he got sick, and then I got sick.
From him?
From being in the hospital. We had to go to the hospital for this meeting, and we caught something, and everybody's like, why did you do that? And it was like, well, they wouldn't let us not go in, so we did. We went in, we got sick.
That's what hospitals are for. That's what hospitals are for. That's their business. If you're not sick when you come in, they'll make certain you're sick when you go out.
Usually something. So yeah, we're both still just yuck. We don't feel very good most of the time. We're eating is a big challenge still. We're not quite up to form, but other than that, everything's pretty cool. I don't know what else to say about it. I like I said, I feel like the end is near with the whole finishing the inside of it. We're almost ready to get to decorate. That's part of the fun, right? Is when it's done, you get to put on the inside.
Yeah, we have a good thing, like I said, that you're only 2 feet tall. You can tell people there's kind of like a limit on what you can build or something. You said.
No. Okay, yeah. We can talk about the.
I mean, that's a legal thing. It's a legal thing in Vermont, right? I mean, that's hardly.
I don't even know how legal it is. I was understanding that the reason that the tiny homes were like so easy for people to manage was part of the regulations in building have to do with the size. So if you just construct something less than 400 square feet, you're not, most places, you're not having to pay extra taxes. You're not having to get permits for everything because you're not it's not really considered a building. I mean, it's not considered a living space. And so yeah, as long as like you're not living there for the full year, I think like you need like to leave for 2 weeks, which we no problem. Yeah, like you just it's considered a camp as long as it's less than 400 square feet, and I mean that's just what it is. It's a camp. And you have to, spend 2 weeks of the year somewhere else. And that's really not that hard. So, yeah, that's part of the tiny home
I doubt
situation.
you get any super troopers coming in.
Super troopers, come on. Those guys are the best. Those guys are. Isn't that great how Vermont really set the tone with law enforcement? Like,
yeah.
that movie just really made Vermont look great.
That's what I was telling her. But I thought this was something like zoning restrictions in New York. Like you could only build like barring certain permits. You could.
Rural property is different, Doug.
Oh, okay.
Even here.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I imagine. Yeah. But because
a city is very different.
Yeah. Of course, because of congestion. But I was wondering why everything on the Como, or rather Tokyo Blocher property, was so comparatively small. And Amy was explaining it as kind of like a zoning restriction. Yeah. But anyhow, Amy, definitely thank you for sharing that. I appreciate that profoundly. And the 2 windows. I mean, you're in the summer. I can only imagine you'll be baking in that. It'll be like a microwave. You'll sit in there, and the sun will come in from those open windows, and you'll just bake.
That happened today, actually. Today was like frying in the sun. I did my naked sunbathing.
Yeah, I was wondering why the windows. I was like, God, the last thing on earth I would want is the windows in that environment. First off, I'd be scared of Bigfoot coming by and just smashing right through them, or waking
Bigfoot
up.
Doesn't want anything to do with this place. I'm telling you, there is a detention center for the border. Less than a half a mile away. We can see the lights. We hear gunshots going off over there all the time, like they're murdering. Like we're not, like it's rural, but we're not like out of like we're really
That's
next
not
to
rural.
town.
That's third world. That's like demilitarized zone shit.
The border. We're on the border. It's very Gaza Strip like here. I don't.
Did you get my check?
Fuck no. Are you kidding me?
Oh, well.
The dead president. No mail.
It should be arriving sometime soon. Fuck, I mailed it out early enough. Yeah.
I know.
Let's ask Heather. Let's ask Heather if she got my calendar. Then we'll get back.
Oh.
Well, you got a check. You got a check.
I don't have a check yet. We'll find out if I get a check tomorrow.
I was concerned about the small envelope. It's a small envelope.
I have not gotten a calendar.
You haven't gotten a calendar? God damn.
No, sir.
Fuck. I mailed it out. It's like.
I'll get it.
Yeah, you'll get it. Yeah, damn. Well, welcome aboard, honey. And the one I mailed to Holly, she got it overnight. I mean, she's in California, but
That's crazy. You're kidding me.
Yeah, she got it overnight. She is in the same state, but still. And
Yeah.
sometimes it's
Well,
fast.
today was Sunday. I don't think they delivered the mail today.
No. It's but yeah, that good point, well taken. At any rate, yours I sent out Friday because I had to go into the PT anyway. And oh yeah, so then they told me I don't need the PT because I'm in too good shape. It's like he had me do a bunch of. It was just like for it's too good a shape for rehabilitation, and
That's amazing.
it is.
Yes. Everybody can be rehabilitated. Yeah, for sure.
You should be happy to hear that.
What's that, honey?
He's just upset he won't get any more meds.
No, tell them about what
behind
fucking
that, too.
Trappist Nicholson did. Tell them what Trappist Nicholson did, Brendan.
Yeah, someone intercepted Doug's prescription and said he was the life partner. I had to have he said my civil partner wants me to pick up these meds, and they were opiates or something, right? Some kind of painkiller.
Yeah.
And someone straight up stole Doug's meds.
Yeah.
So he's under investigation at Kaiser because of it.
Yeah, yeah. After they sent me a new dose of opiates, yeah. I'm not under investigation anymore. I mean, they investigated it on the spot. Came to the...
No, not you. The perp.
Perp. Dude, they are pursuing that. They are pursuing that.
Of course not.
Yeah.
Like, that was what I was saying. Is in SF, it's probably like, oh yeah, that happened last week too. You know?
Yeah. That's like, dude, this is dispensary city and shit. You walk down the fucking block and the air is thick with marijuana smoke. You smell that skunky, weed just everywhere. Everybody's just token.
It's not like you to complain about a free high.
It's I've never particularly enjoyed marijuana. I don't even like it really myself. But what about you, Aristides? I mean, do you indulge marijuana? I mean, does you like do it?
I'm not really all about it. Maybe a little bit's okay, but I just, we've all kind of been there. But if you're just kind of doing that constantly, and you're an adult with some advanced years, I gotta wonder.
Thank you. Really,
we've all done it. Everybody's done it.
Yeah. But
like I said, maybe if it's doing it, judiciously is one thing, but.
Thank you. And honest to God, the one thing I noticed about marijuana smokers, they've been so militant about it. It was pathological. They preach about it like it's the crux of their universe or something. And I remember when I would tell people, and they would deny. Now, for those of you who do not know, Mothers Against Drunk Driving has now taken on marijuana because people are killed by people who are driving while high. So do understand, yes, there's plenty of people on marijuana who kill other people with their cars. And it's all a load of shit that this...
Well, it's not a big a problem as drunk driving, let's put it that way.
Oh, not yet.
No, but it's not. No, I mean, just what it does, there was a joke that drunk drivers, they run red lights, and stone drivers stop at the green light because they're just paranoid, or
Right. No, I mean, that's funny. Yeah. But let's put it this way: drinking is national, of course. Everyone drinks all over, but the marijuana is still state to state. That's why you don't have the statistics yet. And statistically, I think it'll probably take a while before it reaches the level of alcohol. But it will, because alcohol is declining, because they're going after alcohol now the way they did after cigarettes. They're going to put, they're already discussing seriously putting cancer warning labels on it and all this other shit. So, we're gradually headed towards some kind of prohibitionist kind of mentality or something. When it comes to that, or they'll make it prohibitively expensive. They'll tax it or something, because the doctors are getting in on it now and saying how it's dangerous. It causes cancer. Warning labels and shit.
Yeah, it's that's what I would always say. It's going to become like tobacco.
Yeah,
you can't just go do it yourself. We're going to regulate this. We're going to
get in on it, tax it, pervert it somehow.
Yes, make it thoroughly unpleasant to buy, so that you'll see like all kinds of sick people on your bottles and shit. Like they put on packets of cigarettes. in Australia, it's really fucking bad. They put like pictures of cadavers and shit on it. T-Tank Barry is with us in the text box. And that's his wonderful view from his incredible vehicles, and he has a number of them. So Heather says, "Hey, so yes, but Heather, what about aside from the fact you didn't get the calendar, Heather? Is everything okay? Before we get back to Amy,
everything's great.
Yeah, okay.
I was gonna ask Amy something. She was wanting tin. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Go on.
Okay. So, do you want like old signs?
No. So it might be an East Coast thing where like all the old buildings used to have this pressed tin as wallpaper.
Mm-hmm.
And so when people tear down old buildings, sometimes they can salvage some of that old pressed tin out of the building.
Is it kind of wavy? Like it makes a wavy?
It can be. I mean, they have all kinds of designs. Like Toke was saying, he kind of wants to press his own, like to just come up with a design and press some that's like his and include that. But the stuff we're finding isn't very much. Like it's not really like it's not a very big space, but it's still not enough. There was like this. Here's something. There was on Facebook, there was a building in Warwick, Rhode Island that was an old school that said you can come and take down as much as you'd like. And it was like all ceiling of pressed tin. And it was kind of like a corded knot was the design. But then there's also, there's like fleur-de-lis. There's like just any kind of design really that they would use. And then it would be in like the fancy buildings would have pressed tin ceilings. Or sometimes in the area of the stove, of the hearth, it would have like a metal that would reflect. I don't know if I ever really saw it out west. Like it seems like none of that stuff really made it out there, or it wasn't as big a fad.
There's this stuff that they used to make the cows water, like out in ranching. They have this huge like pool of water, and it's usually in some like tin round container.
Huh.
It's just old school. Like, I'll see if I can find it and share a picture.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's it. What did you just put that up?
Yeah, Brendan did.
I saw that. Brendan did. Yes, something like that. There's all kinds of designs.
Yeah, that's pressed tin. $9 a square. You might as well press it yourself. That shit's
right.
Oh.
Well, and the old stuff is usually pretty. Like the old stuff is usually.
Designs are better.
And the patina is nice. So it's like 12 by 20, so it's not a huge space. It's very little. So we're also thinking he has a couple of skylights that he could incorporate. If we wanted to put a skylight in the roof, we could do that also. And we're kind of thinking about like building up into the tree from this building. So that this would be like the top would be like the second stage that would then ascend upwards towards the big pine tree that's next door. Oh, look. Yeah. So, looks like he knows what he's doing. I mean, John Doe knows what he's doing.
Yeah, that's T-Tank Barry. He's out there.
He's got an excavator or something. Yeah. Something that looks like an excavator.
Yeah. Heavy work.
Oh. I found it.
Oh.
You did?
Yeah, I found a picture of what I was talking about.
Okay. Douglas.
Yeah. Honey.
Remember when you told me that you wrote a story about the cancer that Napoleon had? Do you remember?
A better word for it would be a master's degree thesis that I never really turned in.
Did you send it to Aristides?
Yeah, it wasn't
me?
fictional.
Yeah, it's not fictional. I didn't send it to Aristides because I've got to find it. I still haven't looked yet. I keep getting.
I'll remind you later too. It's not. It's not that big a thing. No, this thing, Heather, is nothing like what I want on my walls, but thank you.
No, it's like that's the like metal that is like wavy, you know. That's what I was thinking of when you were talking about barns or like
Oh,
building
no,
a
we
house.
have, so all the old barns, all the old farms got sold out to mega dairies. So a bunch of my dude friends have been tearing down barns in the winter because it's easier. The dust is less when there's snow. And so all these old barns, they recycle all of the materials that they pull out of it. And the other building that's out here it had a fire and the roof caved in. And the dude who built it for himself up here he helped it. He likes the she shed. He was the first guy to spend the night in the she shed because
Is it like an outside inside house?
You're
It's
earning
like a
some
house
extra
built
money on the
that's
side.
outside.
I guess it's just like a tiny home. It's just like it's got one side facing south that's all light, and then it's a square. It's got 2 stoves. It's got a heat stove and a cook stove, and there's all
I
kinds
know
of
that
windows.
it might look good if you use cement for countertops because they're antibacterial.
I love that. Yeah, I do love the cement countertops. Those are really fancy. I do.
It sounds like the feel of what you're saying.
It's really industrial looking right now because the outside's all metal, and we did that to keep the rodents out, like to just like batten it down and then foam it out and make sure they can't get in. But no, it's coming along really great. It was so hot in here today. I was sweating so bad I had to run outside a couple different times because it was just too hot.
That's what I suspected would happen with that. It's
in the summer. I know. Well, it was like that today with the sun. When the sun hits it, it's like a cooker. It's like a little food truck cooker. So
oh my God. Well, it should be okay in the winter, definitely keeping you warm, right?
Yeah, I'm doing all right, and it's just not finished. Like
right.
We just, we are behind, and we need to. We have other obligations at this point too, so it's kind of we're just like our friend who's been helping us is leaving the country. He's taking a vacation. He's leaving to go to Ecuador, so he's going to be gone. And
you sure he's not just fleeing the authorities?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not what he's doing, but he could be doing that too. I have no idea. But he definitely, he likes to surf. And so he works in the summer when it's, he builds rock walls. So if he's away in the winter, he enjoys being here in the summer even more. Because winters, you don't want to build rock walls.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
It's just a lot of things are seasonal here. And so the barn board is going to probably all come from the other building that's already here, and he's going to help tear it apart because he's the one who built it. So, and there's probably more than we need of that. Like we could do the whole thing in that probably, but I still feel like the press tin would be really kind of fancy.
Of course.
And then we could just Airbnb it like everybody else in Vermont. Just pay $500 a night to come stay in our cabin.
Oh, wow.
Nowhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
On the border.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes, earn yourself some extra money. That's great. How did this guy wind up sleeping with you?
Who was sleeping with me?
In the she shed. No, in the she shed. You said somebody came and slept in the she shed. Did I miscommunicate?
Oh, he finished it, and they put the stoves in, and so to test it out, to make sure it was going to be warm enough, he stayed overnight here the first night.
Toke.
He was in a hammock.
Toke.
No, Brian, our friend who's leaving,
okay. Your
and
friend.
that's why we're like, we're kind of like, oh, we got other stuff we can do, and then when he comes back, we can finish.
Right.
Because he's kind of just become part of the process now, because he's got other stones for us to finish the hearth with. Yeah, so we're just going slow.
Wait, he's part of the process, but he's leaving for What?
Because he surfs. He's going to surf in South America.
Where's he going to? I guess he's going to access his drugs down
the guy
there.
that's going to Ecuador. How much of that shit did you take, Doug, before you started?
Did you guys dose Douglas before the show?
I did come back from. I did
Yeah.
come back. I did come back from the Estates, honey. I'm still decompressing. It's yeah. It's let's just put it this way.
It's a wolf moon tonight.
Yes.
Oh, that's right.
That's there we are. And so all that being said, however, I do find it gets confusing after a while because I know elements of these people and they all have their own, shall we say, issues. And so when it comes to Brian, it's like
it's a different one. You're thinking of a different Brian. It's totally separate.
Not the plumber.
This
isn't the plumber.
No, that's
Okay.
a different guy too.
Okay. Oh yeah, the plumber and Toke had the gun issue, right?
Yeah. He heard that. Tokyo heard that, by the way.
Hey Toke, I hope you're feeling better.
Totally.
Sorry you got sick at the hospital.
Neutralized that situation entirely. Thank you.
Toke killed him.
No. I'm sure he was hoping that he had, but no. Not at all how that went. But it all worked out. It was a big shitstorm of misinformation. That's what that was. We didn't have a phone. We couldn't call anybody. Other things happened. A long time passed, and eventually it was resolved.
Right. Well, we were discussing this kind of squatters' rights thing, and how if someone crosses a person's property enough, then it becomes theirs, or they can claim it.
Oh.
So couldn't Toke and you do that to the neighbor? Just keep crossing his property and then claim it?
I love that you guys are like trying to brainstorm a way around.
I don't know if this is called brainstorming. It's more like brain farting, but I'm just kind of like, I'm just cruising on autopilot for the moment, but yeah, decompressing.
You're doing okay. You're going to find that Napoleon article so that Aristides and I can read it.
Right.
I've been looking at some Napoleon stuff lately.
Okay.
And I've been looking, it's actually audio. I listen to audio while I do other things. And I've been hearing this audiobook of memoirs of Napoleon.
Okay.
And I'm like, when is the cancer thing going to get addressed by Douglas? When are we going to hear about the stomach cancer that Napoleon had?
Well, okay. This is let me do this. I'll send it to both of you in an email. And let's do this. So okay. All right. Let's see if the email carries this much information.
Excellent.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
I like it.
Yeah. And okay.
Look
So
at all these Cali pictures that
I'm sorry.
John Doe's putting up.
Yeah. Oh yeah. John Doe's the
Cali
man.
pictures. None of this part of California is burned.
Yeah.
He's totally fine.
He's in the fucking mountains,
There's a lamp we're not using.
honey. He talks to Bigfoot.
Maybe I thought you
Okay.
could use it.
Is that Vinny? It's Vinny. Vinny's joined us.
Oh yeah, that's fitting. I'm sorry, I thought I was on mute.
No worries. It's but welcome Vinny aboard.
Okay.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
so
everybody says hi.
oh, okay. Yeah.
I'm wearing headphones, so he can't hear you.
What?
I'm wearing headphones. That's it. I'm gonna take this off. Hold on.
Oh, okay. And
Hold on.
yeah, it's okay. In the meantime, Brendan, tell us a little bit about whatever you're willing to share. I mean, Brendan's got things going on that are, worth relating. Right, Brendan?
What do you mean, the never-ending hellscape that surrounds me, or what? What do you want to hear about?
Yeah, let's hear about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just everyday life is awful. It's horrible. It's just pure pure craziness.
Satanic.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Come on, life's
That's
not
like-
that bad. Come on.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's awful.
Oh.
Yeah, horrible. Everything's just going south and getting worse. It's trudgery, just pure drudgery.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have an
Is that what you wanted to hear?
jacket I wanted to give you.
You're talking to who, Heather?
To Brendan.
Okay.
What was that?
Yeah, I have an Stringa Dave jacket. It's like a zip up sweatshirt that I wanted to give you.
Oh, that's sweet. Yes.
Yeah.
At
It's
some
from
point,
the
at some point, we
the
can make it happen.
Stringa Dave temple in, Mayapur or whatever.
Oh, really? Very
Yeah.
nice.
All right.
Does it have any any Sanskrit on it, or what type of?
Let me see.
Or it's just kind of like
It
a
says
sigil?
the Stringa ashram, but let me check.
Okay, got it. No worries. You don't have to do all that.
Okay. So I'm
Right
sending.
here.
But that's very
I'll
cool.
take a picture of the patch thing, the embroidery thing on it.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's very cool.
Okay, Jaya Krishna. Jaya
Yes.
Krishna. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So let's 2007. My father was still alive. Okay, so I'm sending this out now, and I'm pressing the send button. It should reach Aristides and Amy Como simultaneously. Of course, Amy's out in the middle of bumfuck, and I don't know how her. It won't be reaching her at the speed of light. Okay, so I sent it out. Refresh your pages, see if you get it. And some of what I did towards my master's thesis wound up here. It was 2007. It was the year my father died. I'm sorry, you got it?
Your pages.
Okay.
Looks like Napoleon carcinoma, right?
Yes, that's it. Yes, there we are. So, because I of course never turned my work in formally, but a lot of my work got integrated into the work of others that did
They
produce
give
it.
you credit.
No, they didn't give me credit, and that's okay. It's okay. I wasn't, I was a care provider. I wasn't a medical professional. It wasn't like I was, honestly, at that point, I didn't want credit because I was seeking to be as far away ultimately from the medical profession as possible. I was still taking care of my mother, who was still alive, for another 5 years approximately, or felt like it. But yeah, it was. Dad died 2007, Mom died 2011, so that was 2007, the year of my father's death. I was just dealing with too much already. So, and I certainly didn't want to professionally transition into some kind of medical work because the care provision killed all of my any thoughts towards that. But
Yeah, you don't really want to. I get that. Like, you
Yeah.
don't want to be a part of it when you see it from the other side.
yeah,
Like, it's not fun.
well, in the situation I was in, it would have been different if I had entered it through a conventional. Like I said, I got a medical education the wrong way, and it would have been different if I had entered it from a conventional perspective and was getting remunerated and was just dealing with other people's illnesses that were outside of my family. That would be the normal medical doctor's situation. But in my case, it was totally the opposite of that. So, nice music in the background, Brendan. Is that on the vacuum tube machine?
Yes. Yeah. It is.
Yeah.
It is vacuum tubes. Yes.
Yeah. And so.
It's the only way to listen to playback.
Yes.
Proper.
I won't read aloud what T Tank Berry is sharing, but he's actually sharing something fairly, shall we say, personal about his property. So we're not going to read that out loud, but it's for everyone who can access the text box on Team Dietrich. Do take a look at that. What on earth is that? The brown thing. That's what is that? John. John. T
It's a
Tank.
quartz vein. It's a quartz vein. You just
Oh.
said that.
Oh.
I was asking him about what minerals did he find it. So.
Oh.
And
Okay.
then there's a potential for aurum. in various
Christ,
things.
if you hadn't told me that, I thought it was just some kind of animal dropping. And it was like, see? You see, I've got, I got wildlife. Yeah, that's
It's a Bigfoot dropping.
I didn't want to say that out loud. I didn't want to say that out loud. That was my thought. There, you see, and then Bigfoot left me a gift. Yes.
There you go.
Okay. By the way, you had a nice rhythm going. By the way, I like what you said about the pressed tin being Tartarian, and it's amazing. It's like nobody does this anymore with buildings. We did have such an architectural world that was so exquisite, and now it's all just like, it's like prefab and
Squares,
it's
white squares and shit.
it's just awful.
Gray.
It's just, there is nothing ornate in the architectural environments that we subject ourselves to anymore. It's a whole world has vanished, and it does seem as if there was a conspiracy to destroy that world. Of course, they take it to outlandish, cosmic levels of mud floods and everything else. But there we go with that. By the way, Heather, I want to thank you for those pictures. Heather was sending me pictures live last episode of burning, the Hollywood Hills burning, with the Hollywood sign being licked by flames, tongues of flame around the Hollywood sign. I had no idea at the time whether that was real or not, because Heather does a lot of diving on the internet, and she finds a lot of stuff that is I don't know whether it's photoshopped or not. It turned out it was all real, which is not surprising, of course, because why wouldn't the Hollywood Hills be burning? I don't know if I mentioned it out loud during the last show or not, but so she sent me those, and I do want to give her credit for that. And if there's something else I can think of for a number of people who might be listening, I'll try and credit them for various things as well. But anyhow, well, you all had a good conversation going, so you can get back to it till I come down from from what I was indulging in over at the Estates. It'll take me a little while to just kind of stabilize myself from that high and become.
We had to do something because you lost your swooped your prescription.
Yeah. Oh God, that son of a bitch! If you believe that, and we know it was Trappist. We know it was Trappist because they described him as this generic, loser-looking white guy. Honestly, even when it's just like, and he has, of course, the motivation. He's the kind of person who is just obsessed with narcotics, and it would make sense that he would steal someone else's, because this is what narcoholics do. And at any rate, who is it here that says, "I wish I could find nuggets, quartz"? Oh, that's right. It's our man T Tank Barry saying, "I wish I could find gold nuggets." Yes, that's right. T Tank Barry is he's out there in the boondocks, and this is, after all, gold country. It was the country of the gold rush. So let's put it
up out there.
Yeah. There's some veins out there, and he's right now everything he's finding has this kind of like rocky look to it. This one looks like kind of like a tray of fudge. To me, I know it's rock. It's just that it's kind of like on a tray. That's so he can break out more valuable elements.
Tray of fudge. You must be high. Yeah.
It looks like a tray of fudge. It doesn't look like a tray of fudge to you?
I've never seen fudge like that. You need a new cook. You need a new baker.
I don't mean when it's freshly served. I mean after they got to it.
Right.
It has this earthy tone to it. Yes.
Yeah.
And low grade ore for now. But
I live near the gold country in California.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
as well.
Yeah. Cool.
But there's not much to find out there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Without working, a lot.
Yo, well, I don't even think it's worth it. Oh my God, people could spend their entire lives digging around up there.
Yeah.
So, aside from that, Amy, before you fall asleep, tell us a bit more about your life. It's certainly not a dull one. You've been through a lot lately, Tokyo and yourself. So you're
I know. I'm exciting. Everybody loves to hear all the drama.
yeah.
So much
Oh,
drama.
she doesn't share any of it. Oh man, the shit she shares with me. I can't open my mouth about it because yeah, but whatever you're willing to share. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I need a direction. Like, I have so much that I could delve into. I just need more direction. Like, what should we talk more about? Should we talk more about the medical mafia? Should we go back to that great word that you gave everybody, the
Oh, that's right. Yes, yes. Let's take a look at my acronym, see if I can find that and dig that up. There's no way anyone could remember that once, and I work on it over the years. Not that I dwell upon it, but, I'll have to look that up in my mailbox here. Let's take a look if I can dig that up here. And, we don't need to speak about that. What about, Heather? Heather, you're there. I want to ask you about the Priory of Zion. Heather, ask about the Priory.
Zion.
Yes.
Dio.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, that's.
Do you know anything about it? Because I figured if you're a historian, you'd probably know a little bit about it or something.
It's like not exactly my area of expertise. It's something that I can tell you it's obviously got a lot going on around it historically.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way.
Yeah, the circles.
So, but what is it that you know about it?
Well, I was just like, I've always been wanting to understand, like, Grandpa's Masonic pyramid, or what his Mason thing that he did, and I figured, I looked up the word Sayat, and that's where it comes from, is Sayo or whatever. So I was wondering, it's just trying to put those pieces together.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess in the place of Sion
Mm-hmm.
or Sayo, there's some fruit that grows and it doesn't grow anywhere else.
Wow. Brendan, he's our fruit guy.
No, but listen. So every year, once a year, they people, the Prairie of Sion or whatever. I can't say it because it's a French word. They went to Egypt to trade their fruit for stuff in Egypt for the Egyptians in like the Turkish Ottoman Empire. So that's where they came from. And then the picture of my grandpa wearing his little Egyptian thing with the Egyptian team that he has.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so once a year, my grandpa would go with his buds to Santa Monica, and they would do their excursion, I guess, to represent what had happened at the original Sayo or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Or were they time travelers from back then?
Wow. That's it's the drugs I'm on, right?
Yeah.
It's at any rate, let's just put it this way. Heather Holman, and I don't believe that, I know it's not easy to communicate these things because Heather Holman's background is deep and it's complicated. It's complex. And this individual that she's speaking of, I would consider a real asshole. Simply because of his affiliation, but he and a bunch of his co-cultists in this Masonic lodge would dress in, for lack of a better word, Cleopatra garb. They were all dressed out in their Egyptian duds, and they were, in the photographs I saw, barefoot so they could maintain contact with Mother Earth and retain all of, you know, the Earth vibes going through their meridian lines, and at the same time wearing heavy goggles as if they were watching the fucking atomic bomb go off. And this was due to the fact that they were, you know, dealing with some real heavy crystal lasers. I mean, literally, they had like a crystalline setup with laser generation kind of you know, ad hocery going around in some technological or shall we say at least some kind of rig they had set up to basically toy with light, and as a result you know, they wanted to protect their eyes. But they're doing all this barefoot and in Egyptian wrap, so to speak.
And they all took off their glasses. None of them, they always wore glasses on a daily basis, and they all had to take off their glasses. And I thought that was weird.
Okay. But that's because they could put the goggles on, right?
I don't know.
Okay.
Why would it require them to take off their glasses, you know?
Because the lenses of the glasses might magnify the light that's coming through the crystal generated or magnified or concentrated energy that they're dealing with and trying to project. What were they aiming?
What if it was like lightning or something, and not something that was generated by lasers?
I don't know what it was, but I'm not technically. Have you ever sent that photograph? At least some of the photographs.
I'll share it. I'm happy to share it.
No, but I mean with Aristides in particular.
Oh, I think I might have, but I'll send it again. It's one of my favorites.
Okay, yeah. I mean, he's our resident engineer, and he might be able to have a better grasp of looking at that. Or Brendan too works with vacuum tubes, and yeah.
So what I found was in France in 1956, they started their little pyramid, or the fraternal organization. Mm-hmm. And the reason why I'm so curious is because I was learning about the Guggenheim Museum, and how that was some like Knights Templar place at one time.
Guggenheim Museum in New York.
No, in Venice.
Oh, right.
Venice, Italy.
Okay, I didn't even know they had one there.
Peggy Guggenheim, and she wanted to live in the palazzo that was next door.
Okay. Yeah.
But I don't know if she ever did, yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, the wealthy can do things like that. They, hey, is anyone else willing to talk? I mean, I'm obviously not even coherent right now. It's like, is everyone else just kicking back? Just what the fuck?
I'm here.
Yeah, thank you.
Here.
Hey, Doug, why don't you tell us about your day, Doug?
It's New Year's Eve day in the Byzantine Orthodox world, and as someone who grew up with,
damn, so you guys got blasted.
Yes, and I'm going back for more at 10 in the morning, but yeah, it's just that so I'm obviously, you know, rather scatterbrained right now. But that's all right. I'm in a good space.
Yeah, I can give some stuff. Yeah, so there are a few Indian festivals coming up, quote unquote Indian, quote unquote Hindu, but they're like Vedic festivals. One of them is the Kumbh Mela, which is the Aquarius return, which is the largest gathering on Earth of 450 million people. It begins this Monday and lasts till the end of February. It's a very important Hindu festival. There's also a Purnima going on right now in Gemini, which is the full moon. There are other things happening as well with the celestial bodies. They're going to meet at the end of this month in the sign of Pisces, and there'll be like a whole celestial parade, which is like multiple planets being visible at once. So that's a lot of fun. And then also Makar Sankranti is happening here in a couple days. So that's the rise of the sun going into its Uttarayan, its northern transit. So that's going to be coming soon. it's like a Vedic Christmas of sorts. It's like when the sun officially starts moving north, you know, like when we start getting the warmth of spring coming back and stuff. So there's a lot going on, a lot of movement, a lot of energy, and you know, there you go.
Wow. Yeah. Thank you. And so, Heather, respond to that.
And it's a wolf moon also.
Yeah, that's right.
What does that mean? Werewolf moon?
Well, I know that my lycanthrope neighbor and friend has had his red Ford Raptor parked out in front of my home for quite some time now, and I'm rather worried about him.
He like disappeared. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So I sent him like a little note saying, "Oh, it's comforting to see, you know, your truck outside of my home." And at this point, I'm using it as a landmark by which cab drivers can navigate to my door when they're taking me home. It's right there by the big red Ford Raptor. So yeah, he seems to be like. It seems to be clean. Obviously, I'm concerned about it being there long enough where
perhaps he's just traveling or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You know, I wouldn't probe too much because you know he and I are both very private people in our own right, believe it or not, in our own strange way. He far more than I, and yet at the same time we're both public in our own way. He has his own little.
Does he know you're a vamp?
Yeah, of course. Oh God, yeah.
Okay.
We've known about what each one
There's
of us.
no like beef. There's no like underworld
Oh
revolution.
no,
beef.
no. Oh fuck no. Fuck no. If anything, we've done stupid things like go out and get into trouble together. Of course, it's not. We don't do that often because, of course, there's nothing more incredibly self-destructive than some stupid vampire and stupid werewolf going out together.
Yeah,
And,
that is true.
yeah. There we are. T-Tank's got it. T-Tank's got the photo of it. He has got that. That's it. Yeah, no, T-Tank's got it. T-Tank's been here. That's why, because he drops off money. He drops off money through the door slot. So, yeah. And
He must have liked it or something.
So we might
That's
as
like
well
his dream
say
truck.
right now,
yeah.
anybody else wants to drop off money, do it through the door slot. That's our new favorite way to give Douglas money. It's through the door slot, right?
Yeah.
Do that.
I think electronic is best as if you can.
Yeah, yes, that's right. And
Me.
I'm like, here's, just for the sake of morbid entertainment, we have, I guess I'd better credit some people. Christoph Riemel, nice German or Austrian fellow, sent something like $7. Don't put yourself out, man. Got a notification of a cleared e-check payment. You've got cash. Notification of a cleared e-check payment. And it's like, $5. It says here, if you don't see the amount reflected in your PayPal balance, please go to your account history. If the status shows unclaimed, click accept to claim the payment. Sorry, I mean, nothing. Look, thanks for the $5. I don't even know if I would ever take the time to press accept. to even go looking for it to see if I've got some stats for unclaimed. It's like, oh my God. Thanks, guys. Don't put yourselves out there. I mean, don't forget, leave some.
Man, it's rough. It's rough out here. It's
So
crazy
those,
out here, man.
yeah, those are the recent contributions. That's not going to help with the rent, guys. Okay. The thought that counts, I guess. But I mean, okay, that's just the thought.
Hey,
Brandon,
$5 is a lot when you're scraping.
Yeah, it's like, well,
I'll take it. You send it over.
It costs $30 just for Douglas to pay the internet every month. That's just for starters.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. There we are, honey. There, you've got it. Honey's got it. Honey Heather, she's got it. By the way, our man, T-Tank says you can see the spike across the street. Yes, that's quite correct. And by the way, what T-Tank is referring to is, in this case, not a cow trap, like has busted the tire of my cosmetologist a few times. She's driven me home. Last few times that she drove me home before the last time she drove me home. But it's she of course, there was a screw that was set up in such a way it was obviously artificially bent. In other words, it was a screw with either a hexagonal or a square head that was just set up on the street so that the bent part of it was poking right up in the street. So it was meant to puncture a tire. And it was just placed right inside of the driveway next to my home where she would naturally drive into. And it popped her tires. And that happened to her twice, driving me home over the last few months before we just devised another way of her dropping me off down a block or so. But yeah, what he's referring to, I believe, in this case, is he's referring to literally a meaningless spike across the street, like a stake that is set up almost in this occult manner of staking a vampire symbolism, or a tribute to Vladislav Sepish, or whether it's homage or perversion is dependent on intent, I guess. But it is connected to absolutely nothing. It is simply a wooden fucking spike that is large, very large, several fucking stories large across the street, along with a wonderful Woody car. So, your comments, Brendan, on the Woody car across the street for the Red Raptor are welcome. I found that comforting to see that, wood-framed car, wood panel. I think they're actually...
I mean, that is no Woody, but yeah.
No, you're right. It's plastic. Is it plastic across the street?
I'm surprised that thing's still going.
Oh, it is... It's in, I would say, pretty good condition. It's not pristine, but it's old. It's Chevrolet, wasn't it? Chevy? I think it was...
I can't tell from that angle, but it could be either that or a Chrysler.
Chrysler! Yeah, it might have been that. And, because...
Yeah, it's actually, you know what it is? I think it's a K car. It used to be called K cars. And they're very, very rare because they were shit and they would always break down.
Yes!
So that person's dedicated.
My K car never broke down.
Wait. I'm looking at it across the street with the wood sides.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it does look like a K car type.
Yeah. And the back is kind of sedan-like, where kids could lie down and sleep in the back. So that's like...
It's a wagon? Oh, so that's why they kept it. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Because I looked in the back.
Because it's kind of cool, yeah.
Yeah. It's so it's yeah, there you go. Obviously my street's Lunar Hill. What's that, honey? Heather? Or
I
Amy?
wanted to back up just a little bit,
Sure.
backtrack to Vladimir Sepich.
Yeah, Sepish.
Can you Sepich?
Yeah, the way Americans would pronounce it, they'd call him something like Vlad Tepes or Tepish. Tepes, they would say, but that's a terrible mispronunciation. The Romanian language, it would be Sepish. So it would be spelled Tepes, but with the correct alphabet, in other words, using the alphabets with the correct diacritical marks, then you would get the Sepish. If, of course, you're applying the diacritical marks vocally. So, yeah, Vladislav Sepish was his historical name, or it's a foreshortening of his historical name. So, what about him, honey? I don't know if anyone ever noticed this, but whenever I would start speaking of the historical Dracula, Peter Moon would just do everything he could to shut me down. He would never, ever want to talk about it. And would start...
Yeah, he would derail the convo, just say something completely else.
Yes. He would just dive into something else so emphatically that I could never pursue the topic. And that's because he's, Adamite and evil, and he hated the historical Dracula because the historical Dracula would have hated him. Here we are, 1985 Chrysler LeBaron wagon. That's what it is. And the best is yet to come? Or is it just something stupid? Yes. Oh my God. There it is in all its pristine glory. See? There's the image of it, Brendan and T-Tank. That's.
Oh, I grew up around this shit. It's like.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. Rims. Look at how nice the rims are.
Yeah. It's
Anyway.
it's a cute little thing. Yeah, it's if I had been a child and I had parents who had been wealthy enough to even own a car, that to us that was wealth. That was just unimaginable. It would it would have been something like this. I would have loved to have grown up lolling around in the back. And
You guys never had a car?
never,
What?
never, never.
Shocking.
Yeah. Well, I grew up in. Well, you've heard me say repeatedly. I grew up in abject poverty. There's different kinds of poverty, and when you take a look at a lot of poverty in the United States, it revolves around cars. But our poverty was a different kind of poverty. It was poverty in a congested city, where we couldn't have a car, and San Francisco's.
It just would be more practical not to have one. That makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because out here, the people have to have one. They like driving around like beat little beaters and terrible cars that are
As a matter of
barely
fact,
going.
as a matter of fact, that's where most families who are homeless can often wind up living in their cars because the car is such a necessity. It's the last thing they can give up. So they wind up actually living in it. Individuals.
Yeah, because the buses here are shit.
Yes.
Like,
Oh, yeah. Oh,
can't even use them.
Yeah. San Francisco, believe it or not, San Francisco, God, I just go, there are things. It's when you're post-traumatically stress disorder.
Well, let's not trigger you about the bus incident again.
Yes. What do you know about that?
What do you mean that every time we bring up the bus, you tell us the story of getting groped on the bus and you hate it?
Yeah, when you were dressed. Yeah, when you were wearing a skirt.
Oh no, that was like nothing. I mean, that was just morbidly.
Or was I
was
thinking
something else?
Was I thinking of something else?
Yeah. No, God, no. It's just.
And then there's the story about the time that you were wearing your police uniform on the bus.
Yeah, it's that's right. And each time it's like I'm going on in a costume, right? It would seem like that.
Seems like it, yeah.
But it's inside of the there was a police uniform, then there was the private security outfit, which was much more intimidating than the police uniform was. But we don't want to go too deeply into that. Yes, but just to relate to people, basically, whenever I was geared up like that, the stupidest questions, because people would literally ask, "Is that a real gun?" I'm like, "Oh, no, of course not. I'm coming here in a costume with a fake gun just so I can get shot by cops as people call me in," which is what people would do. They'd call the cops on me relentlessly, but the cops couldn't do shit about it. They'd just get called. There's nothing they could do because I was a licensed security enforcement agent. And, but believe me, there were times when it almost got deadly or lethal because when they get called that there's, we have mass shootings that happen in San Francisco, and there was, several of them in California where people were dressed in Kevlar, and they, of course, were very difficult for the police to kill. And so they called in snipers, and I've had snipers called in on me in the past. So, there's been incidents like that. That's not the source of my PTSD. The source of my PTSD on buses is from growing up and having to use buses as my sole means of transportation. And that, of course, is, by the time...
Terrible.
I'm sorry?
I said, that's terrible.
No, it is. No, it is. And this is what triggered me just now was thinking of that, idiot Jap trash piece of shit who I told you I'm trying to deal with just because I need to ask him some questions.
Every time you say that, I think of the other guy, but yeah.
Daryl Hamamoto. You think of Daryl Hamamoto as opposed to, this idiot. We're not going to name this particular idiot because I'm just trying to keep that away from the public for the moment. But this particular idiot that...
Secret of life. Stay alive.
Oh God. Oh, you
make sure you stay alive.
Oh, that would at least make sense.
Don't commit suicide.
Yeah, that would at least make sense. No, his stuff is more vapid than that. It's like, be a flaneur. Yeah, it's like, that. Sure, but... I mean, it's like, you piece of shit. You stupid, spoiled piece of shit. Just like, for those of you who don't know, be a flaneur. A flaneur is somebody who just sits in cafes and gawks at absorbing the energy of the city, like going
People
to
watching.
Yeah, people watching, going to museums and shit and yet refraining from really purchasing. You're not a tourist in the conventional sense. You're like a wanderer through the milieu who's just soaking up the vibes. And it's like, this is like a incredibly spoiled lifestyle. You see, the rest of people on Earth have to fucking work. And so the idea of just be a flaneur, like we can all just go out there and just, sit in cafes, go to museums, wander around.
Yeah, I'd love to sit down and do nothing. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, just like that. It's like, for a guy who was born in a concentration camp, this fucker's he's incredibly spoiled. I mean, just two elements that show that, because now that I'm triggered, I've got a vent. Two things that show that was, one was, I love to ride the bus. And I'm like, God damn, you must be an idiot, because I grew up riding buses.
Well, he is a flaneur.
Yeah, okay. And for those of you who don't know, I've had to ride buses. Okay, so it's not like, this isn't like, it's not whatever you might think. It's not what you think. Because in San Francisco, the municipal system was just such a nightmare, and it was so violent, so wretched, it's so indescribable. And I could go on about it for hours. It's a horror story in its own.
Yeah, I've used it.
Yeah, yes, thank you.
It's still bad.
Thank you. But for him to say, I like writing, but this is like somebody saying, I like to visit prisons. That's like saying, I like to visit prisons as a flaneur and just soak up the vibes, because I don't have to stay there and be in the prison with a bunch of guys who are going to rape me if I'm slightly built or something of that nature. And then the other thing he said, before I get too deeply into the bus rabbit hole, it's what he did. It's what he did. The fucker's sitting in an alley in Chinatown next to City Lights bookstore. He goes to Vesuvius Bar, which is world famous. Both City Lights bookstore is world famous, and Vesuvius Bar next door is world famous. He goes into the Vesuvius Bar to take a piss, and just leaves me sitting there with this whole, setup of tables that have all these books on it that he's selling. And when he comes back, I said, you always do this when you need to take a piss? Or was it just because I'm here, so you realize you could take a piss because I'm here watching the books? Or you just do this when I'm not here? You just go leave these tables with all these books and just go take a piss? And he said, oh, no one's going to steal the, books or something like that. And I'm like, you fucking...
He's not wrong.
What's that?
So, well, he's not wrong. I wouldn't steal his books either.
Oh, yeah. Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate what you're saying, and I certainly... could take that and run with it. Believe me, I could. But I was obviously didn't express it to him, but that alone made me realize, again, a spoiled Jap trash piece of shit, this son of a bitch. Because let me tell you something, I've literally known people killed for books. And it's not like these are grimoires. It's not like these are valuable Gutenberg Bibles. These are just books. I mean, like paperbacks and just books. And this is because they can just go to the bookstores, because San Francisco used to have more bookstores per block than you would find anywhere else in the world. San Francisco was the largest concentration of bookstores in the world. We were the most literate the Bay Area, inclusive of Berkeley, San Francisco, even Oakland. We were the most literate hub on earth in terms of our book trade. And so everybody, a lot of people were willing to just buy books off people who came in with books. In other words, you'd go to the bookstore, and say, I've got these books, are you willing to buy them? And then they'd give you money for used books and then put them on sale by jacking up the prices astronomically. Whatever you would hand them, some moldering book that's just covered in bird shit. And I've seen this, and they'll just take it and then say, first edition out of print, and charge $100 for it. And it's just literally a moldering volume, just saturated in bird shit. And so it's like so at any rate, that's it give you just a prime example. One son of a bitch I knew named Matthew Castaneda, who I morbidly am curious about how he died. I cannot imagine that he's alive. He must be dead. But he was someone who disintegrated like Peter Moon style. Just hearing too much information from me, he couldn't handle it and he disintegrated. But Matthew Castaneda had borrowed some of my books, and these were just a few paperback atlases, nice illustration atlases, beautiful maps inside, but they're not rare old editions. It's a mass market, kind of historical atlas, and some other book, I can't remember what it was, but he left work in the Tenderloin carrying those books, and two black guys came and they almost killed him. They left him for dead, taking his books just to sell them off to a local bookstore. So people will kill for fucking books just to sell for pennies. So the idea that this guy just leaves a whole tray of books out there, whole tables full of books, so he can go take a piss, is beyond me. I can't even think like that. I can't even process like that. It shows me just how, somebody that privileged, that is, they just don't deserve to live from, the kind of background that I come from, of extreme poverty and endless violence. So it's like, anyhow, what they did with Matthew Castaneda was they smashed his lower jawbone in to the point where the doctors had to reassemble it from pieces. They literally smashed his lower jawbone till it was like nothing. Literally when they took his books, and all they took was his books. Just to sell. And the doctors had to feed him through a straw. They had to solder his jaws together for months while his lower jaw healed as they pieced it back together, like it was like Homo floresiensis, or one of those like like Neanderthal skulls or something they found in Heidelberg or something. Yeah, and they had to piece it together like that, and then they had to like solder it, cement it, whatever the fuck they did. But they had to like make certain he didn't move his jaw for a month or more, and they had to like solder it all together, and he had to suck through they drilled a little hole between his front teeth so he could suck through a straw of food, shit like that. It's like god damn. And so he had literally a glass jaw, so to speak, and that way I knew how to take him down if I ever really wanted to kill him, which, believe me, I would have done if he hadn't killed himself. But so there we are with that. And some people, of course, he had that look on him of victim, of course. There's some people who just look like they're scared. And because they look like they're scared, everyone attacks them. That's what it comes down. That's
terrible.
Oh yeah. And but he was such what a piece of shit. It's like anyhow. So there we have all that, and that now that I've cathartic invented and probably confused people as to everything. Some bus horror stories, it would be like.
You've been through the ringer.
Thank you.
Yeah,
like
not a lot of people have to deal with that shit.
Yeah, like yourself. You and I relate in that regard. We have, yes.
It's fucking terrible. Yeah.
We've been through the ringer, and we got nothing from our parents. In my case, it wasn't malevolent, but in your case, you may as well have been malevolent if it wasn't.
Yeah. Just negligence, idiocracy, and then malevolence as like the cherry on top.
Yes. And not to mention occult assault, the curse put on the foundations of the house they were building, and it just rendered them empty vessels inhabited by demons.
Yeah. Psychic parasites.
Yes. And,
like lesser ghosts.
Yes.
Like it's called they're called in English it would be like basically like wandering ghosts.
Yes. Thank you.
There's a term for it in Sanskrit, but
do you mean like a hungry ghost?
Hungry ghost is different. They're called Bhutas, various things, and Ganas and these things.
Oh, ghouls.
Yeah, like ghouls and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
These like lesser malevolent spirits that if you're not protected, will just jump on you and use you like a sock puppet, which is what happened to those idiots that I was, my family that, just went crazy.
Yeah, I mean, well, let's put it this way. In a sense, they were always crazy, but they got
They
worse.
devolved.
Yeah, they actually devolved. They weren't just insane anymore. They became downright evil. And
Well, it'll cost them dearly. So
it does. It does. Yeah.
So that's something to look forward to.
So what about yourself, Amy? You've led quite the life.
Thanks. I know.
You've also
I
been.
still want to know more about the original Dracula because I don't think I've learned enough about that. He was in Romania. This is the homeland.
Yes, yeah, and just I'll get to that right now. Thank you for asking. I didn't even know that was. Forgive me. I was so distracted by my post-traumatic stress disorder that.
Take it away. Do whatever you got to do. It's fine.
Oh no. I'll so I'm just shall we say answering these two gentlemen, Amor Fadi and Cool Boy 52. And I'm going to take a look at this notification here of 2024 was officially the hottest on record with Brendan. Now, Brendan, before I get to Amy, because I do want to get to her because she's going to fall asleep soon. As a matter of fact, you sent me an email where you had fallen asleep. Did you actually fall asleep and then wake up, Amy? Because
I did.
Okay.
We had this big plan for some. We had some dinner, and then I was too tired to eat, and then.
Jesus Christ.
And we did. But this is all just like being just being sick from having that virus, whatever it was that we'd picked up, and just being spent like out for a couple of days with, can't move, can't get out of bed, can't eat.
God damn.
So yeah, just coming back from that is really wearing. And I'm looking at I don't have a battery situation anymore. We've been looking for another battery I could charge the phone on, and they're all over at the man cave.
Man cave.
But
wasn't he just with you? Toke?
Yeah, he got up and left. He stomped off. I was too loud for him. He knows he's not allowed to sleep over here because then neither one of us sleep very well.
Right.
So he's fine. He's fine. He's over there sleeping. He'll be over in the morning to check my fire, and that's all good. But I do want to know if I can hear before I lose my battery.
I'll go into this as quickly as possible. And basically what happened was that Vladislav Sepish was I'll try and summarize this as quickly as possible, but I could go on about this subject for hours. All right. Vladislav Sepish was a child of his time. He was royalty. He was born to a father who was the knight of the First Reich. So his father was a member of the Order of the Dragon, from whence the name Dracula comes. So his father was known as Dracul, and that means simply dragon, because he took on the knighted title of the Order of the Dragon. And since he was the primary knight in that order, he served Sigismundus. Sigismundus was at that time the emperor of the First Reich of the Holy Roman German Empire. It was a German empire. They often say that the Holy Roman Empire was neither holy nor Roman nor an empire, and it's just a bunch of stupid academics being bitchy or vicious as possible. But the First Reich lasted essentially 1,000 years. That's where the term 1,000-year Reich comes from. And the First Reich was the Holy Roman Empire. And it was at that time in the 1450s, Sigismundus was in charge, and they had a national crisis of werewolves. It was werewolves attacks were rampant. And so they established an order of knights to hunt down the werewolves and slay them. And that was the Order of the Dragon. The Order of the Dragon was meant to be werewolf slayers. All of this is historically true. This is something that people today will, over the centuries, they'll say, oh, this was the Middle Ages and they were delirious. And they'll go into long theories about maybe they were eating certain mushrooms, psychedelic mushrooms, and people developed a mass paranoia. No, they had a werewolf problem. And the lycanthrope problem was out of control. And so the knighted order that slew the werewolves, the Order of the Dragon, was commandeered by Dracula's father, Dracul, and he took on the title of the son, Dracula, son of the dragon, and that's what his name means. It's rather his title, because his name is Vladislav Sepish, but as with these knights in those days, they became known by their titles. Now, there was a horrible situation at that time, not just with the werewolves domestically, but Asian invaders, the foreign invaders. And this is something I brought up in depth in transmissions before, was that Europe was invaded by the Ottoman Turks. And the Ottoman Turks were very much Asiatic. And it's an example of an Asian power that invaded Europe, and like the Mongols, only they were coming in from a different trajectory and with a different motivation. In this case, they were Muslim. And their objective was to ultimately sack Rome, the way the Huns had done. And in their case, it would have been something truly catastrophic. Unlike what happened with the Huns or the Mongols, who came into Europe, the Huns to the point of sacking Rome, none of these invaders were interested in converting the population. They were not trying to change the population. They were simply taking tribute from it or simply looting it. But the Muslims wanted to change the population. The population was going to be Islamized. So if they had conquered Rome, that would have been the end of Europe as we know it. Dracula was alive at the time that the first Rome fell. That was Byzantium. And he was actually, in a sense, a part of that siege on the side of the Turks through no fault of his own. He was a hostage. So that was the complication of the politics at the time. When he was very young, his father was assassinated. He became the prince who was in charge. He was never officially coronated the king. So he's known throughout his life as a prince because he never had an official kingdom. He was always basically a warlord on the frontier for the Holy Roman Empire. And what had happened was that when he was young, in order to keep the Turks from invading, the Turks would take hostages from the Christians who were royalty that they would then raise and try to convert to Islam. His brother, who was essentially very effeminate and was basically converted to a male prostitute for the Muslims. And his younger brother was very effeminate, converted to a male prostitute in the male harem, one of the harem boys. And he, on the other hand, resisted Islamization. His brother converted, or at least submitted. He submitted, certainly sexually, but Dracula himself always resisted and was punished severely for it. But because he was capable of absorbing such punishment, he proved himself to the Turks, and they trained him in the advanced weaponry of the time. The Turks had gunpowder. They had cannon. So he was trained in some of the first modern applications of artillery in Europe. The Europeans really didn't have anything like what the Ottoman had. The Ottoman Muslims had actual cannon, like the first real modern types of cannon, gunpowder operated, that was in a more, the way we would perceive artillery to be today, more akin to what we have today than medieval siege cannons. And that's one of the factors that took down Byzantium, was this modern artillery. So he was trained in the use of that, which very few people in Europe even knew how to WkEND. They hadn't seen such technology. So he was trained in these Asian methods of warfare that rendered him invaluable when he escaped the Muslims and came back to rule what became Romania. And he used these tactics against the Turks and devastated them. As a matter of fact, he saved Rome. He saved Europe. And because of that, the Pope declared him to be, quote unquote, the athlete of Christ. And he needed money to fight the Turks, but Byzantium was poor. It had fallen. The Balkans were devastated. So he converted to Roman Catholicism to get money from the German Reich. And that way he could finance his war against the Turks. And the Pope declared him to be the champion of Europe. And so everyone in Europe hated him. They were so jealous. They actually produced, along with the Gutenberg Bible, which had been invented, there were only two things that were really coming out of it, were Gutenberg Bibles and anti-Dracula propaganda pamphlets, which was how he became to be so hated in Europe as this vampire. The reality was, of course, extraordinarily complicated, but when he converted to Catholicism, the Church of Byzantium, the Eastern Orthodox Church, cursed him. And they said, you will never know any peace, and you will never know death. You will forever wander the earth as a vampire. He was cursed by the church. He was excommunicated and cursed by the Byzantine Church. Anyone who converted in those days was said to rise as a vampire because they were excommunicated by their mother church. And of course, they also had a vampire problem. But at that time of Sigismundus, the big problem was the werewolves in Western Europe. So when I say these things casually, conventional historians, of course, they just shudder. They would any conventional historian listening would just say, oh, this is all a load of crap, and they would try to contextualize it, or rather revise it and recontextualize it in some kind of modern skeptical framework where they would say that this is all mass hysteria. But for these people of that time, these phenomena were quite real. And believe me, the asininity of modern historians in just dismissing these realities is so sickening, so repulsive. Yes, Brendan, yes, please, whatever interjection.
I can confirm, anthropologically, the burials that come from this period are the most crazy burials pretty much that you could see historically that are still extant. Like, they would bury people with sickles right on their neck, so when they rose from the dead, they would immediately get their head cut off. Or they would, there would be people that got buried alive, that got buried dead, but when their bodies were exhumed, the inside of the coffins would have huge claw marks, as if they were they were like undead werewolves, and they're these have been uncovered.
Yeah.
And there's no way to fake that. You can't, they were saying, oh, these are hoaxes, or somehow they were doing it just for superstition, like you said. Yeah. But why would you go through all that trouble to chain up a coffin and all that stuff put all these
weights
unless people were actually coming out of graves and murdering people.
Thank you.
No other explanation.
Thank you.
So there you go.
Was that before or after the glass based iron coffins?
Well,
it was before.
Thank you.
Or,
but just to try to complete the narrative as much as possible for Amy. You're still with us, right, Amy? Yes.
I am, and I'm thinking you said something about 1450, and I'm wondering about the rise of the Medici dynasty in Italy. Was that?
Well, I do
somewhere in there.
Well, I do know that we were talking about a time when Joan of Arc was entering the world. So Dracula and Joan of Arc were almost contemporaries. Joan of Arc, of course, was very young, and she was just coming into her own towards the ends of Dracula's life. But in terms of Dracula himself, once he became the champion of Rome and was disavowed by his own church, his nation remained loyal to him. He was that charismatic, which is decisive, and it's important because what people need to understand is this was the birth of modern nationalism. When people chose a person who represented the culture over the church in those days, that was a profound revolution in conceptual breakthrough. So this was the birth of nationalism. He was one of the manifestations of that. And so people were following him over the church in the area of Romania. Again, why the church felt him to be so dangerous, the Byzantine Orthodox Church, and was no ally of his, as opposed to the Reich. So he was a knight of the First Reich, and ultimately, when he fought against the Turks and prevented them from invading Europe, he did so by creating a forest of all of the Turks that his army had slaughtered. He had created a forest of their bodies impaled on stakes. And they're tall stakes, like the one across the street from myself. A stake that is there for no reason other than to represent that. They probably feel that that keeps me at bay, almost like a metaphorical occult stake through my heart. But I take it almost as an homage to my vampiroid background. So when it came to himself and his creating a forest of these stakes on which Turkish bodies were impaled, the Turkish army advancing through this forest of their impaled brethren ultimately retreated. He therefore stemmed the tide of the Asian invasion of Europe, one that would have left an imprint that would have been, say for instance, with the Mongols got as far as basically the Berlin Wall before the Khan back at home died, and all the Khans that were invading Europe, believe me, they would have made it all the way to fucking Ireland. Nothing could stop them. The only thing that stopped them was the great Khan back home died, and they all went back home to fight over the throne. If that hadn't happened, Europe would not exist today. It would be all like Eastern Europe. But because the great Khan died back at home, they retreated, but they left a devastation in their wake that led to Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe was created by the Mongols in the sense that long before the Soviets, that line of which the Mongols got to was the Eastern line, the same division line that you see between East and West Germany after World War II. That was as far as the Mongols got. Then when they retreated, everything in that part of Europe, East, was far more impoverished and culturally much more backwards, quote unquote, than Western Europe. So the Muslims would.
If I could,
yeah,
just for a second, I have been listening a little bit to the Theodoric history, and just a version of it. They describe the leadership of the Goths, the Ostrogoths and the Visigoths, that they're elected by their henchmen, and the number and the power of the henchmen is what creates the power given to that kind of a tribal leadership. And I think that might explain a little bit of how they're, like you're saying, it was a nationalism that rose up. It's like the fraternity of your henchmen. You've trained these other fighters and they've improved their lives through the loot and pillage of neighbors, that in such a way that that's how you attain the most power is just simply brute force. Does that describe more of the Gothic Teutonic kind of leadership?
Well, it certainly evolves out of that. Of course, it's more than just brute force. There's strategy and machinations of the politics, the intrigues, but there's got to be more than brute force. But brute force is a big part of it. And we've just gotten a wonderful image sent to us by our dear friend, T-Tank Barry, and I thank him so much for that. I would like to put that into the chat. Let's see if I can get the link to work in in transferring to the chat, but I don't think it's I don't think it's working, so to speak. It's too big for me to put into the chat. But T-Tank, if you could find a way to put that link into the chat, that'd be great. Or if somebody, Aristides, or somebody more technically savvy than myself, let me take a look at the other image that has been entered into the Vlad Tepes War of Terror versus. There we are. Excellent. Yeah. So these are great links. Thank you to T-Tank Berry for supplying these. So then what happened with the other aspect of Vladislav Tepes, through the many years of research that I've conducted, and as Brendan knows, I've been to Romania. I never speak of it much because what was the point with Peter Moon droning on and on? I spent most of my time in Serbia, of course, but I took a brief foray into Romania that was almost a pilgrimage. And that's where Brendan can attest there are certain paintings in Romania kept in the castles and repositories that they don't make available to the public, so they don't get online. So Brendan knows I've seen those because of the illustrations I produced. But in terms of I was very interested in Dracula. I feel a kinship to him for obvious reasons, my vampiroid background, and how he became known as Nosferatu Rex, or the king of all vampires, was he was very similar to myself. He basically he was not a full vampire, not originally at least, and in a very real sense, maybe never was a real vampire, quote unquote, in the sense of being 100% genetically so. But he had a recessive gene, and this activated when he died. This is like when I died, when I was drained of all of my blood at Letterman Army Medical Center for this horrific, illegal, and inhumane experiment conducted by Dr. John Henry Hagman. John Henry Hagman, of course, literally killed me. I was clinically dead for between 24 to 48 hours. And then what happened was that when I reanimated, there's really no other word for it, I had elements of vampirism that had not manifested till that point, my recessive genes, inherited through my mother, of course, even though I had vampiroid tendencies before the age of 14 when this happened. After what happened with the nanoplasma transfusion and my death and resurrection, when I came back, they were far more activated, it's not the word for it, and I became far more vampiric than I was before. Physiologically, I was better able to handle larger amounts of blood in terms of digestion, etc., than I was before I had died. And this is what happened. I'm sorry?
My darling, my battery's going to die. I'm done. I got to go.
I love you.
I love you too. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Keep on keeping on. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Bye, Amy.
Bye.
Yes. That's our lovely Amy Como. Okay. And thank you for this link on John Henry Hagman. I often get emails from people asking me, why don't I feel a sense of gratitude towards him? It's like, look, it's what he did could be considered beneficial to me, but I was never asked.
How about the obvious point that they all died? They were definitely not caring if you died or not.
Yes, thank you.
All the other experimentees.
Yes, thank you.
Except you and Tate's father.
Yeah, that's it, Tate's dad. Maybe a few others that we don't know about who were not, right. Yeah, but definitely Tate's...
Presumably you're the only two that came out of that. And they knew that it was just going to kill you.
Yeah, basically. That's right. That's right. We're essentially the only two known survivors of
Yeah.
his experiments in that regard. Yeah, and I would not be surprised if there were some others, but they're obviously rare. It's the odds were against us. Let's put it that way. The odds were definitely.
Well, that's what I mean. Why would you think someone that basically knew you were going to die and still did it?
And actually did kill me. And actually did. Clinically killed me.
So that doesn't make sense. But
yeah. It's believe me.
And it definitely has side effects.
Thank you. Yeah. That's I almost.
But you seem to be taking it in stride.
Yeah, I'm actually going to heart these links because I do value the fact that T-Tank Berry has a good knack for these finding.
He's almost like a savant.
Yes, I like that. Good word, good term. And so T-Tank has a good knack for finding these things, and I'll heart them for that. So there we go. As for bus horror stories, I can go into that ad nauseum, but I think it's important to give people just kind of a hint of how horrible the municipal system was, because it was like, oh my God, they just don't get it. When maybe I shouldn't dwell on it. It's just too painful. Growing up, just riding those buses. Here's how to put it in some perspective. I've kind of told this story before, but I don't know if it ever really sinks in with people. With some people it might, but basically what happened was World War II. And during World War II, what happened was that you had Kaiser, of Kaiser Hospital fame, and Kaiser Permanente is my hospital system that I'm a part of. And, we're going through all kinds of weird insurance shit. And, all Google searches for your information says T-Tank Berry. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yes. Yeah. Well, I noticed they're not Wikipedia. So, excellent. Excellent, my main man. Yes. That just... Yeah, don't go to Wikipedia, people. Whatever you do, just it's just it's Wikipedia is not accepted as a source in academia. So knowing that, I can't understand why anyone would go to Wikipedia for sourcing information. But all such being said, when it came to World War II, Kaiser, the multi-billionaire of his day, he had all kinds of industries, and he wanted to help with the war effort. So he needed a lot of labor to replace all the white guys that had left. Because during the war, World War II, America had been resegregated under Roosevelt. And believe it or not, America had actually desegregated to a great degree after World War I, even though there were entire ethnic enclaves or black towns that were bombed by the United States government, but that's a whole nother rabbit hole. You can look that up yourself. The first city to be bombed by the United States military forces, we didn't have an air force at that time, but we had military, army that had the capacity to bomb from the air. And I'm trying to remember, was it Billy Mitchell was the name of the guy who developed the bombing tactics that were led to aircraft carrier warfare as Americans understood it? I'm trying to remember. I think it was Billy Mitchell.
I forget the name.
Yeah, was the name of the guy. But he was bombing. First, he bombed a bunch of the fucking miners that went on strike, and it was basically another American Civil War. It was where we got the term rednecks from. And people might notice I never, ever use that term redneck.
He was a World War I pilot advocate for the air power, and he was known for his role in bombing tests that demonstrated vulnerability of warships. And it led to the first set of bombers, the Mitchell-Martin MB-2, which actually were used up until 1921 after World War I to sink German battleships, such as the Ostfriesland and various others. His planes also sank the USS Virginia and USS New Jersey off the coast of Hatteras.
Thank you.
Which goes for what you're saying.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
They attacked their own ships.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. And yeah.
And interesting, now that I see this guy, so I worked at a school. It was called Billy Mitchell something elementary or something.
Holy shit.
And they had his photo in there. I was like, who the hell is this?
Holy shit. Oh my God. Yeah. That's incredible. Yeah, that's incredible. But anyhow, so Billy Mitchell bombed American citizens relentlessly. He may not have been involved personally with the attack on the black city that they bombed, the Americans bombed, but he did bomb American miners, and they wore red scarves. They were a communist labor movement. They were very much a Marxist.
It was the 1921 Tulsa massacre.
Thank you. That was the black city. That was bombed. Thank you. Appreciate that profoundly. That was the first city ever to be bombed from the air in terms of modern planes for the time. And it was America bombed a all black city into oblivion.
Yeah, they destroyed Black Wall Street.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It was the blacks had their own economy. They had. This is where blacks who are, how would I say it? There are blacks who advocate for exclusivity, and because their history of their own exclusive, ethnically enclaved economies were actually successful, considerably more successful than blacks have been statistically since integration. And so there are blacks who advocate a segregation in the sense of basically their own nation or economy, their own enclaves. And so that's something that I do feel should be an option. I mean, if black communities have their own enterprise, they could probably thrive. Of course, we could go into that another time, but there's a whole history behind that. But in the case of the term redneck, you had these communists, these miners who had been communized and motivated to unionize, and they wore red handkerchiefs around their necks to identify themselves because they couldn't afford uniforms. That's where the term redneck comes from, and that's how it became an insult. You've never heard me use that term because I know the history behind it, and I respect it as indicative of a incredibly violent episode in American history where hundreds of people died, at the very least, if not thousands, ultimately, in a communist rebellion against corporate monopolization and oligarchic exploitation of the working man. So you have this history in America called labor history, which very few Americans know about because it's not really what's taught in school. And Billy Mitchell was one of the bombardiers. It led the bombardiers who were trying to exterminate these miners by sealing them to be buried alive in their own mines by bombing the entrance to their mines where they took refuge in while fighting against the corporate powers that were backed by the federal government, because the government obeys the corporations in America rather than in a fascist economy where the corporations obey the government. So at any rate, so there's Billy Mitchell for
Which
you.
Which is why there's so much propaganda against the fascisti style.
Thank you.
Proper rule.
Thank you.
Like if you're gonna have a system, it should be that way. It just.
Thank you. The corporation.
It has nothing to do with what the modern people are saying is fascism.
Thank you.
Which is like somehow it automatically means you're racist.
Right.
Or automatically you're segregating populations. It's never necessarily like that unless the rulers want it.
Thank you. Excellent point. And So believe me, I'm a proud fascist and always have been, because none of you even understand what I'm talking about. People don't even know what the word fascist means. It's just a dirty name to them. You notice no one uses the term commie as insult, because we had like communists running our academia for a very long time. That much is true. Now, you might think I'm sounding like the radicalized right and the crap they spew. But what they spew is in total ignorance. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And they're just, they're regurgitating a screed as opposed to speaking with any historical depth of understanding. But you also hear the term redneck as an insult, and it has come to be applied to usually people of a rural background without any knowledge of the labor history behind it. And that was the bizarre thing about Mike Ringley. People kept telling him, Douglas is calling you redneck, and I had to explain to him because he would come and confront me about it. And I said, I would never use that term because I'm ideologically motivated, and that's an ideological term. I wouldn't apply it to you. Because for one thing, you don't deserve it, is what I thought without expressing to him. He wouldn't deserve the title.
Yeah, I was about to say, as if he deserved that shit.
Yeah, he wouldn't. He wouldn't even rate that. He's just a rube, what we would call a rube. But at any rate, he's dead now, and I would gladly piss on his grave. Poor son of a bitch. He was miserable throughout his life. He was in miserable health. He, you have to say death for him must have been a mercy. So there you go with that. But when it came to what was I talking about that brought up the subject? We were talking about the bombing. We were talking.
Wait, was this the guy?
Yeah.
The double R guy that was drinking Pepsis while nodding out off of, like. His diabetes was so bad, but he was still drinking like sodas and shit.
It's yeah, definitely. No, you got it down. It's it's a mystery. So here was the deal with Mike Ringley.
I knew a guy like that. I saw it. He would go into a diabetic coma, then wake up and then drink a 2-liter of soda.
What an idiot!
Yeah.
I'm presuming the guy you knew personally was dead. He ultimately died.
No, he lived way past my dad. Father,
Jesus
Christ.
Christ.
My father's life, yeah.
Why?
He was one of my father's friends.
Oh God!
I think it was the cannabis. He was like a crazy cannabis smoker, and he was like one of the old school ones.
Okay.
So somehow that whatever medicinal qualities were there, was keeping him alive.
Jesus.
So there's some truth to it.
I guess there is. To me that's.
And I remember he was one of these guys that was so old that they were around when what we call nowadays concentrates, hashish and stuff was an instant prison sentence. He would trip out if he saw it. He'd be like, "Why do you have that? What's going on?" He'd start freaking out.
Damn.
Because in the 60s and stuff, that would have been considered hard drugs or something.
Well, wait a second. The diabetic was on all these drugs, but who was freaking out if they saw somebody?
No, that was him.
He would freak out.
He was old enough because he was from the 60s where a piece of hashish would get you 20 years in prison.
Right.
But I'm saying if he would see a piece of it, he'd be like, "Why do you got that? You can't have that." Right. He would start freaking out.
If you ask me, an element of that was his jealousy of wanting it for himself.
Yeah, of course.
Give me that. You can't have that. Give me that.
Yeah, that's literally what he was like. Yeah. I'm sure he's dead now, but that's just is what it is.
Oh my God. Oh.
Yeah, he survived off just scalping car parts and stuff.
Oh my God. How do these people? That's not living, Brendan. That's some kind of subsistence.
No, he was subsistent for sure.
Yeah. Oh.
He would just drive around scrapping metal, and he was all fucked up.
Someone else we know is going around.
And he looked just like Chris Farley. We called him Chris Farley.
Oh my God, that's just awful. That's just awful. Yeah. But by the way, someone else we know goes around scrapping metal named Amy Como, right? Yeah, that's.
Is she really? Oh my God.
You heard her. You heard her. Just talking about that. Right now.
Oh well, that was for building materials. That one actually makes sense because look at the prices they're charging for a freaking pressed tin, like $9 a piece. Fucking scammers, dude.
Oh yeah.
They're taking advantage of all those HGTV people that think they can like renovate their house, like, you know, and they're like buying all this expensive shit like that.
Yeah, it's no, I get what you're saying.
The home nerds.
Yeah, but believe me, you remember we were talking to Amy and we were talking about all the automotive vehicles on the property, you know, the dead cars and shit.
Well, I'm sure they scrap metal for money.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah, and
it's just it's all gone now, I'm sure.
Yeah, we won't overdwell on it. Yeah.
Oh
yeah, the cherry picker's still sitting in a garage. It's never gonna leave. It's not in a garage on the property. It's in a garage where they repair cars, because it broke.
Holy shit!
It broke. It was never even used, and it broke. And so now it's in this garage where it's supposed to be repaired.
Some people just have terrible luck or something. It's really strange.
I saw that. Look, no, you and I saw that coming from a mile away. That was a white elephant that was completely unnecessary, and it's just like, why'd you get the loan? It was just for that. And and I knew exactly what was going to happen. It's like but now I remember I was talking about the buses. So since everybody has the context for the buses, when the World War II broke out, Kaiser didn't have any white men left to work for him, so to speak, because so many of them went to war, and so he needed labor badly immediately, and so he applied to the U.S. government, and they worked out a deal, and they got him a bunch of criminal blacks from the Deep South. Now, bear with me. Your average man in the Deep South who was black was not going to be employed in any conventional sense, and became a criminal by dint of what were called vagrancy laws. So when the slaves were freed, once the slaves were freed, they in the Deep
Jim Crow or worse.
It's like it was all part of the Jim Crow, all part of the Great Compromise when the when the Union pulled out and gave up on Reconstruction and basically surrendered the South to the Klan, then what happened was they established Jim Crow laws and vagrancy laws, which were part of Jim Crow. And so these vagrant or anti-vagrancy laws, they basically said if any black man's hanging around without proof of employment, he was ergo, meaning therefore in the Latin, lurking with intent to do no good, like rob a store or something. So he would be arrested and then taken to jail and basically forced to work in mines and other dangerous work, slave labor in effect, because he was effectively unpaid. And and so it was a reestablishment of the institution of slavery by means of law. And so this lawfare against the black population rendered the overwhelming majority of black males criminals, or a great deal of them, who were not somehow employed, which was the majority of them. And the end result was there were a lot of black criminals in the Deep South. And so they couldn't be used in the military because they had a criminal history. That was the theory. There's always ways around this sort of shit, and we all know criminals became used in the military, but anyhow, this was an excuse to enslave a bunch of blacks. And so they got a bunch of those literally shipped, like they were chattel slaves, into the greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region to work for Kaiser. And then that's how Oakland became black.
Makes sense.
Yes. Yeah. And so, and it's not like, that's why.
And Hayward and all those other places, right?
Oh God.
East Bay.
Oh, don't even get me started. That's I worked with these blacks growing up all my life, and they could not speak English. They were just, everything was caw caw caw. It was like, if you ever saw, this is why they like banned Walt Disney's Song of the South. Or you remember the original Dumbo. I never seen an elephant fly. It's like that. Those were completely false fabrications of black culture. They romanticized it, and they gave those blacks the completely fallacious, the historically untrue capacity to speak English. That's so the audience could understand what the fuck they're saying. None of these blacks
the wild
could
statement.
fucking talk. They couldn't fucking talk. They were just, everything was they couldn't understand. You couldn't understand a word they were saying. And this was like, whatever language they're speaking among themselves was some pidgin Creole dialect. It wasn't fucking English. It was like,
reminds me of To Kill a Mockingbird. That's how they like.
Yeah.
That's how the neighbor sounded.
Oh,
like it was
yeah.
like. I don't know, like
There you
exactly,
go.
but
Yeah.
There you
Like crows and shit. It was like, it was just indescribable. And these people always wound up getting hired by the government to work phone lines, like information phone lines and shit. And you'd call them up. Why you? Why you are? Hey, it's like, it's just, you couldn't get nothing out of
man,
it.
it was a different time.
Yeah, it was like, this is what I grew up
Now we
with.
just get Filipinos that can't speak English.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
And then they're rude and like hang up on you.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But at any rate, so their entire families were shipped out with these men to Oakland. That's how Oakland became black. And it was basically a completely alien culture, to the point where the running joke became, what's the longest bridge in the world? The Oakland Bay Bridge, because it leads from Africa to Fairyland. And but all, from Oakland to San Francisco.
That's an 80s joke for sure.
80s joke for sure. Yeah, that's but at any rate, what happened was, when all the white guys left to go to war, one of the most decimated services was the municipal bus lines. And because all the bus drivers had left to go to war, you used to have all of these white, blue-collar, mainly Irish guys working in fire departments, police departments, and buses, and driving buses. But when for some reason, none of the fire department or policemen, they were considered too valuable to national security to go off to war, so most of them didn't. So the bus drivers were not at that level of national security value. So they all went off to war. So they had to get somebody to drive the buses, and it was the blacks. So after World War II ended in terms of proactive prosecution of hostilities, and ultimately in Asia ended completely in 1952, the whites never went back to working jobs on buses, driving buses, because at that point it was considered nigger work, quote unquote. And so the blacks wouldn't let go of the buses, and that's how the San Francisco municipal system became a black mafia. Now understand, this is not racist. We have historically ethnically enclaved mafias. There's the Chinese mafia. There's the Italian mafia. We all know this. So why do people blank out when I say black mafia? Obviously, there would be a black underworld culture. Well, what it was centered on was the San Francisco municipal railway system, which was mostly the bus lines, and transit system. They call it a transit system, though it had technically some railways in it. So San Francisco municipal transit system. And so these blacks who drove these buses, they had total dominance of these buses. And you would be on a bus, and you'd have these fat black women driving the bus would just abandon the bus and all the passengers on it while they would stop and go into a grocery store and do their shopping. Literally. Come back out with a bag of groceries for what would seem like half an hour later. Go back to drive in if they wanted to. And then these buses are just totally at the whim of these black drivers, who would sexually assault female passengers, beat up male passengers that were elderly. You would be assaulted by the bus driver. It would not be a rare occurrence. It's like there is nothing enjoyable about a bus ride. You are like basically
I had some remnants of these guys over here once.
Oh, I bet. Tell us.
When I had a student ID that was like supposed to be a free ride.
Yeah.
And he's like, you can't use that. I'm like, what do you mean? This came from the regional transit.
Thank you.
Like,
go on.
And he was like, no, this is bullshit. And I'm like, what do you mean? I'm like a student. I'm trying to get to school and all this shit.
Yeah.
And he was like, we're not leaving till you pay. And then he called up the headquarters and was like, this boy won't pay.
Yeah.
And I had to scrape up like a couple like pennies and shit to pay the bus fare.
Yeah.
It was awful. This dude was crazy.
Thank you. And that's
and they were gonna have me arrested. He's like, I'll call the sheriff and they'll force you off.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Oh yeah.
It was insane.
Thank you. This is, and not only that,
I later called back and I said, like, is this like a valid like did you guys give me the right thing? And they're like, yeah, you shouldn't have done that.
Of course.
And I'm like,
of course.
But of course nothing happens to him.
Of course not. No, it's like you said, it's remnants of that black mafia, which dominated for generations. I mean, certainly all the while I was growing up, they dominated the municipal system, and they were their reign of terror. There's no other word for it. And its apex was under the black mayor of San Francisco, Willie Brown, who took it to its lowest point, where he basically said, oh, I'll recruit the black gangs of San Francisco to police the buses. So you not only had the black bus drivers, you had them stop and an entire black gang would come into the bus and police the bus by robbing everybody, coming in and just taking everything they had, then leaving the bus with the connivance of the bus driver. So anyone who just says, oh, I enjoy riding the bus, it's like, they have no concept of what I grew up with. They have no concept that it's like, this is not something you voluntarily use. It's like, this is the only option that you have because you have no car. So there you go with that. That's just the tip of the iceberg, people. Just the tip of the iceberg.
Right.
And
I had one of these guys fall. He was literally asleep.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like, it was the first bus of the day, and we were all had to get to work. Like, the whole people waiting for the bus, and the dude was asleep on the wheel.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we had to like bang on it, like, dude, we gotta go. We're gonna be late. And then he like barely gets up and like almost crashes on the way.
Oh yeah.
But we didn't have a choice because we had to get to work. Like,
I'm sure he was intoxicated and everything else.
Oh, he was all fucked up.
Yeah, it's like. Oh, by the way, we had an earthquake in San Francisco. So, two of them. We had two earthquakes.
Just now?
No, not just now. Over the past few days, just so people know. We had two earthquakes in San Francisco. No big deal, but I just want people to know. Of course, I happen to be very safe. As I am on Russian Hill, I'm on solid granite, a foundation of solid granite. So earthquakes are the last threat. Some were serious enough in the past to cause blackouts in our area, but it's not like we're in an area where we're going to be suffering landslides.
Were you out of the country for Loma Prieta? I meant to ask you that a while back.
No, Loma Prieta. I
like
was
89.
Yeah, 89. 89 was in 89 the Loma Prieta earthquake. I'm trying to remember. There was one when I was, how old would I have been? Let's take a look at the calculator there.
That's the big one that crashed the Bay Bridge and killed a bunch of people.
There we are. In terms of the bridge collapse, that was the bridge collapse, right?
Yeah.
Yep. So I was working with Acorn Projects at that time, and what happened was that I was in the thick of it in Oakland. Yeah, I was 23. So I was in private security enforcement at that time, and what happened was that in Oakland, where the highway collapsed, and all these people were buried alive in their cars, and many of them are still alive, injured, trapped in their vehicles. That's when Oakland, of course, is an all-black city. They swarmed like ants up the pylons of the highway, and they had armed themselves with knives and bolt cutters, and they were using those just to get to the people trapped in the cars and just cut off their fingers so they could steal their rings while they were alive and screaming and twitching, trapped under their cars. And I couldn't do anything about it because our jurisdiction was simply there in the project site. We could not go out and help these people. We just had to be cognizant of what was happening and prevent that from, going into the project sites, that level of violence. But of course it wouldn't. There's nothing to steal in the projects. So, but we could see the blacks swarming up these highway pylons, getting to the cars that, where people who were often white on their way to work and back, whatever commuters there were, who were trapped, screaming as, the blacks are going up there with bolt cutters, cutting off their fingers, taking the rings, ripping jewelry just literally off their bodies with knives, cutting it off of them, and stealing whatever they could from the cars that these people were trapped in. They never reported that, of course, but they would say all these people died who were buried, under the highway collapse, but they never described the fact that, they'd been butchered alive by all of the blacks, and that's why they died. They bled out, screaming with, limbs, certainly digits severed at the least. So I was personally witness to that. Obviously, there were men who were affiliated with us in the security team who wanted to open fire, but you couldn't allow it. It simply, it would simply get us legally involved in a conflict that was not ours. It was just these are the kinds of things I've dealt with all my life. So when I deal with people who have no concept, and then again, there's another trigger right there. Another trigger when I would go to work into Oakland wearing full combat gear. We're talking, I was swatted out, meaning I had a level 3 Kevlar vest, meaning threat level 3, complete with front and back steel trauma plates that were in turn covered with Kevlar, so that bullets fired that would hit the trauma plate wouldn't bounce and ricochet off into my face and tear my face off. You have those buffered by Kevlar as well. The steel is buffered by Kevlar. You could not swim in that uniform, but it's what you wore for ballistic protection. And I'd be going to work all geared out and looking like I'm in combat. And, people would often talk to me. And I remember young white people, they were like, hey, what you doing, man? What's up? And I said, where you going dressed like that? And I said, I'm dressed for combat because I'm entering a high-level threat zone that's one of the most dangerous areas in the United States. And they go, yeah, right. And just laugh. And the skepticism, I was just thinking, how insane can you be that you're riding a BART train through this black neighborhood that if you stepped out and went into the areas where I'm going, you'd be ripped to pieces in a moment.
And they always try to get you to jump off. Hey, come down, take the next stop, bro.
Yeah.
When I was taking it,
be
like, just come out, we'll smoke a little, we'll chill. Let's chill.
Like,
I bet.
Yeah, Lord, that cab driver? I told you about the cab driver, not the one who was crying. I said I had the really weird one the other day, but I never got a chance to talk about it.
Yeah. He was trying to chill.
He was offering me candy.
Drug candy or like actual candy?
Candy. He was like, I don't know. I didn't accept it, but he was like, you want some candy? Want some candy? I was like,
holy shit. Yeah.
It's like, oh my fucking God. Anyhow, so among other weirdness, I honestly began to worry about my physical safety. Not so much that I couldn't handle him if he attacked, but rather, that he would crash or something. He was like, I was thinking, is this guy is this guy altered? Is this guy, but and he forgot to turn the meter on. That's what pissed me off. By the time we got to my destination at the Kaiser Clinics for me to get my...
That's a scam right there.
Yeah, because, he's supposed to take... Well, but I mean, why scam that way? I guess because he can use the...
Well, that's like what they do in third world countries.
Yeah.
It's like the meter stops working and then they say, just pay me 300.
Right. Except this guy...
300 rupees,
Yeah. This fucker got out of it with $16, but, I was angry about that because I'm paying for paratransit to save money, right? So you pay pennies on the dollar so you get the paratransit debit card. And instead of getting to use that, this idiot forgot to turn his meter on, but because I'm kind-hearted, I didn't feel this person was a threat to me. but he was certainly acting bizarre. And it was like, he was asking me, first he asked me about dancing, what I knew about dancing,
dancing.
Yeah, dancing, which is obviously like a pass, like he's making a pass, maybe.
Yeah, I was gonna say he must have been grooving off.
Yeah.
Whatever you were doing.
Yeah. Oh my God. But anyhow, for anybody who just thinks, well, why are you taking?
You weren't dancing for him, were you?
No, fuck no. Good God, how could I? I'm sitting in a cab, but it's just that my looks. I guess it's like the effeminate enough look, and well, we know some people. Who would rather go. We won't go there. So,
everyone that you deal with.
Yeah. Yeah, or all too many. At any rate, yes, so for people who are asking questions, yes, that had to do with the Byzantine Orthodox New Year's, why the flowers are on my head, and why the soft focus Hallmark card effect my son was using for the photograph. But yes, and of course I'm high out of my fucking mind at the time the photograph was taken, and not too much better off now. But we'll get into monologue eventually tonight. We always kind of meander our way there and take our time with it. So in terms of, did any... I was asking Aristides about this, but what about both of you? Now, both Aristides being Greek and yourself being Levantine, you're Syrian Orthodox or Antiochian Orthodox, and I'm presuming... that Aristides, yeah. So Aristides, were you ever baptized like Greek Orthodox, or just not baptized? Your family never went through that.
No.
Okay. Yeah.
No, because my entire family is not, ethnic, so it's not like,
okay,
this is just what everybody did.
Okay, understood.
Kind of a mixed scenario. So, and not everybody was.
Wait, what did you say? What?
My whole family is not like Greek or Orthodox. Like,
neither is
like
mine.
I'm not 100% like Greek. So
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But what religion are you guys? Cultural.
I wasn't any. I don't know.
Okay. So your family was fairly secular, basically secular.
Right.
family.
Exactly. That's yes.
Yeah. And
they just really didn't carry on with whatever their parents or grandparents did. No.
Right.
Got it.
By the way, Amor Fadi asks, I just Googled Napoleon cancer, and the first thing to pop up is a relatively new article from National Geographic dated January 19th, 2024. It's titled, Was Napoleon Poisoned by Arsenic, or Did He Die from Cancer? What I concluded was that Napoleon Bonaparte, he was effectively impacted by his stomach cancer to such a degree that he lost the Battle of Waterloo. He was a man who belonged in a hospital by the time of that battle. But when he was captured by the British and they started pumping arsenic into him, it acted as a form of chemotherapy, a very primitive form of chemotherapy that actually extended his lifespan.
Right, that's actually what they use homeopathically to treat diseases like that.
Thank you.
Multiplication diseases.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah. So in attempting to kill him, the British were...
Do you think that they knew that, or were they trying to help him maybe?
It's, that is an excellent question. I have never thought of that until just now, when just as you were bringing it up simultaneously. So our minds think alike in that regard.
We can expand the theory or the histories.
Yeah, it's an interesting proposition. Where the British,
because I think even the British doctors back then knew it was deadly, but maybe they were trying to help him.
Right. Well, certainly they knew it was deadly, and the assumption, obviously, is that they were slowly poisoning him to death. But is it conceivable?
But why not just kill the guy?
Yeah. Well, they couldn't do that because that would have outraged the French and caused a rebellion. You see what I mean? So they couldn't do that.
I suppose, but
yeah. It's not only that. Don't forget he was attended. He did have French people with him who were attending him, but the British were nevertheless in charge of all the supplies they got. And so when he did die, however, the question would be then, as Brendan presents it, did the British doctors, knowing the lethal aspects of arsenic, did they also understand the homeopathic aspects where they were performing a form of chemotherapy in order to try and simply maintain his life extended for the sake of diplomatically having him there as he's essentially a French hostage that has his political value.
Yeah, not necessarily to help him continue the war, but to help him just stay alive for their reasons, whatever.
Their own political
optics or whatever political reasons. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. So he has political value as a trading piece in the event that diplomacy ever requires that. So he's obviously someone of value, and or as Brendan said, why not just kill him? So I mean, several reasons they don't want the repercussions, and therefore, if they don't want the repercussions of his dying, then yes, the interest would be in keeping him alive as long as possible. That is conceivable, and it's something that I never thought of until just now, when both of us simultaneously thought of that. So, very good question.
Which ended up happening because they kept him on was it the Canary Islands or something?
It was St. Helena. St.
Helena. So, which is in the Azores, right? Is that right?
Yeah, the Azores Island, I believe. The South Atlantic, definitely. Yeah. Sad little island with, you know how sad it is? The highest concentration proportionate to the baseline population of Jehovah's Witnesses in the world is on St. Helena.
Shit, that's taking that off the list.
Proportionate to the population, that is. In other words, proportionate to the baseline population, there's more Jehovah's Witnesses concentrated on St. Helena Island than anywhere else.
Oh no, this isn't part of the Azores. This is just like a lone island off the coast of Africa.
That's
Holy
it.
Shit, yeah. Yep, that's off the list for sure.
No, it's certainly the people who were there did not rate it as pleasant.
Right. Damn, the Brits really wanted him gone then.
No, they wanted him definitely out of reach, but he thrived for a bit of time, and probably with the arsenic and the chemotherapy. He was originally on the island, very energetic, kind of like telling people, he would wake people up in the morning, like, kind of like get up first, wake people up in the morning, energetic, and he and then of course deteriorated with time, it's so understand that Napoleon, he was his apex of his career was before Waterloo. He was, at the time of Waterloo, he had matured into quite the civil leader. He really should have just been left alone in charge of France when he retook France after escaping from the Elbe, or the island that he was on in the Elbe. Let me look that up just to make sure I got that right, because there's plenty of times I fuck up history. And I did that once on Coast to Coast AM, where I just fucked up something by the numbers and got away with it. Somebody called me up and called me on all the mistakes I was making, and I said it in such a way. I said, "Oh, I meant this and this and this." That everybody just rolled with it. Oh, that's the beauty of being able to talk well. The Napoleon escape, Elba, I think was the island. He was, there we are, Elba. Exile on the island of Elba. He escaped on February 26, 1815. That was the original 100 days. He spent 100 days in prison, and he escaped to take France back. The British had reinstalled the Emperor of France, and the French, of course, were not happy about it.
There was an emperor before Napoleon?
Well, it was the king. The king. He was the king. That was the best way to phrase it.
Oh, got it.
Napoleon called himself l'Empereur to disambiguate himself from the king, the royal dynasty, the monarchy. But for those of you who don't know, that means he placed himself above them. An emperor is always higher than a king. And so basically what happened was that the king had been reinstalled by the British, which, of course, the French had originally overthrown and did not appreciate having the monarchy reinstalled. So when the British reinstalled them and then the king heard Napoleon was coming back, he vacated the premises. And so quickly that Napoleon was able to sit down and eat his dinner, which had been laid out upon the table and it was still warm. If you can imagine that, when Napoleon retook Paris. And then Napoleon set on this domestic rehabilitation of France at that time that was actually quite impressive. And if the British had just left him alone, he like I said, he was not in good health. He was doing his thing and really was not on a rampage of conquest anymore. And they could have just left it at that, but no, they had to say, no, we want him back, and take him down. And then Waterloo happened, and he was forced to go into combat and was not in good shape for it, and lost the Battle of Waterloo. At which point, then he wound up back in prison until he died on that St. Helena Island, which of course is so dreary that people are driven to convert to Jehovah's Witnesses. So that's a horrible island to be on. It must be. Heather Holman has rejoined us.
Yeah. All Napoleon said was that it was humid. I don't think it made him convert to anything.
Yeah, no, he didn't convert. He didn't. Well, that was no.
I know. I'm making a joke.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Jehovah's Witnesses, weren't even around at that time. Thank God. The world. Yeah, the world was a much better place back then.
The Brits probably exiled them there on purpose.
Oh no, shit. Good
the Brits
point.
hate them for sure.
Good. Well, everybody does. Everybody does. Who wouldn't? Tell people about your own experience, please.
Which one?
With the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Which time? Is there a specific one?
The time that they started terrorizing you, just harassing you relentlessly.
Oh, yeah. They were like my mom, for some reason, was talking to them because she thought they were like Christians or something. She didn't really know. Yeah. And then all of a sudden we would come home and there'd be like hundreds of pamphlets and like weird things that like look like tarot cards, like these like judgment cards and shit, like lined up in the door frame, like dozens, like 20 at a time, like just straight up like gang stalking level shit. It was insane. Yeah. So that was just one aspect of what they've done. And then there was another time when someone had answered, one of my friends had talked to them and he said that the lady literally had like reptilian eyes and shit.
Yeah.
And I was like telling him like, I don't doubt it. Like, she's like, they're all possessed by demons and shit.
They are. They are. By the way, anyone out there who thinks that, Brendan...
Or some kind of sick egregore or something.
Yeah, thank you. And anyone out there who thinks Brendan and I are just coming down too hard on these people because they seem non-threatening to you, don't buy into that bullshit. My sister became a Jehovah's Witness, and, that was like... It devastated our family life, tore our family apart. This is what cults do. They are a vile cult. They're all for those of you who don't know,
it's a doomsday cult.
Yeah. Worse. It's like a extended doomsday cult where they're like a doomsday cult, but they're not anxious to die. So they're just like extending off. They're postponing doomsday and just like, waiting for it to come. This passive aggressive. It's like this passive aggressive apocalypticism. I can't imagine anything worse than that.
That's a good way to put it. It's just it's like it never comes. They just keep threatening it.
Yes. It's like watching somebody. Yeah, like watching somebody jack off forever without the cum shot. That's that's what it is. So when it comes to Jehovah's Witnesses, the horror of them is that and to give people, as I said before, I pointed this out before, Heinrich Himmler developed a begrudging respect for them because in the death camps, he gave the order that they're allowed to walk out of the camps anytime they wish, as long as they renounce their religion. But none of them would renounce their religion, and they all willingly went to their deaths. So he had a begrudging respect for them. But let's just put it this way. It's easy to have that when you don't have them at your door leaving the fucking judgment cards. You see, Heinrich Himmler got to see them die. You could almost appreciate, if I were in that camp, unlike Heinrich Himmler, I would actually be enjoying watching them die.
Of course.
Oh my God. Just because of my experience of my sister being one and the horrors that brought down upon us. And if you ever speak to them, they don't believe in ghosts. They don't believe, quote unquote, in
no holidays, no birthdays, no special events. Like it's hell for the children.
Yes,
especially in this society.
Yeah,
the modern stuff.
Yeah,
like the children literally go through hell on Earth.
Oh yeah. No, a good example was Dave Zamlick was I guess I could call him a friend, worked at the VA, and Dave Zamlick was literally he was a young man, maybe about 16, between 16 years of age, maybe, when his father died. And then his mother married a Jehovah's Witness. And then when his mother married a Jehovah's Witness,
bad idea.
Yeah, no shit. He got kicked out of the home because he said something to offend the motherfucker, and then the man said, "If thine hand offends thee, cut it out, and you are cast out from this home." And he kicked him out of the home at age 16. That's why he joined the army. He ran away and joined the army at an early age, lying about his age when you could still do that before we had computers and shit. Anyhow, so there you go.
Pretty sure nowadays they can crunch numbers or make something work.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Fuck yeah. And don't think they wouldn't be willing to do that to get a body, into the military.
They told us that there's some kind of exemption.
Oh yeah. There's
like you can join early if you are an emancipated minor, and I'm sure they'll help you do the paperwork.
Oh fuck yeah. No, there you go. No, it's true. And as a matter of fact, that's why the United States is not signatory to the United Nations Convention against the use of children in warfare. The United States has never been signatory to that, and they refuse to sign on to that. The United Nations has put up this convention about using against, of course.
Oh shit! Don't tell T-Man that.
Yeah.
Start drafting kids.
Yeah. Yeah. No shit. Well, he'll have to with the wars he's going to start.
Right.
He wants to invade Greenland, for Christ's sakes. And
yeah, well, they're not the problem. It's Copenhagen. Like they got a bunch of stashed weapons that we don't know about.
Oh fuck yeah!
I wouldn't piss off them. Yeah, I wouldn't piss them off.
Oh yeah, no, Trump is so fucking crazy, and it's like but there you go. But and,
you know why he, the Edomic reason or whatever, presumably. Is why they hate Denmark is because it's consistently ranked as the happiest country on earth.
Yeah,
because of their prosperity.
Yeah.
So of course they're going to target his. That's what the what's that idiot? That was what Putin wants. It's like destroy the happiest country on earth.
Yeah.
Makes us look bad.
Yeah, it's true. It's like invading Disneyland or something. I mean, you're talking about these are the only people.
A peaceful country that's like all happy and they got good finances. It's like, why do you hate them?
Yeah.
Only explanation.
Oh fuck yeah! And they even have to show you how different they are. They process so differently. They've got some kind of
the Dutch are weird for sure.
Yeah. What's that children's show? Boy with Big Dick. They've got this boy with this.
You're joking.
No, they've got some children's show that's claymation. Denmark children's show boy with big.
Yeah, that's
dick.
Why they produce people like Bjork and shit.
Yeah,
they're just all fucking crazy.
Yeah, here we are. Yeah, Denmark launches children's show about man with giant penis. There we are. And
they're special.
Yeah. Critics condemn idea of animated series about a man who cannot control his penis, but others have backed it. Yes. They have a children's show or had one that was, all about, a man. Well, first it was a young boy had this big penis, and then they made one about a man. The man's penis is more like tentacular, and he can manipulate it like an elephant trunk to pick things up. But the boy's is just thick, and he just has to lug it around and, cope with.
What's the point of this exactly?
They're the happiest nation on earth. I mean, I guess it comes with the territory. I wasn't in on the production.
Which is surprising.
Is it? I mean, I actually, you're talking about pedophilia in Europe, especially around Netherlands is worse, but
yeah,
that's right. But it's like
it's almost like they don't notice though. It's weird.
It's like they ignore it.
Like they expect you to be doing something at like 13.
Yeah. It's true. It is fucking true.
Like, I don't.
It's
maybe it's something to do with the Middle Ages. Like it's just an extension. Like they never grew out of it or something.
Yeah. No, seriously, it is this vestigial from the back when people didn't live to be 100. People would live to be maybe they'd die young. People would die young. So Europe, they don't have the same concept. But that brings me back to my point. So the United Nations has this convention against the use of children in warfare, child soldiers. But the United States refuses to sign on to it because they consistently use underage men that they recruit into their military through this emancipated minor legal loophole. And there you go with that. So the United States uses...
Makes sense.
Yeah, there you have it. Absolutely bizarre. And of course, it's all stupid when you realize, we've got to lower this age 18 as being an adult because obviously it's way too old at this point in history just for practical reasons. I mean, kids are already...
the lifespans are declining.
Yeah, the lifespans are declining. Yeah. And, but these kids are like, they've seen it all long before the age of 18. That's anachronistic at this point in history.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, find me a pure mind at 18. Good luck.
That's impossible. The internet's seen to that. Everything that Aquino and DARPA wanted was to corrupt the youth through this monster.
There was some story that came out recently. It was like there was a kid with cerebral palsy. Yeah. Like really bad. He was in a wheelchair. Yeah. And he would just do video games in his basement for years. Mm-hmm. And the parents were like, you got to get outside. And then he ended up dying, right? The parents felt so bad, like he'll never experience anything. And then it turns out 1,200 people came to his funeral and he had a girlfriend. He was living a whole life and they didn't even know. They thought he was just some poor sap in a wheelchair, but he was he had hundreds of friends on his, and a girlfriend, literally a girlfriend.
That's incredible. You have a link to that story? I'd love to read that just for the entertainment value of it. Holy shit.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'll have to find it. But
it just goes to show. And
the dad felt all bad. He'll never get outside and make friends. And then after he died, all these people showed up. They were crying. Yeah,
there you go. But that's definitely an exception to the rule. Your average guy on the internet has no friends. How the fuck? Yeah. He must have been incredibly convivial or something. How would he get the, how would somebody accomplish that? I mean, I can see how somebody could accomplish it. It makes you wonder why the rest of these guys on the internet...
he had muscular dystrophy.
Yeah. Makes you wonder why the rest of these guys on the internet don't accomplish something like that. Oh, I know why. They're assholes. That's right. They go around just,
Yeah, because they're terrible people and they just hurl slurs at people.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, the internet just brings out the worst in them. Of course, they were always bad, but the internet just brings it out. And
I found the article.
Yes, there we are. Thank you. And
the dad's all proud. My son actually had friends.
So yes. If anyone wants a link, just look up Denmark children's show Boy with Big Dick, and you'll find it. They're
I
showing
don't
them.
want to be put on a list.
Yeah.
You can give us the.
Well, here, hey, take a look at this. This is what I got. I'm sharing screen. Oh, here we are. My disabled son's amazing gaming life. Oh fuck. Yeah, send that to me in private messages too, please. And right now I'm going to see, this is what I got. Denmark's children's show Boy with Big Dick. First thing I get is warning: child sexual abuse imagery is illegal. That's not what I'm looking for, people. And anyhow, so Denmark launches children's show about a man.
Context is key. Yeah.
Yeah. John Dillermand, new Danish children's TV show. Animation starring man with a penis so massive and flexible it can save children from danger, fetch objects from a river, and operate as a pogo stick. That's like
So it's some kind of comedy or something. Like, is that the idea?
I have no idea. A new animated series aimed at 4 to 8 year olds about John Dillermand, the man with the world's longest penis who overcomes hardships and challenges. No, this is about T-Tank. No, not T-Tank. I'm so sorry. Real Dick Geek. It's Real Tech Geek. That's what it's about.
He wishes.
Yeah.
He never saved anyone. With whatever he's talking about.
John Dillermand is a Danish stop-motion animated children's television series about a man and his very long penis. Premiered on January 3rd, 2021. There we are. And came under fire for depictions of male genitalia. Here's the response. It follows really in the proud tradition of this country, was the response.
Well, they're really flexing. Yeah, they're like flexing the size of it. What else do you think we should do? It's like,
oh my god. YouTube
with our giant schlongs, like,
yes, YouTube
that's
this
what they're saying. So.
Yeah. YouTube this morning. The children's cartoon character with a long penis possesses something. The children's cartoon character John Dillermand possesses something very unique, something that can help him in rescue operations. Can tame. What is it? Can tame what? Oh my god, wild animals or something like that. Oh, that's an interesting image. Okay, so
it's ridiculous.
Okay, yeah,
no pun intended.
Yeah, beyond ridiculous. Children's cartoon character with a long penis that can operate a barbecue. Oh, I know. They were inspired by Daniel Arola's fantasy. Daniel Arola would love that. Yeah, there we are.
Yeah, swinging from trees and shit.
Can tame lions. Yes, it says can tame lions and even light a barbecue. Yes, that's... Okay, so again, we're joined live from Denmark by Professor Stein Liv Johansen and presenter in Mum, Ulla Isendrop, to tell us more about the surprise ratings hit. It's a ratings hit. Oh my God, this hit it big. Yeah, it's but imagine growing up in that culture, and it's how differently you would process than
I can just look at Bjork. Look at Bjork.
Yeah, that's right, Bjork.
Can't even follow what she's talking about.
I always thought she was Icelandic. Isn't she like Icelandic or something?
Yeah, but it's they're
all, that's right. They're Denmark.
Danish.
It's Danish. Yeah, that's right.
It's owned by Denmark. Yeah, it's owned by Denmark.
That's right. Yes, that's right. It was.
They're all the same bloodline.
Yes, that's true. That's true. Excellent point. Excellent point. Yes, and Bjork is incomprehensible to say the least.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
And she also like she had grew up on the continent.
Okay.
Like she was born in Iceland, then she moved.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. And well, what about this? The French. Okay, let's look this one up. French children's.
Okay, when the French do it, it's just creepy. Like we can't give them a pass.
Show.
Sorry.
Character. Steam iron with a face. There's this one French children's show that those steam irons that you use to iron clothes. They have one with a human face on it. So every time some woman picks him up to iron, he screams because they turn the steam on. Then he feels agony while she irons the clothes, and he's screaming, "Ah!" That's this French
Yeah, the
show.
French are fucked up.
Yes, the Europeans, they process differently. They do not think like you, America. It's
Yeah, Americans would be shocked. I mean, I was when I went over there.
oh, yes.
Like on the surface, they're civilized, but then if you start talking to these people, you're like, holy shit.
Yes. Well,
Because
Britain.
they like fought against the puritanical thing like a little bit too much.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Like,
Tell us.
out here, we kind of like kept it to like the 50s or the 60s.
Yeah.
But over there, they were like really anti.
Yeah.
Depression, like
Yeah.
they go in suntan like in the nude in parks, like it's just no big deal.
Yes, that's right. And
And there's children everywhere. Oh, and yeah, like when I went there, I was in Avebury, which is a famous, like a stone circle, right?
Yeah.
Famous stone, like ancient site.
yeah,
And there was like a bunch of naked French babies. I'm not like, it wasn't just one, it was like multiple families.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the fuck? Like these weird French hippies, like, and they just like were like having the greatest time and their kids were like frolicking. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like the average American would like lose their shit. Why is there a naked baby? Oh my God. Yeah.
Oh my
But
god.
everyone was just like, it was just normal.
Yeah.
They seem nice, like the parents, like they seem fun.
Yeah.
They're like some French hippies.
Yeah. It's
But
yeah.
if Americans saw that, they'd like lose it. They'd be like, abuse, child abuse.
Oh yeah. And
Because over here, people would be like taking photos and shit, like crazy stuff.
oh no, it's true. It's
But over there, it was just like, okay,
Yeah,
it's just,
no.
they're just on vacation.
no. This is true. There is in America, because the predators are so, I don't know how to describe it. It goes back to Puritanism. It goes back to the Puritanical Revolution and Cromwell. It goes back to Cromwell, and Cromwell killed his king. As a matter of fact, that's the whole point of Solomon Kane. For those of you who don't know, our man, what's our man's name who developed Conan again? Robert Irvin Howard. Robert Irvin Howard,
He did Conan? Yeah, okay.
Robert E. Howard was the man who created Conan.
That's it.
And he every person who was in the universe of Robert E. Howard who didn't live that long, because he killed himself when his mother died. And for those of you who don't know, Robert E. Howard. I'm sorry?
The author?
Yeah, the author.
Holy shit.
Yeah, Robert E. Howard, who was in personal
Talk about
course.
Mama's Boy.
No, it's hard to describe. It's basically Robert E. Howard. He was.
So you're saying he was a positive person. He died at 30. Whoa.
Yeah,
Shit.
yeah, Robert. Yeah, and yet he produced,
Solomon Kane, Conan, Red Sonja,
Yeah,
and more.
yeah.
Cool of Atlantis. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. He's the guy.
Influenced by H.P. Lovecraft.
Yeah,
Of course.
yeah, and they were in direct
Edgar Rice
correspondence.
Burroughs,
Yeah.
Clark Ashton Smith. Yeah, there
Yeah.
you go.
Yeah, all those guys were in correspondence with each other. And he was someone who produced this whole universe. All of those people are connected by Celtic bloodline. All of those characters, they're all supposed to be of a single family. Conan, Red Sonja, the Solomon Kane, all the rest of them. Well, maybe not Solomon Kane. He was more Anglo-Aryan. But the majority of his characters, including some Irish pirate girl who's not as famous that he created, they were all supposed to be related by this Celtic bloodline. So he was very much into the Celtic warrior heritage. But he developed a very firm belief in reincarnation. And he was convinced that reincarnation was real. He was certainly... He loved his mother. He was someone who, of course, grew up in a very violent oil boom town. And the oil boom town was just full of people, wildcatters they used to call them. And these people who would just come in and, obviously these were all violent people in need of prostitutes. So he grew up surrounded.
Yeah, it said it's Piastre, Texas, or something like that.
Thank you. Yeah, surrounded by wildcatters and prostitutes. So he grew up having to fight some people off violently. As a young boy, he was probably suffered rape attempts or something like that, which is common in those criminal type environments where people are doing that kind of work. But so it wasn't like he was incapable of defending himself, but he dearly loved his mother. And I don't know how to describe this, but the best way to describe it is that it didn't seem to be consummated incest that we know of, but when his mother died, he loved her so much that he felt that he could join her when they reincarnated on the other side or in the next cycle by killing himself at that moment. So when his mother died, he went to sit in his brand new vehicle because he had earned enough money from his writing to purchase what at that time was a hot rod. And he got into this hot rod, kind of girl kind of car you'd use to pick up girls with. And he sat down in that car and blew his brains out when his mother died, so that he would join her in the next life, that they could incarnate together. Again, we can only speculate. Is this incest? Is this like, or was it some kind of chaste love he had for his mother that was so intense that he felt perhaps they could incarnate in the next life as potential lovers or something?
Some kind of people get these binds with reincarnation, like what would be called like a twin flame, but they just got like it just got the design of it got messed up in this life. Yes.
Thank you. That's the best way to put that. Thank you. I really couldn't express it better than that. But my favorite...
And I have the news for him, if he's not already reincarnated, is that it's probably going to be messed up again because Divine has a funny way of like breaking you out of that mindset, and it's...
Oh, yeah.
It's not going to work out how you thought it was going to work out, let's say.
Well, let's just put it this way. When he did that, at his funeral, the preacher said, his soul's burning in hell, because, he killed himself. And then nowadays they got a statue of him in that town. So imagine this: they got a statue of the guy in that town in Texas, and at the same time, that's of a man who, when he died, they all said he was going to go to hell. I mean, go figure, right? It's
pretty classic.
Yeah, you just shake your
Texas,
head.
Go big or go home.
Yeah.
Everything's bigger in Texas.
Yeah.
Except Joe Rogan's brain.
Yeah, there you go, and his dick.
I had to take the cheap shot.
Yeah, yeah, that's.
I mean, it used to be decent, but he like atrophied or something.
Yeah,
all the meathead juicing. And shit. I think that's the danger of that guy, is that like people don't realize that he's like losing it slowly.
Dude, he lost
but they
it long
still
time
listen
ago.
to him.
He lost it long fucking time ago. What's this losing it slowly shit? Yeah.
But I'm saying people don't realize it.
No,
they think he's like the mouth of God.
Yeah, yeah. This is this American
I heard it on
craziness.
Joe Rogan.
This is this American craziness. But my favorite character, the one who I like the best, that was created by Robert E. Howard, was Solomon Kane, who was a Puritan. And the deal with Solomon Kane was, because it's lost to history, people all know Cromwell ordered his own king to be executed. But no one ever talks about who did it. See, who was the man who cut off his own king's head? It wasn't Cromwell. Cromwell gave the order, and he was held responsible.
You're talking about Oliver Cromwell.
Yeah. And so when Cromwell, the original Puritan, so when Cromwell put England...
Yeah, I went to the spot where he got beheaded, so
yes,
that was fun.
Cromwell got beheaded, or the king. Yeah.
Both.
Yeah, because they both. Thank you, because they both wound up being beheaded. Cromwell.
That Parliament building is straight haunted as fuck.
Yes,
it's scary. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And
I was showing my mom a video about London, and he kept saying, "This is where this person got beheaded." She's like, "Why are there so many beheadings?" I was like, "I don't know. That's just how the English were." It was like that was the thing to do on a Tuesday.
Oh, dude, that's if you were fucking lucky. Look up the British king or prince, or there was British royalty who they had a civil war in the family, and they took this one British king, or he was a prince or destined to be king, but they didn't want him to be king because, you know, and they wanted to take the throne. And his own relatives, when they captured him after the family civil war, they shoved a hot poker up his ass. That's and he, of course,
for what? Purpose.
It just, they hated him. And they shoved a hot poker up his ass while he was alive, and his body tensed up in so much pain that it froze in position. The muscles could not retract, so they couldn't bury him in a coffin because his ass was sticking out, and they couldn't flatten the body to fit in a coffin. So they had to do something to restructure the coffin to accommodate the fact that his ass was up in the air in a permanent position because his muscles had contracted so violently that they
presumably died from that.
Yeah, from the hot poker shoved up his ass. Yeah, he died. Yeah. That's, dude, you can't survive that. You wouldn't want to survive that. Only Peter Moon could survive that.
The ultimate colonic.
Yeah. For those
disgusting.
For those of you who don't know, there was that time that I was on with Peter Moon. He kept denying that I was talking to this woman named Anne Marie. And I said, no, I met her. You never met her. You never met her. And Aaron Tice found the episode.
He's like, there's no way. There's no way.
Yeah, and Aaron Tice found the episode in which Peter Moon acknowledged that I had met her and acknowledged the gift she had given me, which was a jade hairpin. She had given me a jade hairpin, but, you know, so Peter Moon acknowledged that I had met Anne Marie. And that years later, he was kind of violently denying that I could ever have met her. Even though I have a hostile witness to my meeting her in Laurie and Ann Fenton. But anyhow, Anne Marie, her whole relationship with Peter Moon was that she was this older Italian lady who looked like Geraldine Ferraro. She took Peter Moon off the streets. She sweeped him up like dog shit in a dog, what do you call it, pooper scooper. But instead of dispensing with it, she brought it home. And by that I mean, Peter Moon, after his divorce, was living with Stuart Sverdlow for years. He was living with Stuart Sverdlow. They were almost certainly fucking each other.
Couch surfing.
Yeah, it wasn't couch surfing. He was in bed with Stuart Sverdlow because Stuart Sverdlow had problems with his own fucking wife.
Yeah, I always thought that was weird when he said he would wake up in the middle of the night to answer the phone. It's like, how would you know?
Yeah, how would you know? Yeah, because he was in bed with him. That's how he knew. But then when,
like, he was like their adopted son, they like put up the little twin bed inside the bedroom.
Yeah.
Here you go, Peter.
Yeah.
Come sleep in our room.
Well, he's awfully tall for that. Yeah, that'd have to be a big crib. Yeah, he was anyhow. So that son of a bitch, when she took him in, Anne Marie took him in, and she loved him to death. This woman wanted to marry him so bad. She did everything for this son of a bitch. And, of course, the only way she could physically consummate their relationship was Peter Moon literally, and they say this like, oh, this guy got on YouTube and then he started showing his ass, meaning he made a fool of himself. No, Peter Moon literally showed her his ass and said, this is how we can physically be intimate. And he basically had her fist him so that she could stimulate his prostate. This is what Anne Marie did for him. By the way, this is what she shared with myself and Aaron Tice, was that she would fist. I'm not making this up because I'm salty about Peter Moon and what he did. This is just reality. He basically would tell her, this is the sex we can have. And so she loved him so much that she would fist him and stimulate his prostate. And that's how he was
vile.
Able to get off. Everything about Peter Moon is vile. That's why he's into the colonics and everything. And oh my fucking God. It's like, I would never consummate with him, which is why he ultimately ditched the book project, because, he thought that I had fallen under the glamour of...
He kept trying to get you to come over.
Oh, yeah.
Like you're some kind of chick.
Yeah.
You can come sign the books. I'll set up a room for you. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And he said that on air, so good luck,
Yeah. There
with
you
your,
go.
defamation.
Yeah, good luck denying that, Peter. Yeah, piece of shit. Yeah.
Maybe you can come over sometime. He literally said it in some weird way, too.
Mm-hmm. Yes, repeated. Well, he said on air we were married. We have a kind of marriage.
Oh, that of course, yeah.
Yeah, and
some sort of marriage,
Yeah.
Douglas, you could say, you know. Like,
yeah,
what the fuck,
yeah.
man?
Oh, yeah. And anyhow,
That was like one of the only other times where I said get him off air. I was like, dude, he's saying you're married to him now.
Yeah. Oh, God.
There was only 2 times. It was the marina time and the cucumber, and then that. I was like, Doug, you got to get him off.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
He's already in love with you.
Yeah. Oh no, it's disgusting. It's just so creepy and so vile. And but when it came to Anne Marie, the reason that that's so poignant to me is because here she was going to stooping that low to just prostrate herself before him, so that in the hopes that he would finally marry her, and then he threw her to the gutter for as soon as he got the child bride from Romania, like she was nothing, like she was used Kleenex, and then later on brought up her death like it was nothing. You remember how he casually just mentioned, yeah, Emery died, and conversationally,
like in passing too. He was gonna go right over it.
Yeah. Yes, and I stopped him. You're right. It was in passing, like he was just gonna pass on until I saw. Oh my God, she's dead, and he was like,
right,
yeah, oh yeah, then blah blah, going on with his other shit.
He had like no heart when it came to anyone dying.
Yeah, of course not.
His parents, especially.
Oh yeah, his own parents. We know you killed your parents, Peter.
Brooke was crying. Yeah,
yeah,
Brooke was crying, and then he's like, "Why are you crying?"
Yeah, why are you crying? I got the money. I got the house.
Yeah. Yeah, literally said that to her.
Yes, yeah, Peter. We all know you're worse than O.J. Simpson, Peter. You're worse than O.J. Simpson. It's yeah, and it's like V. She didn't.
It's like instead of saying if I did it, he straight up in his book said, "I knew this was gonna happen."
Yeah, yeah. Well, he said it on this show. He said on the. Remember, I told my parents, you keep talking me out of Scientology. Something's gonna happen to you. Yeah.
And something happened.
Yeah, and then something happened. Then he wrote about it in the book. I knew it would happen. It's yes.
Wonder why.
Yeah. When I explained to V, I said his parents died in an impossible car accident, and she said, "Impossible? You mean like improbable, right?" And I said, "No, impossible. I mean, tell him, Brendan. Why we know that thanks to your knowledge of the vehicle they died in."
Yeah. Like the rollover makes sense, but the explosion doesn't. It's like you could theoretically survive even in those old cars, like some kind of big incident because they're so heavy and slow.
Even the rollover doesn't make sense. They were on level ground.
Yeah, but then he said like the car exploded, like there was no survivors. Like
yeah.
He even didn't he say something like where they couldn't even be put on display because they were so mangled.
Yes. Impossible.
So in an old car like that, there's so many like gaps in the gaskets, and back then they didn't have a emission system, so there was no pressure in the gas system. Like the fumes of the gasoline didn't hold pressure because they just let it out to the atmosphere. They didn't have smog regulations in the 60s, so for it to build up enough pressure to quote unquote explode is totally improbable. It's like beyond impossible.
Thank you.
And I know the car because I used to own them.
Yes.
My father as well. It's a 1960 Chevy. I know exactly. It's literally called a lead sled because they would fill in the fins with lead. Those like stylized fins. If you look up a 59 and 60 Chevy, they're literally got like fins pointing out.
Yeah.
And I've driven many of those, and there's no way for it to blow up.
Yeah, and not only that, it's a fucking tank. It is. Tell them. Yeah, it doesn't roll over unless you're rolling off a cliff. No. Go on, tell them.
No, completely metal frame, metal body. Just like quarter-inch. We're talking like quarter-inch steel and shit. Like literally bulletproof.
Yeah.
I've seen a few of them. They would bring them, from these backwoods and shit. They would like dig them out of the woods to like resell parts. There'd be bullet holes in them, but they wouldn't penetrate like fully. Yeah. Because they're made out of like giant pieces of metal.
Yeah, they're not even bullet holes. You mean dents. You could see the bullet indentations.
Yeah, they were like literal dents,
Yeah.
Of like 45s, like big ass caliber too.
Yeah.
So these things were like, they don't make them like they used to. That's for sure.
No, I mean, and so just...
Like the bumpers, like I couldn't even lift a bumper when I was younger. Like They're pure metal, solid metal bumpers, solid metal frame.
Yeah.
Body was a 1/4 inch.
Yeah. Oh yeah. If you ran into, like I said, the example of like a hotel lobby with that automobile or a restaurant, you would survive, whereas you would kill a good number of the people in there. But you would survive. Yeah. If you crashed in through the wall of those some facility like that.
The only downside of them was there was no seatbelts. Seatbelts were optional.
Right. That's right.
They cost extra.
That's right. No, it's true. It's true. In those days.
So like if you crashed hard enough, and the steering column would just go right through your chest like a push pin or something.
Like an impaling stake. Like an impaling. You'd be impaled. Yeah.
Yeah. Decapitated, impaled.
Yeah.
But not explode.
Yeah, but not explode. Right. And so yeah, definitely Brooke is convinced that Peter had the Scientology church, kill his parents. And that's not inconceivable. Remember, Miscavige tried to kill his own father. And his father testified to that effect, that Miscavige tried to assassinate.
Who's that? Like one of the second in command or something?
Yeah. Miscavige is the guy who took over Scientology after L. Ron. He's the guy who took over while L. Ron was senile. And that's
Got
it. Peter Moon would speak of him endlessly because Peter Moon's world was,
he loved him probably.
Oh, he would claim that he hated him.
Or was he a loyalist? He was a loyalist.
He was a loyalist to L. Ron Hubbard, of course. And Peter Moon was in there, that's how Peter Moon was in this disgustingly privileged position with the church, where it's like he didn't even have to eat on the ship. That's how he married his wife. She was attracted to him because he was able to take her to lunch off the ship and shit like that because he had money. Right. But anyhow, but that son of a bitch, he was, no wonder Scientology was positive for him. But of course, we all know that none of it works because Peter proved it doesn't work, because Scientology, the whole idea was to make yourself clear so you wouldn't be tormented by all of these negative, stimuli. You wouldn't
psychological
be
issues.
Yeah, you wouldn't be triggered. But all Peter had was anger over Brooke, anger at JoJo for getting a pair of fake boobs, and now she's got these boobs.
Cursing everybody.
Yeah, cursing everybody constantly. I mean, he was not clear.
Lusting over young women.
Yeah, or at least overcompensating in saying, I should lust after this young woman, and he knew which ones he was supposed to lust after, where, he had Anne-Marie, who looked like Geraldine Ferraro, fist him so he wouldn't have to look at her face. That way he could just turn around, fantasize it was probably myself, that was fisting him, and he could fantasize that or envision that while, he didn't have to look at poor Geraldine Ferraro behind him. This is the kind of scum we're talking about. But he was compensating when
that's not her name, obviously, right? Yeah, that's the other lady.
Yeah, Geraldine Ferraro is the politician, but Anne-Marie is the name of the lady who was I can't remember her last name, but she was, Peter threw her aside, and then she died lonely, brokenhearted. She was the one who read the book that was written by Michael Aquino. Michael Aquino wrote this book called, what was it called again? Witch Hunt or something, in which he portrayed himself as the victim of this witch hunt. And
of course,
she read that book specifically so that she could validate and verify everything that I was saying, cross-reference it with what Michael Aquino was saying, and she found that pretty much Michael Aquino and I were saying the same thing, except from different sides. But by the way, it alarms me more and more sometimes that you just at any rate, I'll speak of that another time because something concerning Michael Aquino. But when it came, my point with Solomon Kane, which I was talking about, Robert E. Howard, was that Robert E. Howard created this character because during the Cromwell War with the Royalists, when he had his own king executed, obviously it was not Cromwell that beheaded his own king. He ordered another Puritan to do it. That was the idea behind Solomon Kane, was that Robert E. Howard created this character based on history, on the mystery man who beheaded the king. In other words, there was a Puritan who stepped forward, who was this ominous Puritan, fanatical Puritan, obviously, who was willing to kill his own king for the sake of a higher king, God, King of Kings, etc. And he beheaded his own king and then kind of stepped out of history, and nobody knew who he was or what happened to him. And that's who Solomon Kane was, who spent the rest of his life atoning for killing his own king by traveling the world and fighting evil. So that was the idea behind Solomon Kane, that was portrayed by Robert E. Howard, based on a true historical character and what was known about him, what little was known about. By the way, Prisoner 42 says, "Good evening, Mr. Dietrich." Good evening, Prisoner 42. And so here we are. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Okay, welcome back. And so all such being said, let's see what other topics come to mind. Now that we've covered everything about Peter Moon's incredible sex life. Heather.
That's what you could call it.
Yeah. It's honestly, the guy online with muscular sclerosis had a more wholesome.
He was getting more game.
Yeah. Thank you. And so she did warn us she was away from keyboard. She says, "Be right back." Okay, so she's not back yet. So Aristides, when you went to see Peter Moon, I remember what Brooke Gibson said.
Right.
Yes. She was wondering. Brooke Gibson was
resisting many jokes right now.
Yeah. Brooke Gibson was wondering
Yeah,
if Pete ever made a pass at you. That never happened, right?
No, he actually did not. Maybe I'm just not
Aristides
his
is too manly. No offense, Doug.
Yeah.
I'm just not his type. I could tell.
He looks like a dude. Yeah.
That's true. You're right. And yeah. And for those of you who wonder about Peter Moon ditching his wife for ditching Anne-Marie for the child bride that was to become his wife, Paula, understand that Paula had no tits, no ass, and looked exactly like a young boy, and that's the only reason he could groove off her, to the point where she told me that during sex he forced her to basically tape a sausage to her thigh so that he could fantasize she was a boy. So there you go. That was the only way he could get off with her, to the point where they actually had a child, theoretically, but it wasn't his child. That's why he had it aborted. Actually, his rationalization was that he thought it was Aquino reincarnate in the child, and that's why he ordered its abortion. By the way, are you aware of this, Aristides, about the abortion, Paula's abortion because of Peter?
Okay. Yeah, I'm off mute. The abortion of whose? Paul? Wait, what? Is this with Peter?
Peter's child.
What are you talking about? Say that again.
Peter's child with Paula, quote unquote.
Yeah, and it was an abortion.
Yeah, you didn't know about this?
I probably did.
You did? What do you know about it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Sounds right.
Yeah. So anyhow, what happened was, Paula, of course, it was not Peter's child. Paula got pregnant with some other guy, and the baby would have come out looking like, fucking, who's the golf guy? Tiger Woods. The baby would have come out looking like Tiger Woods or some shit like that. So she was happy to abort it, because Peter would have logically recognized instantly it wasn't his child. But Peter ordered it aborted for a completely different reason. This is what he told me, is that he had a dream that Michael Aquino came to him in his dream and said, "I'm incarnating through the child that's in your wife's womb." Ha ha ha! And then he woke up and said, "This baby has to die." And so that's why he ordered the abortion. I shit you not. This is how, pathologically psychotic Peter was. He's on a shamanistic level when it comes to dreams, where dreams to him are literally, an order from on high, to be obeyed. It's like that's on the level of some Amazon tribesmen. Actually, it's an insult to Amazon tribesmen to say that, and I do apologize, but Peter Moon is obviously pathological. So at any rate, Paula never protested, and I know exactly why. Was because she just thought it was, oh, thank God. Because, of course, if the baby had been delivered, it would have come out looking, like I said, like Tiger Woods. Because she was fucking all these ethnics, including her own quote-unquote brother, who was not her brother. They were both adopted, and her brother looked like Salman Sheikh, except even swarthier. He was this Pakistani motherfucker who was like supposed to be quote unquote a Tibetan monk. Man, what a line of shit that was. Remember that Peter Moon always saying, the Tibetan monks with the golden books, the books with solid gold pages. Yeah. You remember any of that line of crap, Aristides?
I think so.
Yeah, how her brother was supposed to have gone to Tibet and the inner earth and shit, that he was the guardian of the gate to inner earth and shit. Remember that crap?
Yeah, cool story, bro. Yeah, right. Look, man, everybody's got the keys to Agartha, all right? Yeah. Yeah. Like, hey, I got some keys to Agartha to sell you over here. It's like, is that like, hey, buddy, psst, look at my coat. I got some keys to Agartha.
I love it.
Or wait, or is it like the Florida real estate? It's like, hey, you want to buy some like Florida real estate in rural areas?
Oh my God, that's gonna be like California soon. The way the fires are destroying our insurance capacity.
Well, Florida's gonna I don't know, whatever it is, it's just gonna like dissolve and it's just gonna sink.
Swamp, yeah, it's all gonna sink. Yeah, that's right. No, yeah, Florida. The biggest problem is floods. I guess no, everything, of course. But by the way, we actually had a flaminado, meaning a flame tornado, manifest in California. So things are it's hell on earth here right now. I'll provide the link to that later. Did you see clip of T-Man?
Wait, I gotta remind me to send you a clip because it's just some like dorky like kid show, but it's like, would you say a flame?
Flaminado,
right?
flaming tornado.
Yeah, no, it was like a takeoff. It was like a tornado and a flame, and then it was also like it was like 2 or 3 other disasters at the same time. I gotta send you his clip. It was silly.
Oh my God. Okay, I look forward to looking at that.
That's just a placeholder to remind you to send you a funny video.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. And what else I was gonna say?
It was everything. It was like oh, and then like this and that, and there was an earthquake, and then like it's like all the bees came out, and like all the shit.
Biblical. It's like biblical. A series of plagues, right? Yeah.
Something Torcano quake, bees, avalanche, or something like it's like.
Well, that's what we got going on here in California. Like I said, there were 2 earthquakes here in San Francisco that I felt them. As a matter of fact, I just took them in stride. I would have completely forgotten them. The first one. The second one was I only remembered because of the first. I would have forgotten them, except my PT, the physical therapist, asked me if I had felt the earthquake, and I remembered. Oh yeah, I felt the earthquake while I was sleeping. Then went back to sleep. That's how casually I take that. Then Heather Holman says, "Oh, Heather, you're back. Come on and say something." She says, "During the Turkish Ottoman."
Hi, I'm back.
Yes. So
the Turkish Ottoman Empire in Venice, one of the diplomats or whatever, Kadario, his name escapes me, the rest of his name, but he went there and he got a house there because he had made peace from Venice with the Turks and the Turkish people.
Yes.
With Rome or whatever.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, at the same time that Vlad the Impaler was impaling people, was that about the same time?
We'd have to look it up. I don't.
Well, yeah, I think it was just normal practice for everybody, unless Vlad was in Venice. I don't know.
Well, normal practice for everybody. You mean not the consumption of children?
No, to like the monkey on a stick method. Like.
Oh, impalement.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, impalement is. Let's put it this way: the ball.
But this guy, they cut him into 4 pieces.
Quartered him. That's called drawn and quartering. That's called drawn and quartering. He was drawn and quartered. Yeah.
Same era.
We'd have to look it up. I mean, by the way, Saint Valentine died that way. He's a martyr. Saint Valentine was martyred in that fashion. He was drawn and quartered. Yeah, and
God.
well, it's a bad way to die, but I think impalement is worse personally myself. But I guess it's all bad. It's yeah, it's all bad. It's
But didn't they use methods where the person would like have to impale themselves?
I mean, like, we could go on about this. Yes, there's a few things that. Well, basically, this is what happens when you place an individual on an impaling stake. The impaling stake, unless the victim is a female, is obviously going to be in a man inserted through the anus. And when it's inserted through the anus, what happens is the gravity. You are impaling yourself in the sense that the gravity is gradually pulling you down, and you are basically dying slowly as it begins to pierce your innards. So the way that some victims would handle it as best they could would be to gyrate as violently as possible so that they would slide down the impaling stake sooner and die quicker. But you're in much more agony, much more immediately. Otherwise, you would linger as, you know, gravity slowly pulls you down onto further and further down the stake. So there we have that.
Yeah, I'm glad they don't do that anymore.
There are plenty of people who deserve it. I mean, these punishments do evolve because there are plenty of people who deserve these punishments. That's like the guy you mentioned who was selling children's parts in soup. That's a guy who deserved
Yeah, that was about the same time.
Well, the Turkish Ottoman Empire lasted for hundreds of years.
Oh, it did?
Yeah, so it's not necessarily the same time. We'd have to look it up. Yeah. Yeah, and like Venice lasted for hundreds of years as an independent empire.
I am obsessed. I'm obsessed with Venice. There's something about it. I mean, the allure of the, I don't know, the scariness. I'm not sure. You know, a lot of dark times. I think it might be also the masquerade that it interests me.
Oh, okay. I'm getting some questions in email. Thank you for bringing that up, Heather, and sharing that with us. And so just so people understand, the reason I know about impalement and how people die with impalement is I witnessed it in the Balkans during the war. So that's I know what I'm talking about. It's not like I'm talking out of my ass, to use a pun. But all of that being said, just there's plenty of horrible ways for people to die, and so with your obsession with Venice, dear Heather, you mentioned flooded rooms. There's a particular flooded room you have a fascination with in Venice. Yes?
A flooded room?
Yes.
No, there's a palazzo that's on the Grand Canal.
Yes. Okay. Tell us about this.
It floods all the time, I'm sure, because now, especially since COVID, I'm not sure what
climate catastrophe. You mean climate catastrophe? Go on.
Yeah, there is a climate catastrophe, and it's always flooding on the first floors.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And
but my actual obsession is with that palazzo. It's next to the Peggy Guggenheim Museum. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to figure out why I'm so, like, I've been there before, or it's deja vu that won't go away.
Uh-huh. And
it's a pretty wicked place.
Right. Hey, by the way, but so have you ever traveled outside of the United States?
No. Or except for Mexico. I did go to Mexico a few times.
Wow, what was that like for you?
It was spring break.
Okay.
While I was in high school.
Okay.
And after high school, so it was like all a blur.
Cool. And so how about yourself?
I don't know how we lived through some of that stuff that we experienced.
Yeah, I can imagine. And I'm just glad that nothing negative seems to have happened. Did you have any negative experiences where you felt like you were in danger?
In Mexico?
Yeah.
No, I watched a couple people die, but I never felt like I was threatened or in danger.
Tell us about,
when you're 18 years old, you think everything is under control.
or that you'll get out of this. Yes, I understand. Tell us about these people you saw dying. What was going on there?
Oh, we were all in the bar during the day, and it was at this place called the Reef,
Okay.
and everyone was just dancing and drinking and having fun, and it was really crowded. And this guy tried to do a backflip off of the table, and he didn't make it, and you could tell that he died instantly. And me and once again, I think we were having hallucinogenics that day, and I couldn't believe how everyone just kept dancing around him, and then somebody just dragged him off, and then everyone just kept dancing like nothing happened.
All right. You know what that reminds me of? That's kind of attitude you see in that. Was it George Clooney was in that Dusk Till Dawn? What was that vampire movie with the vampires in Mexico in the bar? It starts off with this bar that people have to tell me what the name of that film was. I don't even remember, but
I don't remember.
Yeah, it's at any rate, they even started like using holy water in water bottles. I mean, what do you call it? Water guns and shit. So it got really ridiculous. And
does that even work?
No, of course not. It's not.
I didn't think so.
No, not on vampires. No, it might work on certain demonic entities. Holy water is not without effect. It's as a matter of fact, I remember I've told people about it before about James Arthur Yanchik's quote unquote girlfriend, a chick drop off from Michael Aquino himself. That was a experience in which, in her experience, holy water proved itself, and it's definitely, I can relate that story again if people want to hear it. But all that being said, you yourself, Aristides, joined the conversation. I mean, you've been to Europe, as you said, when you were young. I mean, could you tell us about the places in Europe that you've been to? Aside from...
Sorry, I'd take a drink here.
Sure.
Really only in Greece for any significant time, yeah.
And tell us about some adventures. Tell us about some adventures.
No, just, going to places where my, family was from.
Mm-hmm.
Mountains and et cetera, and islands are great. Got a spot there, very, very pleasant there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. And
such a way with words.
Yeah.
I know. I really like.
I was there.
I like the climate there. I wish I was there. I'm like looking at the weather, and it's like below freezing here, and it's like 50 over there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, EVEDy has really good weather.
Yeah, you hear what I'm saying? It's like still pretty chill. And then in summer, it's like just fucking, naked beach extravaganza all summer.
All right. Yeah. So this is this particular room.
Yeah, we just got to relocate. There you go.
Yeah, no shit. It's like
that's inside of the place, but there's this yellow piano noble. I guess it's what they call the floor.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like an open floor plan, floor level or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then they have these silk curtains in this one on the amber or the yellow room. And I think that's where they have all the pieces to the amber room that were looted from Russia.
Okay.
And it just repeats together in making different designs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's incredible. Haven't the Russians reassembled the amber room?
I don't think they ever found it.
Okay. Let's see what's going on here with that. Russians reassemble. They may not have found it, but maybe they're making a facsimile. Russians
rebuild it, yeah.
Assemble amber room. I thought parts were being returned to them from Germany.
Oh, really?
The Russians did not assemble the original amber room, but instead they painstakingly reconstructed a replica of the amber room at the Katerina Palace in Tsarskoye Selo, the Tsar city near St. Petersburg. after the original was lost during World War II. So the Germans still have that then.
Right, or they put it somewhere and they were going to take it somewhere and they put it somewhere else. I just know that everything in Venice is looted from another country, and it was stolen, like all of their statues and everything like that. They even stole bodies and drug them over there so they could have the dead bodies.
Well, the Venetians were basically pirates.
Yeah. So they
like
just
the ancient
looted
Venetians
everyone.
were not. And Doug, you might know this or might not, but the word the Venetian comes from the word Phoenician. So they were like this remnant population of the Phoenicians.
Ah, yes.
Or
Thank
whoever
you.
founded the city. Later on, they got taken over by these nefarious cults, but originally they were the remnants of the Phoenicians. Yeah.
So I have evidence. I went in and I found videos of people that were like touring and showing because it was for sale not too long ago. So I took screenshots and I zoomed in and I found like evidence that kind of shows the pieces of amber along the walls. I'll share them with you.
Wow. And so it's so nice that you do this independent research, and I admire you for that. Of course, always be cautious because we know some of your searches online have taken you to questionable areas.
Oh, no. What do you mean?
Oh, you find a lot of, just shall we say, a lot of bad dope on the internet.
Yeah, maybe not so much. I
Cabbage
kind of
Patch
steer
Babies.
clear.
Yeah, Cabbage
But I
Patch.
used to really dive deep.
Yes. No, that was so cute. The Cabbage Patch Kids.
The ragamuffins.
Yes.
But here's my evidence, and then I have another one where it shows the curtain kind of moved aside, and then there's some bag on the floor, like of tools or something.
Mm-hmm.
But if you zoom in on the first one, you could see along underneath the windows, there's like assembled amber pieces in like shapes of things, like crabs. I don't know, really, I can't tell what they are.
Okay.
But they could never put it back together, the amber room, the way that it was, obviously, because it'd be all broken.
Right. Well, I mean, they wouldn't be broken necessarily. It would be dismantled. Obviously, there's no point in stealing treasures if you're simply going to destroy them. But then again, people do. It's amazing.
Do you want to look at it and see if that looks like amber to you, or if I'm mistaken? Because I don't want to like keep thinking something that's not real or what's not true.
Well, let's take a look here. And
The last one.
The last one. Okay. And so the yellow curtains. Where do you see amber?
Like under the windows, how there's like, it looks like tiles or something pieced together.
Under the windows. You mean that kind of gold glint?
Yeah, that's like different shapes.
It's
The paneling, it's like the tile, it would be on the walls.
Oh,
You know what I'm talking about?
well,
Let me take a screenshot.
it's take a screenshot. I mean, he should be able to see it, right, Aristides? I mean, you see it? I mean, it's a fascinating room, and it looks very impressive. And it's I don't know what to make of it. I mean, I'm no expert. I don't personally see amber.
Did the Germans have any kind of affiliations in World War II with Venice?
Of course. I mean, but but I mean, like, and probably stole what they could. But as such, okay. And Aristides, please continue your observation.
I really don't know.
Okay, that's reasonable. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. That's so what I'm gonna do is soon enough I'll probably take a short trip to make some more tea. And I'm sorry, Brendan.
Okay. No, I mean, like,
I just said,
what else we got? Like, I could go talk about something else. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, you guys. I know you guys have got this.
Yeah.
I mean, it shouldn't take that
Yeah.
long. I'm
Wait,
just.
I thought of a term. Has anybody invented this? It was like when I was trying to like paraphrase the notes I was writing. It was just like
Well, this is like World War Trump,
Yeah.
right?
I like it. I like
Have
it.
you heard that much?
I don't believe I've
Sounds
heard
like
that term before, but sounds
Okay,
It's
well,
accurate.
then we're,
Yeah.
we're like patenting it right now.
Yeah.
It's accurate.
All right.
Yeah.
Good job.
It's World War Trump.
Yeah. I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
You've heard it here first, people. It's our man. That's our
You
man.
heard it
There's-
here first.
Yes. Yes, that's right. So this is just in Iceland from Heather Holman. What are you showing us from Iceland, honey?
The thing that they took a picture of that they saw in the sky, it looks like a projection beam or something. I don't know.
Okay. And
Maybe it's
let's
a portal.
Okay. Let's take a look at this. Ah, fascinating. Any thoughts, gentlemen?
Sorry, again, not particularly. I'm
Nothing strikes you.
no, I'm just trying to like answer a message. I'm sorry, I was a little distracted. But,
Okay.
Funny.
Yeah.
Well,
Brendan?
similar
Yeah.
events have
Hey.
happened when
Yeah. What's that?
you want to
when the
You
when
talking
Russia-
to us, Brent? Are you talking to us, Aristides, or are you talking to the person on the phone?
No, I'm talking
he's
to
been-
you. I'm only talking. I'm not on
Oh.
a phone call.
Oh, okay.
okay.
What were you saying, Aristides, before we go back to Brandon? What were you saying?
I don't know. I just what other random shit you had? I don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
No worries. Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'm not taking off just yet.
Yeah,
So, Brendan, complete your thought.
yeah, go ahead.
I was saying similar events have happened
Yeah.
in 2011, 2012 when the Russians were testing their version of HARP.
Okay.
So the spirals were appearing then as well.
Yeah.
And then,
Oh.
so I would presume that that's what that is, because they're messing a lot with the ionosphere in regards to all these extra dimensional craft and plasmoids coming through the ether. So,
Yeah.
and then later on, like Musk and these people are using it, claiming it's hypersonic space travel, but they're actually just trying to pierce the firmament and the ionosphere. So that's
Yeah.
why those things keep showing up. Like,
and tell Aristides, I'd like your input on this. Brendan, tell them about how Musk fucked up his own space launches.
Yeah, half
Oh,
the shit is fucked up, man.
yeah,
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 like
so all of
see how
these
many of those
space
shits fucking blew up? Just like on
Yeah,
the
thank
launch
you.
pad?
yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah,
Exactly.
crazy. Yeah, it's like
So
the
that's what I
McDonald's
was-
of like space travel. I don't know. What the
Exactly. Like they're all like launch failures. Or what's the word for it? There's like a military term, Doug.
Oh, yeah, snafu
Launch
bar.
control or-
Snafu
Yeah.
bar, which is an acronym for situation normal, all fucked up beyond all recognition.
Yeah, so every single of his launches, or the company SpaceX, has been a failure the last couple of years. And it's because he literally went on an interview and said, the movie The Dictator with Sacha Baron Cohen, where he was acting like Gaddafi and saying, he's like, this missile doesn't look scary enough, and make it pointy. So he was going around to all his engineers making that same joke, but forcing them to change the design. And they were saying, look, it's not going to be as aerodynamic. Like, there's a reason we have it like that. And he said, I don't care. It's my company. Do it. And then that's why they're all like failing, because he'll just show up randomly and give these crazy orders as if they were jokes or something. But then he would force them to do it anyways.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's like Brendan and I observed that he's basically Trappist Nicholson with an endless amount of money. You just give Trappist Nicholson an infinite amount of money, and that's you're left with Elon Musk.
Holy shit.
Yeah, just
That's shocking.
yeah. Well, it is what it is. I mean, they're both disgusting, and they're both ketamine freaks, and yeah. That having been said, let me take a look at the live stream. Elizabeth Beam says, "Hey DDD, Beam and love
Yeah.
from Chicago." Yeah, go on. Yes, you're gonna say.
Oh no, say hi to that. She sounds nice.
Yes, yes, and yeah,
Finish that up.
yeah, and so while I'm responding to her, dear Heather, tell us a bit about how Vinny and you are doing. How's your hospital situation with your own health issues? Following up on that.
Oh, those have been just kind of pushed aside. I still haven't gotten my insurance, so I'm waiting to see if I get my insurance before I can go forward with any kind of medical care.
Okay, what happened with your insurance? Because are you not on some?
Remember the time that we were talking and I was very upset and I was like, they told me that I'm not going to have insurance, and they were telling me one thing and then I thought there was double entities or something like that, offices, and because they told me that it was going to get cut off, and that's when I tried to do something to prevent it, but I couldn't, and so at the end of December it got cut off.
What?
Yeah. And it's just really messed up. I'm getting to the bottom of it though. I just have to wait while my application is being processed.
Well, is there some way you can follow up on that to make certain your application is being processed?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it tomorrow. We couldn't do it today. It was Sunday.
Okay, so thank you. I appreciate your sharing that. That's you just terrible. I'm appalled. And is this part of your being a targeted individual? Obviously.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
My brother's being targeted individual right now because he sued the insurance companies for a car accident, and now his insurance is going through the roof. Like for his home insurance, they're slapping him with extra fees and stuff. I just didn't know if they would be related as car accidents and home insurance.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So he's also goes through the same shit as me.
Oh wow. Sorry to hear that. And it's just terrible what your family goes through. The lives some people lead. Um, uh, so Heather, just out of curiosity, one of the subjects I'll be covering tonight is, if I am able to get to it in monologue, I'll have to touch on abortion, fairly in depth. Did you ever, in your life, ever have one? I'm just curious.
Yeah, it was the worst mistake I ever made.
Okay.
I was immediately regretted it. I was like, they don't prepare you for what, I was young. I was like maybe 23 or something like that. And it wasn't my choice to do it. The person that got me pregnant didn't want to have a baby, and I just had a baby. So, I did. And then if I would have known that that's what I was doing, and I realized it when it happened, I'm like, why didn't someone tell me this is what I was doing?
And but that's not your daughter. Your daughter was not failed
No,
abortion.
she was maybe like 2 years old when that happened.
Oh, okay. So if looking back upon it, you feel that you would rather have had the child, delivered it?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
I would not have had an abortion if I knew that that's what it entailed. Just the experience. I didn't know what I was walking into. I just thought, oh, everybody does it. It's normal. It happens every day. No big deal.
In a sense, it could be looked on that way, but what I don't understand is which part of the process was a surprise to you? You did understand,
The actual having the abortion part.
but what I mean was you mean it was somehow your body, the impact that it had on your body, because it can be very.
Yeah, kind of just the experience. And like then when I was getting up, they were telling me not to look down, and the doctor left the room all pissed. It was just a strange situation.
Why was he pissed?
I don't know. He got mad and he walked out of the room, and then the girl was like shaking that was helping me, and she's like, just don't look down.
Uh-huh. And you looked down.
Yeah. No, I didn't look down.
Oh, thank God. Yeah, you had me worried there for a while.
But my friends, like, I've had friends that have had like 13 abortions and just like numerous abortions. It was like nothing to some people.
Right.
So, but I just wish that I would have had a better, clear mind through it all.
But if you had delivered the child, how would you have raised it? Did you have the resources?
No, I was living with my grandfather still at the time with my 5-year-old daughter or 3-year-old daughter.
So it's not like you could have given that child necessarily a very high quality life.
No, I could have given it up for adoption though.
Ah, okay.
I could have trafficked it as a human, like you know, if that's the same to me. That's what I think of as adoption. It's trafficking.
It is, in a sense, I guess we could consider that technically, really. I mean, you know, basically that's what it is, yes.
Well, what it is that my friends that have gotten pregnant before, they'll get pregnant and then there'll be a family that wants to adopt a baby. So they'll pay all of the bills during the pregnancy. They'll pay for everything for the mother. And then once the baby's born, they adopt a baby. But the mother could always change her mind and keep the baby even after they've paid for everything. And I've seen that happen once before too.
No. And thank you for sharing that. It's very courageous of you to share that. And I'm glad you don't feel that I'm being too invasive.
Oh no, I've now for the last however many years, 30 years, I'm anti-abortion.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't think anyone should experience that. And if they're cool with that, it's not cool, you know.
Well, I mean, I'll certainly, if I get a chance to tonight, if not tonight, I'll be covering it on Wednesday. I'll be treading on that topic. But I appreciate your presenting your perspective on it.
Well, see, my dad or my grandpa told me, he helped me make my decisions. And he just told me that if my dad caught wind of this, that he would disown me and never talk to me again because because it was interracial.
Okay. So this was an interracial child?
Yeah.
Okay. That you aborted? Yes. Okay.
Oh, no, I mean, because the father did not want me to have the baby, and my grandpa's scolded me.
Okay. May I ask what ethnicity this man was?
He was black.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Wow.
He's really, really black. My grandma would have said he's as black as the ace of spades.
That was a term that they used to use a lot. Yes. Black as the ace of spades. That's right. That's horrible. But it's funny as hell. Yes. Yeah. And how did you wind up involved?
I did get really sick. That pregnancy, I was very sick. I don't know if I would have made it through the whole pregnancy okay, because it's something my body just was rejecting, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm. Right. Wow.
Live and learn.
Well, I mean, but how did you become involved with this individual? Just curious.
We worked together.
Okay.
At the telecenter.
Okay. Telemarketing.
Yeah. No, not telemarketing. We worked at Discover Card.
Okay. Yeah. And he just said, "Let's do it," and you just rolled with it.
No, we became friends, and I mean, he was some kind of I don't know. It wasn't a healthy relationship or anything. I think he was cheating, and it was just you know how I used to be, Douglas. I used to be very free and easy.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually, I didn't know you. But I
know from before. I had no moral code. It's just
but
as far as that went.
Right,
you know?
right. What I mean to say is that it doesn't surprise me. I don't judge. I mean, I'm the last person on earth to judge. I'm just yeah. It's but I hold no judgment against you for whatever happened. I was just curious.
I know.
But
yeah, I was gonna say Doug would like it if everyone was free and easy.
I was so free and easy. I was that's what I saw it myself in Douglas, because the way that he is, he wasn't really what was it? Prim.
Prudish.
I don't know what I'm looking for. Prude.
Yeah, prude. There's no need for that.
Yeah, I mean,
we don't need to be prude.
Life is too short for that shit. It's
for prudence. Life is too short for prudence. I'd rather be sleeping.
Well, for
well, definitely don't harm yourself. I think that's the.
Yes.
Yeah, I hadn't.
That would be the
caveat.
As long as it doesn't harm yourself in the long term, it's fine.
Yeah, I don't think I could have babies
doesn't
after
give
that.
the disclaimer.
Yeah.
I think something happened in that procedure that made it so I couldn't have kids anymore, because I hadn't gotten pregnant or had kids after that.
Isn't that kind of like a blessing?
Yeah, in a way. I mean, I wasn't.
Sounds like the doctor pulled out the wrong thing. That's why he just left.
Well, because maybe he thought he was doing. I'm not completely human or something, and I don't know. I don't even want to know. But yeah, there's something that went. Something was definitely wrong.
Right. What's your impression of this, Brendan?
That's very.
I just said that something.
Yeah.
He did
That's
a
very
botched
smart of
job.
Brendan
That's
to
what
say
it
that.
is.
That's it. Yes. Good point.
You're definitely human. You know,
Yeah.
it's like,
Yeah. Yeah. And so
Completely human.
yes. Yeah, you're definitely human, honey. And you may be cyberneticized to a degree by some kind of nano installation, perhaps, but
Nano tampering.
yes.
I
But
think it's really funny how I feel like I should be compensated for it somehow because I didn't give my permission either. But then at the same time, the other side is like, you should be paying us, for doing this for you, It's funny how the tables are turned.
the other side says you should be paying them?
Like how the people you were saying that the nanoplasma people, they're like, you should be thanking me, Douglas, for doing this for you.
Oh, right. That's actually, John Henry Hagman never. I get what you're saying, but John Henry Hagman never. He was more like it's hard to describe, but who thought like that? Peter Moon would tell me privately, someday Paula's gonna realize I'm the best thing that ever happened to her. Bitter old man shit who marries a child bride and can't understand why she leaves him as soon as she gets citizenship. He was not the best thing that ever happened to her. He's just a piece of shit who was using her. Yeah, go on.
Maybe you would know. Did Michael Aquino feel that the people that were being experimented on should be compensated or should they be charged?
Michael didn't think in those terms. He was like,
He didn't think about the people that was going through all this testing and things
not like that.
of course not.
without permission.
Of course not. Like Brendan
I
said.
thought maybe like he had a conscience or something. He was like, maybe we should be giving these people some money or something.
Oh my God! Why would you even think that?
You're giving him too much credit.
Or rather, you're imposing upon him a kind of humanity, for lack of a better word.
Humanness, yeah.
Well, you'd figure at some point, if it would all make sense, or it was be clear that what you're doing is like invasive.
That's in his world. That's part of the idea. That's like that's almost the purpose.
That's the purpose. That's his goal.
Yes. Yeah. And
That's just crack. That's whack.
Yeah. But I could understand feeling a sense of humaneness about him. I think you were exposed to a more human side of him, kind of, and
Maybe not. I mean, I just figure everyone's got humanity in them somewhere. We're not like of the gods.
I think you actually saw that in him. I think he shared that with you.
Everybody's human. I mean, unless they can prove otherwise.
Right. Now, there's a difference. I want our listeners to understand that I want to disambiguate what Heather's saying from Brandon Young. Brandon Young was trying to promote Satanism, which Heather is not. And so...
Oh, I have before when I'm a Christian, and Hare Krishna, and I just believe in God, all the God.
Right.
Any God, same God.
Right.
But yeah, I do believe in God. But I also, I think that God made Satan, and I think they work together.
Right. That's where Heather's coming from, is a kind of duopoly that is similar to the Wiccan theology, where God is both a male and a female, only you're applying it to God being both divine and infernal, both sacred and profane, because ultimately all that is sources from God.
From God.
Yes, I understand.
And something I learned this week that's interesting. There's the 12 tribes of Israel, which were God's people, right? in the Bible. That's what we learn. They're God's people, is 12 tribes. And so Satan, to mimic God, came up with his own 13 lines of bloodlines. And that's the Illuminati bloodlines.
Well, understand that the Illuminati are they're just like a concept created online that
The
is
actual bloodlines, though, not the clubs and stuff.
bloodlines. Well, so when you say bloodline, are you well? Then you would be
I
speaking of
can't
the
pronounce
Edomites,
the word. It starts with an M. It's like
Merovingian.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, well, they were claiming it.
No. Well, the Merovingians were claiming divine lineage from the Christ. Yes. Which, by the
So
way,
it was the opposite. That's
Yeah.
but that's the way they got clout, is that they were.
yes.
I think that's what she's trying to say.
No,
that
that's not what she's
The
trying
Dark
to.
Brotherhoods were claiming that they had that lineage.
I don't think that's what you're trying
Well,
to say. Is it?
they're saying, and that's where I was asking you about the Scio people or the Scion people, and I was asking you about the Knights Templar because they kind of allude to France being where Jesus had children after
Yes. What had happened was that Christ had married Mary Magdalene and had escaped to Europe, had a child. This was the source of the Merovingian bloodline, the divine line of kings, who claimed a divine right to kingship because they were the descendants of Christ and ergo the descendants of God. So, well, such having been said, honey, okay. But that doesn't connect to the Illuminati, which is a different subject. The Merovingian line and Illuminati may be confused by a bunch of amateurs who get online and then convolute everything. But understand, basically what happened is Illuminati only goes back to 1776 because they were a movement in reaction to the Freemasons, who had been around for much longer. But the Freemasons issued an order that I'll have to Alta Vendita, I believe it's called, and I can look it up. Here we are, Alta Vendita, to make certain that I'm saying the right thing. And they issued an order for the infiltration and destruction of the church. So the permanent instruction of the Alta Vendita is a document originally published in Italian in 1859, claimed, at any rate, the Alta Vendita was something that even before that was, shall we say, publicly released at that time or publicly discovered at that time. The Freemasons had that doctrine at the time of the Founding Fathers. And the Founding Fathers were creating a nation based on their own Edomite deism that was meant to destroy God, which was at that time represented by the church on earth. They felt that the church was mostly the bastion of God, or the bastion of his representation on earth. They set out to destroy it. The Alta Vendita was later discovered by the public, but it was essentially issued in 1776. In response, the Europeans, particularly the Germans, created the Bavarian Illuminati, and the Illuminati was meant to battle the Freemasons and their desire to destroy the church, because always remember that before there was any concept of Europe, the church was it. A man lived or died by his religion. Nobody thought of Europe, really. They thought of Christendom as their allegiance. So when Dracula fought, for instance, even though I said this was the birth of nationalism during his time, he was fighting for Christendom. He was a knight of Christendom and a crusader of Christ. So when it came to Europe, Europe was the faith. So when the Freemasons set out to destroy the church, they're setting out to destroy Europe. And the Germans fought back by the creation of the Illuminati, which is the source of the SS. So when the SS goes back over 200 years to the Bavarian Illuminati. So the Illuminati are the SS. They are the good guys. They're fighting for the preservation of Europe and European identity. The Freemasons are the bad guys. That's your lineage, so to speak. But if one is talking about bloodlines that would be considered anti-Merovingian or evil bloodlines that would be a mockery of the 12 tribes of Israel, then you would be speaking of the Edomites. That brings us directly back to the Edomites.
Okay, so who are the people with the lineage, with the, you know, the illumined ones, like the real illumined people?
Well, it's more like an induction. You're inducted into...
Oh, the Holy Grail. Who is the Holy Grail then?
Well, the Holy Grail is an object. It's, unless you're metaphorically speaking of a bloodline as a Holy Grail bloodline, it's usually deemed to be an object, a source for a quest or a crusade. So, but as far as any other question that's brought up by that?
I just thought the Holy Grail was the bloodline of Jesus.
Okay, so you've conflated, or you've ran across sources that conflate the Holy Grail with the blood of Christ, which is understandable because the Holy Grail is holy because it's a chalice which contained or held the blood of Christ.
Perhaps, or maybe that's just what it represented. I also think that the Ark of the Covenant is, inside of it is like an arc, like ARC, like the electricity, like there's a piece of lightning or there's something inside that's energy. It's not just the box that it comes in.
Sure. I mean, in a sense, yes. That's not, it's not inaccurate. It's not, yeah, it's
Is it far-fetched?
No, it's one way to view it. It's not far-fetched, believe it or not. All such being said, help me out here, guys. Join in this discussion. Surely, Brendan, you must have some thoughts to interject. Okay, is this guy on mute? What
He's just muted.
Yes, I was getting off mute, but yeah. So there is some truth that yes, the Ark is a technology of sorts, and calling it an arc is like a nice play on words. That's good.
But with a K or with a C?
Well, the K would be the box. The C would be the electrical arc within the box.
Okay.
Yeah.
It actually wouldn't matter just in the sense of like the etymology, because K means charge. Like
yeah.
Ka, like the Egyptian Ka.
Yeah.
Charge.
Good point. Yeah. Aristides, as an engineer, join us in this. Certainly you have some observations to make. Certainly you've invested some energy in thinking about the Ark of the Covenant before in your lifetime.
Pretty mysterious, but I think the way you already explained here sounds pretty reasonable to me.
Yeah, there we are. Thank you. Very good.
It's kind of like split up. It's kind of split up.
What if the holy blood is immortality? Like people that have the holy blood are less prone to die?
Wow. Well, certainly the kings lived longer lives, probably because they lived higher quality lives and had actual fucking doctors as opposed to your average peasant. But it's could be taken that way.
In a sense, they did have bloodlines, like ancient bloodlines that gave them that. Kind of like the Numenorian concept in Tolkien. So they had this kind of like
they found a mortality gene.
I don't know if it's an immortality gene per se, but obviously if they were of divine lineage, it would be diluted with time. Remember, as I've said before, we have far more, not that this is in any way, shape, or form meant to denigrate the Christ, but rather to express the reality of the Christ or reinforce the reality of the Christ. We have far more documentary evidence and personal historical accounts of Heracles or Hercules than we do of Christ. And that if someone goes that far back and finds that much evidence of Hercules, then certainly we need to take the Christ phenomena seriously. And when it comes to the Christ phenomenon, his Merovingian lineage of the kings claiming divine right of kingship certainly with each passing generation, there was more of a dilution of, say, the potency of that longevity, perhaps. But nevertheless, kings do tend to have, or royalty does tend to have longer lifespans than your average person. So, that's a fact. But, that being said, back to our gentleman here with us, and you carry on a conversation with our dear Heather while I prepare myself to take a quick trip to make tea, and then go into monologue, because I'll just start in, at a regular time. By the way, Elizabeth Beam says, "Nice, I got your food. Ha ha!" Elon Musk has Asperger's syndrome. He's got something, but he's just trying to find an excuse for why he's an asshole. Elon Musk has got asshole syndrome, and he's an asshole, so he's trying to find an excuse so that he can rationalize his assholishness. So he's going to claim he's got, Elizabeth Beam says Asperger's. Brooke Gibson said autism. I mean, really? Which one is it? Is it just like on a given day, he'll choose his given condition so he has an excuse for being an asshole? That's what it comes down to. No, he's just an asshole. And he says, we have hospitals and clinics that don't take insurance. Where are you? Where the fuck are you? And then, thank God for birth control. Yes, then she's gives some laughs. No comment about the black hands and prayer. Was Haven Oreo? Yes, Help, Christian and Harry Krishna? Yeah, whoop, yeah. Average peasant here. Thank you for all that input, dear Elizabeth. Enjoyable. And certainly more enjoyable than some people we get in the chat who can go on and not really say anything that's quaint or cute, but I take what you say as such. And okay, so all such being said, finding the right emoji here in response. We've got very high numbers. I don't want to lose them, but I do have to prepare another teapot to last the rest of the evening when I go into monologue, so I'll have to take a few minutes to do that. Such being said, I want you all to hold conversation while I'm gone. I know you all can handle it. Let's have you get into a good rhythm first before I go to prepare my second crock of tea. Get into a rhythm of conversation, if you would all be so kind. Then she says Elon's asshole syndrome. That's it. EAS. Yeah, Elon asshole syndrome.
Yeah, it's like, let's get into a mode of conversation, and the next words are like Elon's asshole.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot for that.
You're welcome. Yeah, I should apologize. Yeah, that derails everything, doesn't it? Yeah, it derails everything. Yeah. I do have a talent for self-sabotage in that regard. That's I tend to.
Yeah.
Yes.
But you still do all right. You still do all right despite that.
Thank you. I like it the other day. It was actually cute. I don't know if you heard that, Heather. Did you review? It was the episode before last where the one where we were cut off in midstream. Oh, it was because Troy Bellamy got passionate and he qualified himself with, he covered his ass effectively as far as I'm concerned, but he was still passionate about protesting the Israeli genocide in the Gaza, and oh man, they cut us off the internet. Then when I got back on, that meant I had a whole new 12-hour block in which to fill, and I went 8 hours, but I went overtime from the time I would normally close down transmission, and Aristides woke up, and he was like, "You're still on?" It was. You sounded almost annoyed, Aristides, at the time. And I said it. I was almost tempted to say, "Yeah, do you mind?" then Aristides said, "Oh, carry on. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Like we were at work or something."
No, it was like I had forgotten you had restarted, so I thought you were up against a hard time.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Temporarily.
Understood. You were concerned that I would overrun my time and wind up with it.
That was it. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, because that's what happened one time with that asshole Jambo the Reese Monkey when he encouraged me to just keep going on, and it didn't upload. And then he's the one who then exploded into a fury when, but because it's a piece of shit and just totally insane. So let's take a look through some of these incredible images. Heather, the creepy tech billionaire. Here we are.
That's an article I found, and he mentions the Blood Boys in it.
Yes. Tell us about this, Heather. Tell us about what you know of this.
The blood includes most scandally transfusions, whom he refers to as the Blood Boys.
Yes.
The behind his vampire procedure is that studies with mice indicate younger plasma helps rejuvenate older bodies and organs.
Yes. And
so
the name?
Slowing down internal aging rate is a paramount and is one of many ways that he thinks he can achieve that aim.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So do you do it because you need it to survive, or do you do it because you're trying to preserve yourself?
Well, first off, let's be careful with these terms like
gets paid in blood.
Yeah, thank you.
I would think that it would be like food, if for the vampire.
No, it's a bonus.
It's a bonus, but basically, I work for food.
I work for love.
Oh my god! Oh shit! You sent me this link, and now my Mozilla Firefox is not responsive. Okay, so let's shut down that link.
We're still on air.
No, we're still on air, right? I mean, we could check.
There was one who had said that there was like I don't know what group of people it was, but they were extremely anemic, and they were being mistaken for vampires.
I think this link is just spammy, so just be cautious.
It's
Oh, the Daily Beast. That's why.
Yeah. It's like trying to load a bunch of ads. So
there we are. Thank you.
The ad blocker wouldn't let it. Yeah.
Yes.
But do you remember saying that when you were talking about like people who are in some camp or encampment, and they were extremely anemic, and they were mistaken for vampires?
I remember something vaguely, but you heard me say this?
Yeah, you were talking about it. Like, it was a story where people had a reputation, or they were considering these people to be vampires, so they had them all locked away in an encampment, and they were just extremely anemic people.
Oh my god! It reminds me of certain situations I may have been describing. I don't remember the specifics, but I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, you were kind of upset about it. It really got you fired up.
It did?
Yeah, you were like, because it was like a disgrace, or it was such a mistake that they were thinking these people were vampires when they were only extremely iron deficient.
Wow. Okay. I'll take your word for it. Anyhow, this guy, the multi-billionaire who's talking about the Blood Boys, dear Brendan, you're aware of this guy. Tell us about him. As you said, you've come to appreciate the fact that he's transparent with his constant experimentation.
You're talking about Brian Johnson?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, that's what it's about.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. This guy, like I said, he's like, at least he's a hustler, but he's like not lying about it. At least he's like one of the most transparent human experiments ever. So, like, as much of a scumbag as he is, at least he's doing that, and he does, in a way, show how dangerous the food supply is by showing how much healthier you can be just by eating clean food, and about the heavy metals in chocolate. So he does his bit to sell his products, but he does benefit in the long run, probably humanity.
Yeah, because
he himself is a total scumbag. I mean,
or at
Which
least
is worse, doing that or NADS.
What?
Yeah, at least he's not like, and he doesn't lie about like doing HGH. He even said like he tried human growth hormone, and that's like what did the most damage for his longevity, and he's very open about it.
Yeah. In other words, he's a benefit to humanity in the sense that he is abusing himself as a lab rat, and is transparent about the results so that we can all benefit from his self-destruction. Because what he's ultimately doing is unhealthy. He's actually harming himself, not through the blood transfusions, but through all of the vitamins he takes. Actually, he supplements to a pathological degree.
And he does everything on schedule. It's bizarre. Like he has some really. He's almost like cyborg about it.
Yeah. He's basically matrixed himself. He's matrixed himself, meaning he's got himself in a matrix of a schedule that confines him to getting up, eating an extremely select form of diet, taking an excessive amount of supplements, over supplementation, to tell you the truth. So what's Heather saying? People who are for stem cells are pro-abortion because that's what the fuck? I have to read this.
Yeah, because if people try stem cells and say like human growth hormones and anything stem cells, that comes from all the babies.
No.
From like Planned Parenthood and stuff.
Well, it can, but there are other sources for stem cells as well, such as umbilical cords for people who contribute their umbilical cords.
Oh, from actual babies that are born.
Yes, which is what Brooke Gibson did. She has umbilical cords stored away in case it's needed for future medical emergencies.
Yeah.
Medical emergencies. Yes, and
but they're not using it to make to experiment in medicine to make people not age.
Well, of course they are, but
not her cord blood,
No, not her. Yeah. At any rate, I'm going to take that break now. I'll be right back. Aristides, Brendan Zogit, I want to make sure both of you guys are online and ready to talk with Heather.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. Good man.
Sorry, my voice seems a little rough, but other than that, I think it'll smooth out.
Yeah.
I'll go get another drink. So.
Well, I want you talking to Heather. You're not going to get another drink.
All right. Yeah, well, Heather's very easy to talk to. I always find that. So.
Yes. Yeah. Heather takes the initiative when she wants to.
She's a really cool. She's a cool chick. Man.
Yes.
Oh.
So smart what's up, Heather? What do you got now?
Well, I just put a thing in the chat of a picture.
Yeah.
And it talks about the 1,000 celestial years of Kali Yuga. I was going to ask Brendan about that.
Brendan, you with us, man? Let's have him get off mute before I go. I'm not going to go until you're off mute, Brendan.
Yes, Doug, go take your break.
Okay, I will. I'm going to go mute now.
So I don't turn into Peter Moon and start tweaking out. Remember when he would tell Doug like, "Go take your break." Good God,
yeah. He was so bossy.
Like that. Yeah, he was definitely diva sometimes. But yeah. So what about the Satya and the Kali Yuga?
Satya Yuga? It says, I'm going to read it. It says, at that time, the minds of all men will become self-effulgent.
Yeah, but we have to ascend through Dwapara into Treta.
We have to what?
Ascend through the Dwapara, the second Yuga cycle, the Silver Age. The Bronze Age. Then ascend through Treta. Then you get to Satya Yuga. So we're in like an ascending Yuga cycle.
Well, it looks to me like, and then they say that, Krishna's people come down and they'll ascend to, yeah. Is that
well? It's not like it's not like a rapture. It's like you have to do evolutionary work, but then it becomes easier on this earth plane as well.
Is this the same way that Jesus supposedly or ascended or transfigured? Is with the same kind of principle?
Yeah, anyone embodied can evolve. Like any being can evolve. Yeah, that's like just built into the universe. So, and like if you take like the Christ figure as like an avatar, then yeah, he can do that.
Well, didn't it involve some light or something? The transfiguration.
Yeah, in a sense, but that's just like that's how you just get a soul, and then that's what happens. Like you become light. That's like the process of a spirit becoming a soul.
And all people have this.
It's possible for beings to do that, but it doesn't mean everyone right now has a soul. It means everyone has a spirit, but you could increase your spirit power until you have the same shine as the sun, the same light giving ability as the sun, and then you have a soul. That's why it's called soul and sun are the same word. So like in Latin, soul means sun. So
yeah. Do you think there's people living behind the sun, or there's a race of beings that are behind the sun?
no, the sun is a being. The sun is a being, you know.
Right.
Surya, the divine being of the sun. So like there's no, I mean, there's no one like living there. It's not like a place. It's like a
Like
being.
there's no flame chariots of people that are on fire, like flame people, angels or whatever, like not humans.
No, it's just like they're not human. They're like a higher beings. They're like beyond human, like beyond human level.
Yeah, well,
There are all kinds of beings, you know, above, like in the celestial sphere. Like all the rishis, like the different stars are all beings, and they're like beings that travel up there. There's like beings that are traveling the cosmos, like Dragon Ball Z style. So yeah.
Well, I don't know. I just, this is what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid that when something happens and I die, that I'm going to wake up in a body bag. I'm like not going to be dead. I'm going to come back alive and I'm dead.
I mean, no, everyone dies, and then your spirit gets taken, and then stuff, you know, you get placed in another body. Like, what's up?
And there's no way to escape it except for to liberate your soul.
To get out of like the human birth and death, yeah, you can get out of that. That's like moksha. That's what they call moksha, like liberation. And then after that, then there's like higher, like ways to go higher from there. But like getting to heaven's like a really difficult thing. Like it's not like the West where we just like, oh, if you do the right thing, you know, they have that idea correct, but they're saying like anyone can get to heaven or something like this. It's like you have to do a lot more than just one like small little morality things. You have to do like work,
angel
like
work. You have to like do angel work after like your life ends too. Yeah.
It depends. I mean, it depends how much work you do here and how much ascension happens and all of that. So it's just a possibility. It's like something that you can do, you know?
I was
like no one's stuck.
Yeah, I was listening to something when they were talking about what happens when you die and how you like go through these different mental processes and you have to let go, or, you know, or you come back or whatever. There's just like different
that's
steps.
Like 12. That's like 12th house stuff. You have to cut everything or you'll get sucked back in to the system. Yeah, like, well, and there's a lot of like, that's the hardest part for a lot of people. Like letting go of even little things like little trinkets or knickknacks. Some people it's easy. Like some people they'll just
their attachment to their dog or their family.
Yeah. So that's what all these planets coming in now into 12th house are like emphasizing, because Pisces, that's what Pisces is like the 12th sign. And 12th, like if you know anything about the astro houses, do you recall anything about that?
A little
astrology houses. Okay, so 12th house is the house of loss, but it's not like a negative loss. It's like the ending, like a cutting off. So like 12th house is always active. Like when things decay, you know, like you have to keep buying like food, for example, like you buy a vegetable and then it goes bad and then you buy a new one, or you use it up. That's like 12th house is always active. So that's like a lesson of the material plane, is that things always go bad, you know,
Yeah,
That's like the
that
loss.
time. Yeah, time takes everything.
Yeah, so that's why 12 is the number of time, like 12 hours in a day, 12 months in a year. It's 60 seconds and all that is multiple of 12. So that's what the point of that is to emphasize what 12 means. So to live properly, you have to embrace that. You have to let go of things easily. That's what the whole yogic quote unquote path is,
Yeah,
like non-attachment, or the
attach,
Buddhist thing.
detach. It's like an art.
It's like you don't attach, like detachment, like Buddha thing, the Buddhist thing. Like you
Oh,
don't
but you
have
have to
any.
have relationships with people, and you have to live and learn.
Yeah, without getting attached to the point where you have to come back and live this life, because at like by the time your life ends, like you can't have any attachments, or even the slightest thought will put you back into the
Right. That's
reincarnation
why
cycle.
if you're thinking about your family, then your family has a baby, and you're reincarnated into the baby, because that's what you're thinking
Kinda,
about.
or you just like, or if there's any kind of unfulfilled desire, like any slight, like I wish I did this or something, then like you won't get out of that, the
Oh, but
system,
I can't
the
go
matrix.
because I never experienced
Yeah,
this or that.
yeah.
No, thank
So
you.
that's the lesson of, that's like the Pisces lesson. The lesson of faith is that you just have to let go and accept divine, and you want to evolve and you want to go past. That's why like 13 is a magic number, because you go past 12 into a new life, like a completely new system, like new everything, like fresh, new magic. That's why it's the magic number.
So how do I
Like
get
12.
to how do I get to the Vaikuntha planetary system where there's the cows and frolicking
Yeah,
and
if I couldn't, like that's huge. That's like a huge, like that's like the top plane. That's like
how do we
way
get
up.
there?
You got to go up. You got to go to the heavens first, and then you can go further up.
You
Like
wheel
there's
and
no
deal.
shortcut. Hmm?
Then you wheel
What?
and deal.
No, you do the proper actions, then you evolve. Then in heaven they do proper actions, and then they evolve, and then they
So
can
they're
get
like
enough power.
missions. Are these earthly missions, or what is the job?
Everyone's job is to evolve. Yeah. So
Yeah.
like to praise divine and to go higher and to do the right
I
thing.
think the only reason that we're here is just to reestablish our connection and our relationship with God, and then, you
Yeah.
know, that's all there's going to be after.
And then to do the actions to get you higher. Yeah.
And wear your neck beads.
Do what?
And wear the neck beads.
What's that?
Wear the neck beads. The Tulsi neck beads.
Oh, mala, like to do mala. I
Yeah.
mean, that's just
No, you wear the neck beads because that's how you are representative of Krishna. So when you die, they know if you're wearing neck beads that the Yamadutas don't take you to Yamaraj.
yeah. I don't think it works like that, but yeah, that's what like they would say. Yeah.
It's what it says. It's one of the
Like
rules.
you can't like bypass like like
I thought that if you were wearing neck
not that
beads when
easily
you
anyway.
die, then they're like, oh no, they go straight to Krishna.
That's like something that came in to where like it became like another religion. It religionizes it. Where like, yeah, that's not, it's not that
It's
easy.
like Christians saying that they can sin all the way up until the very end, and then like on their last day, be like, oh Jesus, forgive me.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's like that. It doesn't work like that.
Right.
It doesn't work like that.
Sometimes I have this weird feeling like when I wake up and I had a dream, and I keep having the same dream that I'm supposed to be at school, or there's some class that I'm enrolled in that I need to be doing this work for, but it's like I always wake up and I never really get the dream. I don't get the clear picture of what's going on.
Yeah.
But I'm always like late for school, can't find a ride. I got these classes that I signed up for that I got to go do.
Then
And
you
I can
gotta
never
like
get to them.
find the right path. That's like, isn't that like the message, right?
I don't know. I have some crazy dreams, but that is probably the dream, to get to school
Find a way to
or
learn.
learning.
Find a way to get
Yeah, to
higher.
learn.
Yeah. Find a way to get to the higher that thing.
Yeah. So have you thought more about going to the TOVP?
I mean, if I could, I would.
Why can't you?
It's like, because I have to work.
Right.
I can't
Did
just
you
like
did you find a
go
new
there.
job, or are you still doing the same thing?
I'm like working multiple jobs to like barely scrape by. I mean, it's horrible. It's terrible.
I wish there was something I could do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm working on things. It's not a problem, but
I
I'm
know
just
you
saying.
got this.
Yeah, like that's just how things are, especially nowadays. So yeah, I mean, everyone has to work. Like, everyone's doing their thing to survive. It's not a problem, but
I guess
it's
I'm
not
just really
fun. That's all I got to say about that. It's not fun, of course.
Yeah. Well, you always put your best foot forward.
I mean, I'm hoping. I'm trying to do that, anyways. So, but I appreciate that, and that's cool. Did you have any other like Vedic like questions?
Well, I have
can't
the
really
stuff.
answer them.
I just put another picture in. I bought this stuff. It's this black string that
Uh-huh.
do you understand about what it is?
Black
Moly.
string?
It was called black calava moly.
No, I've never heard of this. What is this?
It's the box of it is in the chat. It is black string that comes in a box, and I wrap it around my left wrist 7 times with 7 knots, and it's supposed to keep anything like evil away that is coming at me.
Yeah, what is it called again?
Moly, MOLI. And it's got the pigeon on the box, like the black dove is a pigeon, and it looks like
Oh, that's not a pigeon. That's Shani. That's like,
what is that?
Shani is Saturn. That's like Saturn and his mount, the raven, the crow.
Oh,
It's
okay.
actually a
It's
crow.
not a pigeon.
It's a crow. That's just
Okay,
like a silly drawing, but it's supposed to be a crow.
Oh, okay.
And that's
good.
Shani. Shani is Yam's brother, so it's Saturn. Like, that's
Oh,
like
he's
Saturn.
pulling the chariot.
Yeah, that's his mount. That's like his celestial vehicle.
Okay,
It's just
so
shown
and
as
that's
a
his brother
chariot
at the
because,
same time. His brother's cruising. They're cruising through the sky. And who's the
yeah, like
guy?
Saturn. Like, if you like go outside and look, like Saturn's there. That's like that being.
That's that
So
dude.
you're calling upon like the Saturnian qualities when you're wearing this.
What does that mean?
Saturn, like the planet Saturn. Like,
Isn't that black or dark?
that's the color of Saturn. Yeah, that's like the.
But it's not
Yeah.
black magic or anything like evil, right?
No, of course not. It's a celestial being,
Okay,
but it's
just magic.
huh?
So is that Saturn on the chariot or whatever? Is
Yeah, Shani.
Shawnee.
Yeah, that's Saturn. Yeah.
He looks like a nice guy.
I mean, you shouldn't underestimate Saturn. It's very important to have reverence for like the Saturnian qualities.
When I think of
Lord of
Saturn, I think
Time.
of black cube.
Yeah, that's also a symbol for Saturn
Yeah.
because it constrains you. Like, it's like Saturn is what puts the pressure. The bars. Like the Saturn bars. Like you can't get out of the matrix without doing the Saturnian discipline properly.
Which is what?
Like doing the meditation, keeping the spine straight all the time. Saturn rules
breathing exercises and breathing right.
like being center, like always being center and using your spine properly, like keeping a straight spine. Like Saturn
I can't
rules
do that.
over the spine.
Yeah, I struggle with that.
Yeah, so that's the discipline. That's like getting to that point.
Wouldn't you know? I thought he kind of looked like Indra. I thought it was probably Indra. I didn't know it was Saturn. Thank you for answering my question.
No, it's Saturn. Yeah, it's Saturn.
He's a good guy?
they're all good. They're all the good fellas. Like all the Celestials. Like there's no
Man,
such
they
thing as a
probably
bad planet.
been through a lot to get to the position where they're at.
Yeah, of course they're not evil. They're sons of Brahma and stuff. They're not anything outside of like divine. So
Yeah. Well, anyway, I'm wearing this black string. I'm hoping for the best. People put it on their babies, so I didn't think it was very harmful.
yeah. So Shani is the god of karma, justice, time, retribution. He's the controller of longevity, discipline, ambition. He's depicted as a dark-skinned figure holding a sword or a scepter. Planet Shani is the actual planet in the solar system. He's the god of karma and justice and time, and delivers results depending on one's thoughts, speech, and deeds. So it's the being that gives you,
What you get?
your karma.
Yeah.
Gives you your karma. That's why no one likes Shani.
So he's not the judge like Yamaraj.
He is the judge. Shani's
then
brother is Yamraj.
Oh, his brother.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's the deal, guys. I got this guy. I think I've talked about him before. He says that he's John F. Kennedy Jr., the real deal. Like, and that he was taken when he was a child, and he was replaced by everybody in his families as all doubles. Do you remember me mentioning him?
No.
Okay, well, his name is David Quigley, and he thinks that he was the real, and he has a testimony that he remembers his mom getting killed and his dad getting killed and his sister getting killed, and he should have been killed, but he was taken away and protected, and now he's like 60 years old, 65. And I asked him if he wanted to do an interview or something to talk about his story, but he said I have to buy his book first. So I know his story, even though I already know it.
That sounds ridiculous.
I know. Well, he lives in Bullhead City in Arizona. He's got to make a living somehow. But he looks just like JFK, and he talks just like him.
Yeah, okay, understood. I'm sure.
What do you think?
I'm not saying he's wrong, but it just sounds kind of scammy,
Wouldn't it be interesting to hear what he has to say, though?
Yeah, but I wouldn't pay him. Like,
oh no, okay, pay him. I'm sure it's not too much. But
well, you could could do whatever. I'm just saying I wouldn't pay.
Yeah.
If someone said this is my story, I got to tell.
He's got an answer for it. I mean, he puts it all together perfectly. He's got documentation and pictures. There's pictures of the JFK Jr. book where it shows pictures of him with his replacement before he was replaced. They went to school together.
Yeah.
So you don't think I should mess with it?
You can do whatever you want. I'm just saying, like,
I tend to believe him. I tend to believe that he's telling the truth.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. But I believe anything, really.
Yeah, at least you're self-aware about that.
Until people prove that it's wrong. And why are they posting 2 pictures for every 1 picture that's posted? It's like duplicates.
I don't know. Are you talking about that last week too?
Yeah.
Yeah, Skype just has been doing that lately.
My co-pilot on Skype ignored me today. I don't know what's going on. It's supposed to be the AI chat box that if I ask it a question, it comes back and answers.
It ignored you. That's funny.
Yeah, I'm like, hello, and it's not saying anything. And usually they start typing right away to answer my question, no matter what it is.
Yeah,
I
wouldn't worry about it. I mean, unless do you really need it to answer you?
Well, there are some questions that are difficult and it has really good answers and better answers than anyone else can give me.
Oh, okay. It's
it knows a lot about Douglas Dietrich.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything interesting came out of it, or?
Oh yeah, well, it told me not to try to remove my implants that are in my body. If I had them, that I shouldn't try to remove them. Electrodes or all of the above.
Yeah, I think that's probably just like a liability thing.
Yeah, I was so
Don't
scared
do surgery on yourself.
The MRI.
Here, I could tell you more about the Maolis if you want.
Okay.
Like the molis. The thread
Okay.
thing that you bought?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, so Maoli or Kalavas are threads that are profound symbols in Hinduism. They are a Sanskrit word which means the crown above all. It's referenced also as in Lord Shiv, who is known as Chandra Moli because he has the crescent moon on his head. In India, Maoli threads are given different names from different cultures, also known as Kalava, Rakshutras, Moris, Katakas, Chardras, and they're sanctified and made from cotton yarn. They're mostly yellow and red, but black also exists. It's a symbol of long life and protection against evil forces. It also has the property to stimulate the spiritual energy conveyed in its yellow form. Usually an elder or a priest will tie the mauli after or before religious ceremony, and it is essential to spin the thread 7 times before tying it onto the wrist. A devotee would offer the mauli to a deity to enhance the positive energy and to ward off any evil force. A priest or an elderly would tie the mauli with 3 knots upon the devotee's wrist with the palm facing up, and there would be a mantra for tying it. Om Yina Badu Bali Raja Dana Vindo Maha Bala Tentava Mahabidan Ami Raksha Machala Machala. The holy person would then tie the knots by chanting the mantra to invoke the sattvic state and enhance positivity. Its recitation provides the devotee with protection, health, and prosperity. And the day of also tying is essential. Do it Saturday, Tuesday, and also on festive occasions. Another important factor related to mauli is men and young girls tie them on their right wrist and married women on their left. Why do men wear mauli on their right and women on their left? There are reasons behind this, due to like the Purusha and Prakriti concepts in the Shiva and Parvati story. Yeah, so they're an auspicious symbol that can purify and sanctify. They are other religious significances for wearing such things, and mostly there to, as we know, appease the gods or different celestials. Lord Vishnu, in his avatara as Vamana, tied the mauli to the right wrist of King Bali before Vamana sent him to the netherworld. He tied mauli to grant King Bali immortality. So that's like a god level one where it can give you immortality.
Yeah, they wear them too, huh?
It comes from, you know the term as above, so below.
Yeah.
In the Mahabharata, Kunti Dev tied a mauli on Abhimanyu to protect him, who was undefeated until he had the mauli on his wrist.
Okay, I'm back. Just to let everybody know, I'm listening to these wonderful people. We're holding good numbers. Continue.
Yeah. The Atharva Veda also showed the significance of the mauli ritual threads. They were also known to invoke the Trideva and Tridevi, the 3 Brahmas, the 3 gods, male gods, and the 3 female deities, Brahma, Vishnu, Maheshwara, and also the Tridevis, which are Lakshmi, Saraswati, and Durga. Lord Vishnu provides us with blessing to evade evil. Shiv gives us the ability to remove negativity. Saraswati Devi gives us knowledge and wisdom. Lakshmi Dev grants us prosperity and wealth. And Durga Devi is known to give us the power to overcome the hurdles of life. So by tying the mauli on the wrist, we can invoke the blessings of these deities. And when they tie mauli on Anat Chaturdashi, it is auspicious and known to bring prosperity, health, and happiness. There is scientific significance as well, as these mauli threads have many health-based aspects, such as in Ayurveda, there are 3 doshas, Vata, Pitta, Kapha, and Vata provides impulses, mobilizing nervous system, Pitta is digestion and supplying blood to parts of the body, while Kapha carries nutrients to the arteries, and the instability of doshas can harm the body. So the body has around 72,000 nerves, and almost all of them pass through the wrist. So that's why it is tied to the wrist. Vata Pitta Kapha, by focusing on the veins in the wrist and applying some form or weight on the wrist, can aid in activating the nervous system. So when we tie a Maoli thread, it provides balance to the doshas and enhances circulation, therefore reduce chances of confronting disease in general. The tying of Maoli threads thus can improve health, prosperity, happiness, and have important place in quote-unquote Hindu traditions, which is Vedic, and they can invoke blessings of the deity, enhance the life of sanctity and purity. So there you go. That's what the Maoli thread Heather is wearing.
That's more than I could have ever asked for.
Yes. Beautiful.
Very nice. Cool.
Yes. Yeah. And that reminds me of the kokoro, the heart thread in Japanese culture, that
Yes.
Peter Moon had to pervert and render disgusting by saying, "My thread is now intertwined with Douglas Dietrich's."
Yeah, but notice how he doesn't want to cut that. He wants that to keep throbbing, you know?
Isn't there a name or a term for somebody who doesn't realize that they're gay?
Yeah, repressed. Yeah, closeted.
What's it called?
Repressed.
Or in
Oh.
his case, it's like beyond closet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
It's like,
I thought there was a
closeted
name
means
for
you
it.
know. I guess no. Yeah, closeted means you know. You just don't. You aren't open about it.
yeah. In his case, he's like in a display case. He just doesn't know it. He thinks
Yeah.
he's closeted. But we all know better. All he ever talks about is butts and assholes. Which reminds me, by the way, just tangentially, for no goddamn rational reason, we were speaking earlier of all of the children's nudity, or these bizarre, like the television series in Denmark. The attitude that Europeans have towards sexuality is the antithesis of American Puritanism, but it does go back to Cromwell and his war against the monarchy in England, which unbelievably, it's like some science fiction story. England had a break in its monarchy where for a while it was under a theocracy run by a bunch of Christian Taliban, by a bunch of puritanical fundamentalists. Yeah, and during that period of time, of course, is when Jews were given an equal seat in Parliament. That was how Jews were introduced into British government, because the Puritans believed them to be people of the book. And so that's where the Jews got their foot in the door in British governance, was through Cromwell. But when it came to Cromwell, the Puritans, who of course were extreme, produced an even more extreme series of schismatic sects, break off churches. The Shakers, the Quakers, what came to be known as the Shakers and the Quakers, and other types of ecstatic communion Christians, who were, whenever they entered into communion with the Godhead or the Christ, would enter into an ecstatic trance state and proceed to trance dance or the like, hence the term Quaker, like they're quaking, or Shakers, like they're shaking. That's where those terms come from. And they were considered so extreme by the Puritans in England, they were kicked out of England. That's how the United States was founded. That's the kind of people who came over on the Mayflower, people so extreme, so crazed, that even the Christian Taliban couldn't tolerate them.
Holy shit.
And so that's these are the people who came to the United States, felt all
Those are the guys that they're showing us, like, oh, look, the cute guys that make oatmeal.
Yes!
You know?
Yes!
The cute little Quaker oatmeal guy.
Yes!
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, nothing cute about them. And they were slave owners. They were slavers. They, as soon as
course.
they, yeah. But at any rate, the what happened was that so we've got this series of people that it basically start exterminating the Indians. You know, everything that happened with the Mayflower, and then the first first Thanksgiving and all that shit. It's not like it didn't happen, but the Indians came to regret it very quickly. These same Puritans turned around and began to exterminate them after the Indians fed them at Thanksgiving, which goes to show you, never give a Puritan an even break. and of course, they brought disease with them, smallpox. Filthy foreigners, pestilential foreigners. And ironically enough, Seth, the anti-god of Egypt, was the god of pestilential foreigners, which, could be represented by conquistadors and Puritans. But at any rate, so at any rate, so because the Americans have this heritage, this puritanical heritage, Americans have a different processing of sex. And therefore, if kids are displayed in any way, like through, children at a dance festival, or if they're dressed in little ballerina dresses, or if they're in gymnastics, you draw perverts. And it's somehow a product of this puritanical culture. And the perverts, take pictures surreptitiously, or stare, or masturbate, or whatever they do. What's not pornography to you doesn't mean it's not pornography to someone else. And that includes all these pictures of infants and children that parents innocently...
Ruffle butt panties.
Yeah, well, yeah, and there you go. Whatever parents innocently or ultimately stupidly upload onto the internet, somebody's jacking off over. Maybe hundreds or thousands of people are jacking off to it. But all that being said, in Europe, they've gone in the completely opposite direction. And with the secular revolution since the Renaissance, the Europeans are profoundly, how to describe it, just open about sex, but it leads to its own form of perversion. Definitely what we would consider unacceptable is simply all too tolerated in Europe, but particularly in Netherlands, obviously Denmark, various other areas. You've got, there can't be too much of a good thing. It's just, I would say, it offends even my sensibilities of the fact that pedophilia is rampant in those areas of Europe. Certainly in Amsterdam is the epitome, the pinnacle of that. But they have a tolerance for pedophilia that just is unacceptable by American standards. But the Americans have it all in that sense, just like the Europeans do, but it's all hidden, and it just manifests differently. In Europe, it's more open, or at least tolerated when it's not open, and it's definitely altogether... either side of the Atlantic, it seems to be a Western world phenomenon. You do not really see this manifest, so far as I can see, in other parts of the world to any great extent like it does, here.
In London?
Yeah. London? Yeah, sure. Yeah, that goes without saying. I don't know. What did you see over there in London, Brendan, that might even allude to that?
Allude to what?
Yeah, this kind of sexual culture that we're talking about. The British are kind of famous for being prudish in their own right.
Oh yeah. Everything's under wraps. They're not open about a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They're very private, let's say.
Yeah.
About that.
Yeah. Thank you. And as was expected. So I'm going to, in a few minutes, go into monologue, but by all means, continue with closing up some thoughts or other things that came up.
Well, I have to
Yeah,
I have to carry on and go to bed soon because I have work. So I
God, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go do that. You know,
but you're welcome to interject.
Living out of a KOA is really tough. You know.
Yeah.
Campsite of America. So. This is what happens.
Are you cold?
Heather, he's not doing that bad, really.
It's not bad. I have a car that's set up for it, so everything's good, and I have my tea kettle that I can heat up, and so everything's good.
Oh man.
No, I'm not cold, but I appreciate that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Heather is so considerate. She's such a considerate person, and but
Yes.
yeah,
Gute Nacht.
yes. We and you've been wonderful, of course, and so has Aristides. So was Amy when she was with us, and I only wish Brooke Gibson would join us more often. I feel bad that she's always just kind of off in the side. But I'll proceed into our monologue for tonight. And feel free to interject if you happen to be awake and hearing me, because your sound quality is excellent. So we might as well take advantage of that. And anytime you feel like interjecting, please do. All right, then. Love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Okay, there, Brendan? Okay.
Yes. Good night. And yeah, I think it's best if I stay quiet tonight. I think.
Oh, yeah. And Aristides, you feel free to interject.
Hey, just
Yeah.
checking in.
Yeah.
Just checking in. Damn, it's like I'm losing my voice. I'm sorry. Okay, that was better. That's better. I just had to cough it up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you for sharing
Yeah,
that.
I'm just checking in, and I'm kind of okay to drift off unless there's any
Okay.
ultra, novel stuff. I don't know what.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly.
Or you're already in the
Zone.
groove to kind of
Yeah.
monologue.
Yeah. I'm in.
Yeah.
In the zone. I'm in the zone. Thank you.
Awesome.
for
What are you going
asking.
to talk about? What's the subject you're like psyched to talk about?
First off, I'll talk a little bit about Armenian New Year, because, of course, I'll be celebrating that with my son. Actually, Orthodox New Year. Armenian's kind of different, really. And, and I'll go a little bit into that, but not too deeply. I don't think that we need to culturally go into that too far, but now that I think about it, I'm sure people will find it somewhat interesting, so I might as well go into some of it to a degree. And then I'll go into the fire, which will be inescapable tonight. As I said, if I get to the point in my monologue, I'll have to touch on abortion just because of what comes to mind with some of the subjects I'll be bringing up. Also, I'll be talking, of course, about inescapably, Elon Musk and his latest obsession with Muslim gang rape in England. He's making a big deal out of Rotherham. Now, our dear friend George Knight came on the other day and pointed out that Piers Morgan was basically plagiarizing myself with talking about the gang rapes in Rotherham, and saying everything I had said years ago. And such being said, it's actually, Elon Musk took it to an even further extreme. And I'll probably go deep into an analysis of that tonight to deconstruct him. Inescapably, I'll have to deal with the fires in California that go as sans saying. So these are some of what I'll bring up, but through free association, we're going to have to cover a lot of what makes America an empire, and what is it about America's domestic situation that may or may not impact its ability to act as an empire, to force its interest in imperial responsibility, so to speak. So there, does that sound all right as a summary?
Yeah. Yes. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And so let's see what else is set up here by somebody putting some images in. Okay, that's our man. There we are. Agni, fire. He's bringing up Agni, dev, like a dev, god of fire. Agni, Latin word for fire. One of the Latin words for fire. And yes. All right, then. We'll get started in but a moment. I'm going to breathe deeply, kind of center myself. Heather Holman says, I know a lot of people won't understand my concept of God. And okay, that's fair. Fair enough. All right, let's get into it. So for people who don't understand, when we go into the Armenian culture, that's not going to go deep into it tonight, but I do want people to know it is different from mainstream Byzantine Orthodox Christian culture in that you're dealing with something that's very, very ancient. Basically, for the Armenians, New Year is actually in the Alden tradition, celebrated on the 1st of Nisan. It is March 22nd. That's the beginning of Armenian New Year. That's thought to be the birthday of Adam. But the Second Armenian New Year was thanks to the patriarch of the Armenians, the great Hayk, Hayk. He conquered the king of Babylon, Bel, who is conflated with the god Baal, or anti-god. At any rate, the legend is the great Hayk, or Hayk Nahabet, killed Baal on August 11th, freed his nation from the tyrant, and since then the Armenians celebrated another new year on August 11th. That was in 2492 BC, was that defeat by one king, of one king by another. Then finally, with Christianization, nowadays the new year is celebrated on Hunvar, which is January 1st, the month of the birth of Jesus Christ by Armenian tradition. Hunvar, that's in Armenian means birth month. There's actually 3 separate Armenian New Years, and the Armenian New Year, as they celebrate it today, has already passed. But we're not celebrating, even though they're an Orthodox church, as in the Armenian Orthodox Church, it's not really the Armenian New Year we're celebrating tomorrow. It's the New Year's Eve day tomorrow. Actually, starting in an hour at midnight, it will be New Year's Eve for the Serbian Orthodox, Romanian Orthodox, and the rest of the Orthodox churches, so far as I understand them. So that's just a brief explanation of that. I'll go into a little bit more. Heather Holman says that Jesus was literally preaching Krishna consciousness after the Ajanta or Ahanta caves, where he learned to do his miracles. And she says she's Presbyterian as well, through baptism. Yes, yeah, kind of like myself, baptized as Serbian Orthodox. Doesn't mean I practice. But certainly my sympathies are with the Church, and also the Roman Catholic Church through my late and sainted sire, the sailor who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, who was a Roman Catholic, ardent Roman Catholic. And that's the other history of the SS, is that its military order and its ranks and hierarchical, shall we say, rituals were highly influenced by the Jesuits. So you have this combination of the Bavarian Illuminati, meant to prevent the destruction of the church in a nationalist sense, the identity of Europe being conflated with such in the West. And that's why the Adam Weishaupt was involved with both what was perceived to be an infiltration of the church, and later on perceived to be a protector of the church, someone who was an ardent Catholic, is because of the convoluted nature of the organization being established outside the church to protect the church, to do what the church could not do, to commit sins the church could not commit. That's why the Bavarian Illuminati was organized, and of course been propagandized against relentlessly ever since, which is why all Americans are conditioned to hate the Illuminati, because of its Germanic nature. Because the Americans ultimately hate themselves. The overwhelming majority of the white population in America is of German descent, statistically for the longest period of time. And so the overwhelming majority of whites in America are Germanic. And they hate themselves. They fought 2 wars against Germany. There is no sense of identity with Germany that other cultures have, whether they're Greeks, Italians, Norwegians, all Europeans in America, European Americans have some tie with their mother country, except for German Americans. They do not. They consider themselves, quote unquote, American and not German. They have no knowledge or interest in their German heritage. It's disgusting and it's pathetic. And the consequences are dire culturally. And so, as self-loathing peoples, they seek the destruction of their own home continent. That was what the Freemasons were all about, and they simply used the German-descended white Americans as their attack dogs against Europe. At any rate, happy supranational, Eastern Rite, Byzantine Orthodox, Greco-Christian, Julian calendrical New Year's Day, which will be upon us very soon. Through the rest of tonight's monologue, I'll probably be referring to yesterday, meaning Saturday, a day before yesterday, meaning Friday, but we'll see. I'll try and remember, chronologically how to say what I'm going to say in terms of putting things involving the fire, for instance, in chronological order for us. Now, in Armenia, the New Year has been celebrated on the 1st of January since the 18th century. Before that, in pagan Armenia, there were two holidays, Amanor and Navazard. Instead of the traditional New Year tree, the house was decorated with a tree of life made of wheat straw. And that tree was decorated with apples and sprigs of cinnamon and knitted toys. Instead of Santa Claus, Armenians had Kahan Papi, who visited the houses with a bag full of gifts. Of course, all these traditions have remained in history, and now the Armenians are celebrating New Year with a Christmas tree and Santa Claus. So Hunvar, again, January 1st, the month of the birth of Jesus Christos, the risen Christ. January, or Hunvar in Armenian. The language itself means birth, and before the arrival of Christ, it was believed that all of the people were slaves in hell after death. But by being born in that month, Jesus Christ demolished that hell, saved all humanity from the eternal death, and leads them to the kingdom of heaven. That's why the month of January has marked the beginning of the year ever since. The Armenian people today celebrate the New Year. Festival for children in particular who are waiting for, Jmir Papik, or Pipik, Jmir, Dijmir Papik, winter grandpa, basically, to bring them gifts. Traditionally, these gifts are hidden under the pillows of each child instead of putting them under the tree. Obviously, they can't be very large. You're not going to fit a racetrack set underneath some kid's pillow. But these were different times, and life was, the economies of scale. Now, today, we are dealing, of course, inescapably with the fires. And what I will enter now is a link to something that reminds me of, Troy Bellamy when he was at his worst physical shape. His wife has helped him take care of that. Douglas Marks says Christ is King. There we are. Thank you, Douglas Marks. In the meantime, I'll just present the link to this article because it says it better than I could. You've got all black neighborhoods in Los Angeles, effectively, that are now being devastated. And but the individual in this case is one big fat black with a garden hose, and it reminds me of Troy Bellamy at his physical worst. This was before he was taking a colonoscopy, having nothing to do with the colonics that Peter Moon grooves off of, but this is he had a colonoscopy that was prescribed, and he had to empty his bowels using this formula so that you'd have a clean colon that they can shove a camera up, and there you go with that. And when he performed that procedure, he lost at least 40 pounds, and the myth is that's how Gary Coleman was born. At any rate, I couldn't resist that cheap shot in the worst possible taste. But Troy, I hope you can handle that humor. At any rate, the Los Angeles fires are not yet under control because Los Angeles' water supply infrastructure is simply not capable of generating the sustained pressure necessary to support the firefighters at scale indefinitely against 5 separate fucking blazes. Firefighters have made some progress. However, the death toll is now at 24. More than 9,000 buildings have been razed. 130,000 people have been ordered to evacuate areas north of the city. In a week of chaos throughout the Western world, LA burns as Trump and Musk blame DEI, or Day, as in Opus Dei, Latin for Work of God. But DEI is also an acronym: Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, or God in their essence, using the gender-neutral pronoun for divinity. Over the, as Los Angeles burns, Trump and Musk are blaming Day, or God, but they are defiling God by essentially taking the acronym and desacralizing it: diversity, equity, and inclusion, which is not the desacralization of the name of God. Rather, the desacralization comes from Trump and Musk attacking God by attacking diversity, equity, and inclusion, the essence of God himself, or yourself, to use a gender-neutral pronoun, over the real cause of their own fucking fires, because the Republicans have set them all. It is arson. We want people to know that. And Brendan, if you're awake, help verify that for me. You provided a chart in which you connected the dots of the 5 fires and you traced a pentagram. So the 5 fires were started at the 5 points of the compass, or rather, then having a cardinal center of the compass with the 5th fire, it is a 5th point in the pentagram. And of course, Brendan is invited to come back on and talk about his work in this regard, in helping us trace those dots of the 5 fires. Altogether, Elon Musk's posts on British grooming gangs are rooted in conspiracy, tangentially exposing why, given Trump's win, Europeans must yet be called upon to help Americans travel for abortions because Trump wants Greenland and Panama, and the world must take it seriously that he does. All of that being said, if that sounds convoluted, it will all make sense if I have enough time to cover it in narrative tonight. I will put all of that in context. All such being said, of course, we do want to emphasize that when I said take Trump seriously, when he says he's going to invade Greenland, yeah, by all means, take him at his word. He's delusional, but we must stay vigilant. It's too important to overlook. Donald Trump's dangerous fixation on misinformation, like his bizarre obsession with buying Greenland, it isn't just absurd, it's part of a bigger strategy to distract and divide us all worldwide. In his latest bout of grandiosity, he's dusting off a long debunked idea, buying Greenland. His fixation on acquiring Greenland is rooted in a deceiving map that overstates the island's size and strategic importance. But this isn't just a harmless fantasy. It's a stark reminder of how misinformation fuels his entire agenda. From pushing falsehoods about climate catastrophe to spreading conspiracy theories about the 2020 election, Trump's misinformation machine is relentless. And now, with the 2024 election behind us, but his ambitions still looming large, we cannot afford to let our guard down. Every delusion he amplifies, no matter how absurd, chips away at our democracy and distracts from the real issues facing Americans. I'm committed to shining a light on the truth and holding leaders accountable, but I cannot do it without yourselves. and it's only your support that ensures I can continue doing what I do as the son of Adolf Hitler, your source of future leadership, if you're lucky. And if I never accomplish that goal of attaining secular power, it's not my loss, it's yours. So I'm going to breathe and prepare myself for diving into the night, a deep dive, relentless. All right. Why has the American multi-billionaire Elon Musk become fixated on historic child sex abuse in English towns? The most serious conversation on the world stage, in which Piers Morgan has plagiarized myself, which our man George Knight has the evidence for, is that the United Kingdom grooming gangs and the subsequent cover-up that has spanned decades and multiple branches of the system, from police to social workers to the press and even the courts. Although many voices have been trying to break the story, it was heavily suppressed, often with career-ending accusations of racism or Islamophobia. It took the social power of the multi-billionaire and ex-owner Elon Musk to bring the topic back into Parliament, where the Tories have tried to redeem themselves, Labour have disgraced themselves, and Reform have tried to pitch themselves as the seekers of justice. My dear friends of critical omissions, if you take but one point away from this week's transmissions, make it this: there be a far-right conspiracy behind the American multi-billionaire's posts. For just such reasons, Tommy Robinson has been thrown into the mix, framed as a political prisoner, and, as some articles have argued, a representation of the way the elite have treated the working class of Great Britain when they tried to voice their opposition to the destruction of local communities. And every time there's news about abortion in these United States, my son's notifications start pinging as sourcing from his Armenoid brethren throughout the continent across the Atlantic. Should we set up pathways for people from the U.S. to travel to Europe for abortions? The people asking mean well. Like my son, they want a world where anyone who needs an abortion can have one, preferably without having to cross state or international lines. Unlike my son, most of these people haven't spent over 20 years helping people failed by states, laws, and healthcare systems have abortions. The United States also has something else Europe lacks: existing mutual aid networks and organizations working at grassroots levels to provide funding and practical support to people who face obstacles in accessing abortions. Some of these activist groups predate the passage of Roe, and they are powered by some of the, well, I would say some of the fiercest, most creative, passionate activists on earth. Over 100 of these groups are part of the well-funded national network of abortion funds. If they need or want Europe's help, they will call across the sea. Because the true endgame of immigration restriction and great replacement narratives, well, it's not just about racism, but also about eviscerating the rights of white women to boost white birth rates. Trad wifery as public policy. Meanwhile, Donald Trump gave an hour-long press conference in which he casually floated the idea of turning Canada into the 51st state of America, along with renaming the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. If Canada and Mexico fail to stop the flow of illegal immigrants. He also eyed off Greenland and told Panama to sort out their problem of Commu-Chinese ownership, or America will be retaking control of the canal. It was at this point that Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of the Dominion of Canada, decided to quietly announce that he would be tapping out of politics. Donald Trump's controversial statements this week about the U.S. claiming territories like Greenland and the Panama Canal Zone are no doubt absurd. Can Russia now claim to have been conned out of selling Alaska to these United States nearly 200 years ago? Can France now make a similar claim over the 1803 Louisiana Purchase? Would Mexico like to take my golden California and Texas back? And yet, Trump is doing more than merely pre-bargaining scene setting here. And there is recent historical precedence for taking him a lot more seriously than we are. We've all been here before with the USA's post 9/11 neoconservative dream and failed war on terror. And finally, and here we are with the Flaminado, the fire tornado spotted in the Palisades blaze like a devil out of hell itself. Let me enter this into live stream for access. And here we are. And, okay. That was an interesting entry by Elizabeth Bean. Okay, I'll try not to take that personally. And let me enter this as well. This is, of course, both in the text box and in our chat now. Everyone take advantage of that. And finally, we have the terrifying firestorm in greater Los Angeles, which was set by a red column of arsonists to be the signal flaring the end of Gavin Newsom's political career. He's the governor of our golden state, a deep blue state, a deep blue gov, and he's being targeted by the red Republican column of arsonists that have set these fires. Powerful winds having fanned their wildfires into destructive infernos across Los Angeles, killing 24 as of Saturday evening. Yesterday, the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner announced that the number of people killed in the Eaton fire alone has risen to 11. The Palisades fire grew roughly another 1,000 acres yesterday and had burned 23,654 acres by afternoon with 11% containment. An expansion of the flames to the north and east prompted officials to issue mandatory, or rather more mandatory, evacuation areas to the west of the 405 freeway as it threatened parts of Encino and Brentwood. While horrific scenes played out in the background, right-side reporters put Governor Newsom to the test, asking him pointed questions about the multitude of failures that contributed to the rare worst windstorm in more than 14 years, what whipped up LA County's catastrophic hellscape as the largest of 4 active wildfires was encroaching on a major Southern California artery, and officials warned of dangerous winds continuing into next week. While wildfires rage across Los Angeles, Donald Trump and his weirdo presidential wingman Elon Musk are doing all they can to make things worse. Trump, Musk, and MAGA douse our California wildfires with conspiracies, hate, and lies. Elon Musk and others on the right have also trotted out their favorite thing to blame everything on: diversity, equity, and inclusion, acronymous as DEI, D-E-I, the very name of God. While wildfires rage across Los Angeles, President-elect Donald Trump, weirdo presidential wingman Elon Musk, and other disreputable characters in the MAGA extended universe are doing all they can to make things worse. Like smart-ass school children, they're leveraging an unfolding natural disaster as a chance to shout stupid nicknames at California's governor, making up nonsense out of whole cloth, and pointing fingers in whatever direction lunkhead conspiracy theorists tell them to point. In other words, they're behaving exactly as we should now expect MAGA fucks to behave, with cruelty and opportunism first, and they're doing it less than, well, a week before Trump starts running our country, or rather ruining it. Elon Musk agrees with Alex Jones as Los Angeles burns. The cherry on the "you're not helping" Sunday came with unhinged nutball Alex Jones posting on X Wednesday, "Los Angeles fires are part of a larger globalist plot to wage economic warfare and deindustrialize the United States." He spelled it untied states, actually. "To deindustrialize the untied states before triggering total collapse." To which Musk, who helped get Trump elected and is now slated to play a significant role in shaping our federal government, responded, "True." Counterpoint, "Not true, you soulless idiots." That sort of gibberish should prompt people in white lab coats to chase you around, trying to capture you in a net. I say lab coats because this wouldn't be the old school of people sent to institutionalize you. They need to keep you as fucking specimens. You see, MAGA fucks blame the LA wildfires on diversity because, of course, they do. Musk and others on the right have also trotted out their favorite thing to blame everything on: diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI. It est day. It est God. Newsmax host and person you've never heard of, Rob Finnerty, assailed the fact that the Los Angeles Fire Department is led by an eminently qualified person who also happens to be a lesbian. "In Los Angeles, it's the exact same story. Death by DEI, this time with their brand new fire chief." For those who don't own a MAGA to English / English to MAGA translation book, DEI, the Latin word for God, day, is MAGA code for only straight, cisgender white men are capable of doing a good job. The fire chieftainess, Kristen Crowley, is a 12 decades veteraness who rose up through the ranks, serving as a firefighter, paramedic, engineer, fire inspectress, battalion chieftainess, assistant chieftainess, and fire marshal. But facts don't matter much when your primary objective is to be the worst version of yourself possible. MAGA is ever so proud to learn that the letters in DEI can also spell DIE, or God can also mean die. So it goes that clever fellows like Donald Trump Jr. realized the letters that make up DEI can be moved around to spell something hilarious. The ogreish Trump spawn posted on Instagram, "Can we rename DEI to DIE or die? Since that's what seems to happen to the people downstream of those who place woke virtue signaling far above competency." All of this is wildly unhelpful in a moment of human mass tragedy. But not to be outdone, the incoming president has been dishonestly rage posting at California Governor Gavin Newsom, writing shit like this: "One of the best and most beautiful parts of the United States of America is burning down to the ground, is ashes, and Gavin Newsom should resign. This is all his fault." Such leadership. I mean, he doesn't even spell the man's name right intentionally, perverts it from Newsom to Newscum. It's like, talk about childish. And this guy's running the country. Trump and others are spitting lies at the LA fires. Trump and company are also just making shit up, claiming Newsom refused to sign the Water Restoration Declaration, a thing that doesn't even fucking exist, and showing abject ignorance of California's water supply system. Mark Gold, a board member of the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, told the independent news organization CalMatters that Trump's inaccurate babbling about the state's water resources is nothing short of irresponsible. And it's happening at a time when the Metropolitan Water District has the most water stored in its system in the history of the agency. It's not a matter of having enough water coming from Northern California to put out a fire. It's about the continued devastating impacts of a changing climate. So perhaps climate catastrophe is something we should discuss? There it is! The 12 words the MAGA King and his minions dare not speak. Climate catastrophe. Say it loud. You know, the thing that actually exacerbating wildfires via drought, increased temperatures, and dramatic weather shifts. The thing causing more extreme weather events. The thing we should be paying attention to instead of blaming deadly fires on a lack of high-ranking white straight people or some histrionic conspiracy garble. Alas, this is the fate voters have handed us for at least the next 4 years. We'll be led by a man devoid of empathy and incapable of shame who surrounds himself with a court of infantile fools. The handling of these unprecedented fires should and will be examined, and the preparation for such a thing, if a thing this intense could even have been predicted, will be reviewed. If anybody screwed up, by all means, hold them accountable. But pinning blame with zero evidence and hurling insults as the fires rage, homes burn, and lives are lost is the height of irresponsibility. American tragedies once bred unity and compassion. For the MAGA-fied Republican Party, they're now an opportunity to breed more hate and attack all perceived enemies. Trump and his coterie of boors have shown us again that there is no us in U.S. or United States. It's just us and them. Harris has canceled her final foreign trip because of the California wildfires' impact. That's what I'm going to be going into. Remember that key phrase, impact. The historic landmarks raised by Los Angeles' deadly fires are becoming a collective trauma as the LA wildfires will impact California's home insurance market. This is a big deal. Firefighters are continuing to battle to control a series of major raging wildfires in the greater Los Angeles area that have killed over 24 people, spreading over almost 30 square miles to ravage communities from the Pacific Coast to Pasadena and forcing over 180,000 people to flee their homes. More than 9,000 structures, homes, businesses, and other buildings, including historic buildings, have been lost to the LA fires, and many more thousands of people have been displaced. The fires are the city's most destructive to date. The wildfires in Los Angeles have killed people, destroyed thousands of homes, and are now likely to exceed $50 billion in losses. There are the donations and expressions of sympathy from leaders like Apple CEO Tim Cook and Amazon's Andy Jassy, surreal trivialities like theme park closures alongside devastated residents posting pictures of their former homes. Many watched their homes burn on television in a state of shock. To reiterate, at least 24 people have died as several major fires in Los Angeles County remain mostly uncontained. The seaside neighborhood of Pacific Palisades has been devastated, with many residents and reporters describing the area as apocalyptic and a ghost town. Officials say the Palisades fire has exploded to more than 17,200 acres with zero containment. It has destroyed over 2,000 structures, making it the most destructive ever in Los Angeles County. The other massive blaze, the Eton fire, is overtaking homes across Altadena and has ballooned to more than 10,000 acres. With wind speeds easing, crews say that air tanker planes will be better able to drop water and fire retardants today to hopefully contain the fires and protect property. The wind-driven wildfires pushing through Los Angeles County, forcing residents to flee their homes by the tens of thousands, is but the first act. For Angelinos directly in the path of the fires and those watching under apocalyptic skies, in a collective trauma that will change hearts and landscapes for generations. I've personally survived fires long enough, unfortunately, to know that what comes after the fire is a second, longer trauma of figuring out how to live when everything you've known is gone. That's not just material goods. There's a backdrop of daily life, a morning coffee spot, a view on our run, a cute neighbor with a cute dog, that sometimes we don't appreciate until suddenly it's not there anymore, and won't be back. It is like a Hollywood disaster movie with a difference. It is really happening close to Hollywood, and the stars involved, including reactionary propagandists such as James Woods and Eugene Levy, who but suffer the consequences of their own red side's scorched earth policy, aren't acting. They really are fleeing their homes as a wildfire singes residential areas in the Pacific Palisades area on the northwest fringe of Los Angeles. Several film premieres have been canceled, along with the nomination ceremony for the Screen Actors Guild Awards. Among the destroyed structures are the 30-room Topanga Ranch Motel that was built and owned since 1929 by the notorious publisher William Randolph Hearst, father of Patricia Ann Hearst, the abducted terrorist, and the ranch estate included a mansion, stables, and horse corrals as established by the comedian Will Rogers. Will Rogers' Western Ranch House having been placed on the National Register of Historic Places. According to a Wednesday statement by California State Parks, fires that spread through Will Rogers State Historic Park engulfed the eponymous 1930s actor's ranch house, and blazes that swept through Topanga State Park destroyed the iconic Topanga Ranch Motel, once owned by 20th century newspaper publisher William Randolph Hearst. State Park employee residences at the, Topanga and Will Rogers Parks were also razed by these blazes, belonging to the Palisades Fire, which ripped through the Pacific Palisades neighborhood west of downtown Los Angeles. In the statement, State Parks Director Armando Quintero says, California State Parks mourns the loss of these treasured national and cultural resources, and our hearts go out to everyone impacted by the devastating fires in the Los Angeles area. We are directing all available resources into the emergency response effort and working to secure and protect as much as we can at affected nearby state parks. The Parks Department, referring to him as America's most beloved citizen, Rogers was a cherished Renaissance entertainer, movie star, radio personality, writer, philanthropist, aviation enthusiast, and cowboy philosopher. Born in 1879 as a citizen of the Cherokee Nation in territory that later became Oklahoma, Rogers traveled the world before purchasing land in the Palisades in the 1920s. By the time Roger died in 1935, he developed a sprawling ranch on his 359-acre property. The estate included a 31-room mansion, houses for guests, stables and corrals, a golf course, and horse riding trails. In 1944, Rogers' wife, Betty, donated the property to the state of California, and it became a historic park. State park employees were able to evacuate the ranch's horses and some artifacts, including pieces of art from Rogers' ranch, but the fires destroyed the entire building, save some stone chimneys and walls. As Cherokee Principal Chief Chuck Hoskin Jr. says in a statement, Rogers is among our most beloved Cherokees. and a legacy of our people. He lauded the protectors of the Will Rogers Ranch, who have preserved history over the years. The Topanga Ranch Motel also possessed a long history marked by a significant American figure. Hearst built the bungalow-style building in 1929, just across the street from Topanga Beach. By that time, he owned newspapers and magazines across the country. Hearst was a political influencer and a pioneer of yellow journalism, dishonest and sensationalized reporting, which some historians believed, well, all sensible historians conclude contributed, if not caused, the Spanish-American War of 1898. A native of San Francisco, Hearst spent much of his life in California and developed several properties in state, most notably the opulent Hearst Castle in San Simeon, 300 miles up the Pacific coast from Los Angeles. The Topanga Ranch Motel had 30 rooms, which once hosted construction workers who built the Pacific Coast Highway. According to State Parks, which acquired the property in 2001, in its heyday, the place provided an inexpensive seaside holiday vacation retreat for families and writers and was a popular film and television location. The department had been planning to restore 20 of the old motel's cabins for public use. The Palisades fire also brushed the grounds of the Getty Villa, an art museum founded by oil tycoon J. Paul Getty in 1974 to house his massive collection of classical and Renaissance works. The building itself has escaped damage thus far. In a statement, Catherine E. Fleming, Presidentress and CEO, Chieftainess Executrix Officier of the J. Paul Getty Trust, said, "Some trees and vegetation on site have burned, but staff and the collection remain safe." Fortunately, Getty had made extensive efforts to clear brush from the surrounding area as part of its fire mitigation efforts throughout the year. These efforts included irrigating the grounds and sealing the building to keep out smoke. Northeast of the Palisades, the Eton fire consumed Altadena, an unincorporated region inside Los Angeles County, up in the Verdugo Mountains near the Eton Canyon Falls Nature Reserve. Among the many buildings destroyed is the Bunny Museum, the world's only museum about everything bunny. As CBS News' Dean Fiorezzi reported, the museum was a beloved staple of Altadena for nearly 3 decades and possessed almost 50,000 bunny-related items. The only reason I know about it is because I honestly, when I was young, thought that it had something to do with Hugh Hefner and the Playboy Mansion and their estate and assumed it was all about Playboy bunnies. I was sorely disappointed. Any rate, here's the Instagram link. Let's put that into the chat box and into text. And our dear Elizabeth Beam says, "Hey, DDD, I'm a straight white person." And she says, "Thank you, Vril. I sent donation." Oh, appreciate that, honey. Love you dearly. Well, believe it or not, I'm straight myself, and I am half white. So, hey, we should get together sometime, perhaps, and work it all out. At any rate, let me check my incoming and see if the money wound up where I can see it. Notification of donation received. $10. Okay, thank you, honey. Mwah. Love you dearly. All right. Such being said, so with this link, you can see, hey, well, it's no fucking Playboy bunny, that's for fucking sure. And God, how I miss them. Steve Lubansky, co-owner of the Bunny Museum, which has nothing to do with the bunnies I'm interested in, told CBS News, "All of the old town, the iconic Altadena Old Town, is gone. Our museum is gone. That'll hit me in a while. Lubansky says he and his wife spent nearly 40 years building their collection. They were only able to save their pets and a few items. As of Thursday afternoon, first responders have made gains in battling the Sunset Fire, which forced residents out of the Hollywood Hills to evacuate, per the Los Angeles Times. Extreme wind speeds have contributed to the fire's spreading. As Los Angeles Fire Department Chief Dennis Kristen Crowley said at a Wednesday press conference, while I myself went on bandwidth to host our latest transmission before tonight's, we are absolutely not out of danger yet. Thus, on Thursday, her office announced that the Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris is canceling the final foreign trip of her term because of the wildfires in her own home state of California. Her decision follows a similar one made by President Joe Biden, who was due to travel this week to Roma to visit Pope Francis and meet with the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, but instead stayed in Washington. Harris had planned to visit Singapore, Bahrain, and Die Neue Deutschland, the new United Germany, from January 13th through to the 17th. The itinerary suggested she wanted to continue playing a global role even after losing the presidential election to Donald John Trump, who takes office on January 20th. Firefighters have been struggling to get a handle on several blazes in the Los Angeles area. At a White House meeting with Biden on Thursday, Harris said wildfires will continue to be a year-round threat. To quote she, "It doesn't matter what month of the year, we should be ready." Harris's own home in the Brentwood neighborhood is located in an evacuation zone. 180,000 have mass evacuated from the Pacific Palisades, Santa Monica, and Malibu. Celebrities have watched their homes burn down on their security cameras. Billy Crystal and Paris Hilton's houses have been destroyed. The damages are estimated at more than $50 billion. The median home value in the region is $2 million. The devastating LA wildfires will impact California's home insurance market. California homeowners are battling an insurance crisis as the California fires stress an already pressured insurance industry. The vast property damage in a disaster-prone state with high real estate prices could make coverage more expensive and even harder to find. The wildfires that destroyed homes in multiple sections of the Los Angeles area will test California's efforts to stabilize the state's insurance marketplace after many insurers stopped issuing residential policies due to the high fire risk. The wind-driven wildfires burning out of control in the Los Angeles area could not have emerged at a more perilous moment for California's homeowners, as officials face what they concede is a deepening insurance crisis. The hurricane blazes that started Tuesday roared through neighborhoods from the Pacific Coast inland to Pasadena and the Hollywood Hills. The vast property damage in a disaster-prone state with high real estate prices and an uncertain insurance landscape will make coverage more expensive and even harder to find. One area likely to feel the impact and encounter challenges rebuilding is Pacific Palisades, an affluent community sandwiched between the Pacific Ocean and the Santa Monica Mountains. This week's wildfire there has been named as the most destructive in the modern history of the city of Los Angeles. Flames destroyed businesses, a library, and cultural landmarks, as well as houses. State authorities previously listed the Palisades as one of the 5 Southern California areas with the highest concentration of potential wildfire risks. The community also is among the areas most impacted by an unavailability of insurance coverage. According to the San Francisco Chronicle, when State Farm decided to discontinue coverage for 72,000 houses and apartments in California last year, it dropped nearly 70% of its market share in Pacific Palisades. The ongoing wildfires will further disrupt the policy market amid California's residential insurance crisis. The end of climate stability is the end of the insurance market. We saw this coming. Insurance carriers have been abandoning wildfire-prone areas for years, leaving some residents with no money to rebuild. State Farm announced last year it was discontinuing 72,000 policies in California, including about 70% of policies in the Pacific Palisades, the neighborhood now devastated by fire. It's one of several major insurers to have pulled back or pulled out of the market in recent years. My son's husband has spoken with PG&E CEO Patty Pop, Edison International CEO Pedro Pizarro, and Sunrun CEO Mary Powell about their efforts to create a more resilient grid that, among other things, would reduce wildfire risk. In his private conversation with Pop about taking the helm in the aftermath of the 2018 Camp Fire, started by a PG&E power line, she talked about the reality that the risks have changed. When Sugar Daddy reached out to Pizarro this week, he noted that several hundred of his team members had to be evacuated and at least 15 lost their homes. Back in the summer, he told us that his team at Edison had reduced the probability of catastrophic fires starting from his infrastructure by 85 to 88% in the prior 6 years. Edison covers about 50,000 square miles in California, more than a quarter of which is in a high fire risk area. To quote as Pizarro, every sector is going to need to be making investments to adapt its infrastructure for the climate change that's coming. When it comes to assessing the business impact of climate catastrophe, Sugar Daddy has long looked to Spencer Glendon of Probable Futures. He's an economist and former head of research at Wellington Management, who argues that 12,000 years of climate stability have made us complacent and illiterate about climate change. As Glendon noted in a commentary published yesteryear, the end of climate stability signals the end of the insurance market as we know it. That's because insurance doesn't protect you against hazards. It's a financial contract based on a pooled risk that reimburses you if you're among the unlucky ones to face a rare and predictable hazard. When such hazards become unpredictable or heartbreakingly common, affecting everybody in the pool, the market structure crumbles along with the buildings they're designed to protect. Thus, California has a home insurance crisis. California has seen other major insurers pull back on property coverage in the nation's most populous state as climate change makes wildfires, floods, and windstorms more common and damaging. Of the top 20 most destructive wildfires in state history, at least 15 occurred since 2015. The data did not include the Los Angeles area fires this week. In 2023, 7 of the 12 largest insurance companies by market share in California either paused or restricted issuing new policies in the state. That has made it extremely difficult for homeowners in high-risk areas to obtain or afford insurance. Analysts estimate the insured losses in Pacific Palisades alone could approach $10 billion, squeezing insurance companies at a time when some have been pulling back policies. The devastating wildfires raging through Los Angeles are reopening the debate about how to model and manage risk for the insurance industry as climate catastrophe makes such destruction ever more inevitable. As to why it matters, California's insurance market is in the middle of major reforms to deal with the cost of fire, but they may not be fast enough given the billions of dollars at stake. Point: some market experts warn that the state may need to consider becoming a primary insurer for fire risk, much as it already did with earthquakes and Florida did with hurricanes. The big picture shows that climate catastrophe has made my golden California vastly more susceptible to wildfires, previously in summer, now no matter the season. Point: that growing risk has made insurers wary of covering my golden state and led many to pull out of the market altogether. Point: the California FAIR, F-A-I-R, Fair Access to Insurance Requirements plan, which our state created as a last resort for homeowners who couldn't find insurance, is soaking up that demand, protecting homeowners but squeezing other insurers and weakening its own financial condition. Point: in a September 2024 bulletin, the state insurance commissioner, Ricardo Lava, wrote, "When the FAIR plan takes on more customers, it causes traditional insurance companies to withdraw from certain areas, further increasing dependence on the FAIR plan. This cycle can ultimately weaken the FAIR plan's financial stability and limit consumer choice." So, if we go at it by the numbers, as of September 2024, FAIR plan's exposure to residential fire risk was $431, or rather 431 billion fucking dollars, 0.45. 430, I'm looking this up, as you can tell. At any rate, it's up almost 60 fucking percent from the year before. Matter of fact, give me a little second here to reach for my handy dandy calculator and get myself a $1 billion on the screen. Excuse me. There we are. Gonna have to clear that. Do that again. Yeah, there we are. There we are. Times 0.45. So 450,000. So there we are. It is basically as of September 24th, FAIR plan's exposure to residential fire risk was 431 billion and 450,000 United States dollars, up nigh 60% from yesteryear. So point: the agency says that the number of policies in force rose 123% in 4 years. Point: one of the biggest risk areas in our state is the currently burning Pacific Palisades, with $5.89 billion in exposure, due in large part to high property values. Another point to be made now is that FAIR plan does have a mechanism to share its burden with insurers in our state if its solvency is at risk, but insurers now have the ability to pass those assessment costs onto their customers. So between the lines, the CDI, the California Department of Insurance, moved in recent years to implement a sustainable insurance strategy, changes that traded more flexibility for insurers for more coverage of at-risk areas. Point: the aforecited LARA issued new regulations letting insurers pass along some of their reinsurance costs to their customers and letting them use catastrophe modeling to project possible future losses instead of simply relying on historical data. Point: those changes were controversial, as opponents said they would cause rates to rise faster than coverage would expand. Point: the Insurance Information Institute, the III, a clearinghouse for the industry, says the regulations are having a positive effect, prompting more insurers to write more coverage. And point, of course, this week's fires may have complicated matters. So as to what they're saying, Jeremy Porter, head of climate implications research at the risk modeling firm First Street, has gone on record to say, I think that California is being progressive in a lot of ways in the insurance market. Point, per the Porter man, the downside of that is there's a correction that has to be made. There's what I call a climate debt. All of those fees, all of those insurance premiums, they're all going to adjust upward as we talk about risk. Point, in other words, Californians have to accept they're going to pay more if the risk of fires is modeled properly and insured in a sound manner. So what's next? It's far too soon to say what kind of losses this week's fires will generate for the fair plan or the industry, but the evident damage is enough to get people thinking about outcomes. Point, on X, Michael Warrer, a senior research scholar at Stanford Woods Institute for the Environment, posted, things could still break for the positive, but it is seeming more likely that the losses from tonight's fires could push insurance markets over the brink in California, despite all the good work CDI and stakeholders have done over the past few years to stabilize the situation. Pointing to the difficulties in Florida, which has a strained state-run insurer for hurricanes, Warrer wrote, I am beginning to think that we need to be having a much bigger conversation about the structure and assumptions that underlie this rate-regulated industry. The current model may just not be sustainable. So what happens to residents who can't get regular home insurance? California homeowners in wildfire-prone areas either go without insurance at all or join the FAIR, F-A-I-R, acronymus for Fair Access to Insurance Requirements Plan, our state's insurer of last resort for fire risk. Many people purchase the FAIR plan to satisfy their mortgage requirements, but the policies only cover basic property damage and carry a $3 million limit. Given the value of the real estate involved and the limited coverage, FAIR plan policyholders who lost homes in this week's fires may struggle to be made whole. The policies can be very bare bones, with some options only covering the actual cash value of what was lost rather than the true replacement costs, as observed by, or rather noted, by Amy Bach, the executrix directress of the consumer advocacy group United Policyholders. The plan was designed to be a temporary solution, but more Californians are relying on it than ever. The number of fair residential policies issued in state more than doubled between 2020 and 2024, reaching nearly 452,000 policies. So, could claims from the LA fires push the FAIR plan into insolvency? Policies sold to FAIR customers primarily fund the plan, but insurers would have to pay into the fund if it becomes insolvent or to keep it from insolvency. Under a new state rule, insurers could ask the state to approve rate increases to recoup the money spent on bailing out the FAIR plan. FAIR plan spokesperson Hillary McLean said it could take years to tally total losses from the Los Angeles area fires, qualifying that while it's too soon for reliable loss estimates, the FAIR plan anticipates being able to pay out claims from the wildfires. In a statement, McLean said, "We are aware of misinformation being posted online regarding the FAIR plan's ability to pay claims. The FAIR plan has payment mechanisms in place, including reinsurance, to ensure all covered claims are paid." Now, according to testimony given to California lawmakers yesteryear, the plan has roughly $700 million in cash on hand and about $2.5 billion in reinsurance. The mean home value in Pacific Palisades and its surrounding areas hovers around $3.3 million, according to the real estate company Redfin. Owners of the most valuable properties probably are not relying on the FAIR plan because of the coverage limit. Jamie Court, president of the nonprofit organization Consumer Watchdog, has said that the claims from the fires will be significant. But this is not enough, in his words, to put the industry out of business or the FAIR plan out of business. On Thursday, state lawmakers introduced a bill that would give the FAIR plan the ability to seek catastrophe bonds if it faces liquidity challenges. So, how has California responded to the insurance crisis? In a new tactic, state officials undertook a year-long overhaul to give insurers more latitude to raise premiums in exchange for more issuing policies in high-risk areas. A new regulation that took effect this month allows insurers to consider climate catastrophe when setting their prices. California previously did not let insurance companies factor in current or future risks when deciding how much to charge, I mean to say. Many companies cited the restriction as their reason for retreating from our state's insurance market. The state is also in the final stage of approving a rule that would let insurance companies pass on the costs of reinsurance to California consumers. Insurance companies typically buy reinsurance or insurance for themselves in case they face enormous payouts from natural disasters or catastrophic losses. California is the only state that doesn't already allow the cost of reinsurance to be borne by policyholders. The new rules have prompted Farmers, the second largest insurer in the state, to resume writing new policies for homeowners last month. Consumer Watchdog's Mr. Court says the rules also could make it easier for insurers to raise rates with little oversight. So just how will the fires impact California's insurance market? Danielle Ritter, a vice presidentess with the American Property Casualty Insurance Association, the largest national trade association for home, automotive, and business insurers, concludes that it's premature to assess whether the wind-whipped fires and their destruction will put a damper on California's attempt to preserve home insurance options for residents. But higher homeowner premiums could be coming soon. If insurers' models signal a potential increase of risk, the RAND, that's an acronym, RAND, for Research and Development, economist Lloyd Dixon observed, then you'd expect to see the requests for premium increases by the insurers. On Wednesday midweek last, the aforecited California Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara said that the newly enacted rules allowing climate catastrophe consideration in premiums will help insurers accurately assess risks and set fair rates. The state is also issuing a one-year moratorium prohibiting insurance companies from dropping coverage in areas affected by fires. In a statement, Lara said, insurance companies are pledging their commitment to California, and we will hold them accountable for the promises they have made. When the unthinkable happens, if your insurance company drops your fire or flood coverage, there be steps you can still take. Currently, Los Angeles County suffers from apocalyptic scenes of deadly, uncontained wildfires. Unfortunately, insurance doesn't function like a gas or electric company. Even in the face of disaster, insurers are not obligated to service your home. Instead, these companies can choose which properties they're willing to insure based on their risk assessment models. This selective coverage has become increasingly common in areas prone to natural disasters, particularly in regions facing heightened wildfire or flood risks. While getting a cancellation or non-renewal notice can be stressful, there are a few steps you should take before you accept force-placed insurance. Here's what you can do. There are immediate steps after receiving a cancellation notice from your insurance company. Make sure you review your notice carefully. Document both the date you received the notice as well as the effective date of cancellation/non-renewal. Identify the specific reason or reasons in the plurality given for the coverage change, and then check if the notice complies with state notification requirements. From here, contact your insurance company. Point: request a detailed written explanation if not provided. Point: ask about specific risks or issues that led to their decision. Point: inquire if any property improvements could change their decision. As always, get all communications in writing for your records and make sure you understand and fight for your rights here. You could be entitled to a grace period, or your state may require insurers to help you find new coverage. If they don't do these things, document any violations of state insurance laws. Another place to turn is your mortgage agreement's insurance requirements. Contact your lender to discuss the situation and request additional time if needed to secure new coverage. Then there's the state-based insurance options. In the face of your coverage dropping you, look into these national and state-based insurance programs. The California Fair Plan. Point: coverage up to $3 million for structures. Point: must be combined with a difference in conditions policy. Point: requires inspection of property. Point: available to all California property owners. The New York Fair Plan. Point: coverage for hard-to-insure properties. Point: basic fire and extended coverage. Point: must apply through a licensed insurance agent. The Florida Citizens Property Insurance. Point: last resort coverage for Florida residents. Point: must prove inability to find private coverage. Point: special assessment risks during major disasters. Then there's the Texas Fair Plan. Point: basic coverage for qualified properties. Point: available after 12 private market rejections, or a pair of private market rejections. Point: requires property maintenance compliance. And finally, the NFIP, the National Flood Insurance Program. Point: building coverage up to $250,000. Point: contents average up to $100,000. Contents coverage, up to $100,000. Point: available in participating communities. Point: covers direct physical flood damage. Point: property must be in NFIP participating community. Point: coverage effective after 30-day waiting period. Point: must meet minimum floodplain management standards. Point: annual premium based on flood zone and coverage. You can also look into private flood insurance options, which often provide shorter waiting periods at a higher cost, unfortunately. Whenever you're looking to buy insurance, you can look into policy bundling, aka, or also known as, combining multiple policies for better rates. In this case, do some research to work with insurers specializing in high-risk properties. As to what else to do if you live in a high-risk area, well, the risk of losing your physical home makes your community and the people in it all the more important. Join local disaster preparedness groups and engage in local emergency planning. You could join or start building neighborhood insurance pools, community-based catastrophe insurance, and other sorts of DIY or do-it-yourself safety nets for when insurance companies fail you. In terms of your own finances, natural disasters are one of the top reasons to maintain a robust emergency fund. Remember that while losing insurance coverage can be alarming, there are usually multiple options available. The key is to act quickly, understand your rights, and explore all possible alternatives before accepting more expensive or limited coverage options. Because this catastrophe was waiting to happen. Forecasting for disaster didn't help us avoid it. How do you stop a perfect storm? It's been a devastating, draining week for Los Angeles County. 24 people confirmed dead. More than 9,000 homes and other structures destroyed or damaged. Over 35,000 acres burned. The Palisades and Eton fires are likely the worst disaster in California history in terms of economic loss, and among the worst nationwide. Then came another blaze, the Kenneth Fire, which broke out Thursday afternoon on the western edge of the San Fernando Valley north of the 101 freeway. By evening, it had scorched nearly 1,000 acres and prompted evacuation orders and warnings in Hidden Hills, Calabasas, and Woodland Hills. The layers of tragedy reach at the personal, communal, and cultural levels. Thousands of people lost their homes and priceless items inside them as flames clawed through neighborhoods, sparked by wind-driven embers. Hundreds more returned to the scorched remains of businesses they worked hard to create. Tens of thousands of others had their sense of safety rattled as they were forced to take what they could carry and flee, unsure where to go or what they would return to. Even those not directly affected by the fires mourned as historic buildings, beloved restaurants, houses of worship, and familiar corners were reduced to ash. As these fires and smaller blazes continue to burn, we're all trying to understand what failures contributed to this virtually unchecked destruction. Did the city really cut funding to its fire department? Was it the notable absence of Mayor Karen Bass, or Mayoress Karen Bass, who was on a trip to Africa as the Palisades began to burn? Or the infrastructure that could not meet the demand for water, leaving fire hydrants running dry? Did the strong winds damage power lines, creating a fateful spark? There will be plenty of postmortems on how local government leaders and agencies managed or mismanaged the crises. But I keep being reminded, this was a catastrophe waiting to happen. Climate whiplash, made worse by our actions, created a tinderbox. Researchers have for years been gathering evidence that climate catastrophe is creating conditions that will make wildfires increasingly more destructive. The LA Times reporteress Ian James unpacked new research this week that shows those increasingly dramatic swings between heavy rain and searing drought are becoming more frequent and severe due to human-caused climate catastrophe. Ian so wrote, California naturally experiences some of the world's most dramatic shifts between very wet weather and dry spells. And with more warming, burning, the scientists project the state to see these swings become even more extreme. In this latest back and forth, the exceptionally wet winters of 2023 and 2024 supercharged the growth of brush and grasses in hillsides and canyons. Then came a summer of record-breaking heat, followed by a notably dry fall. That's how you make a tinderbox. We've built communities out into those tinderboxes. The origin points of the blazes are textbook WUI. It's an acronym pronounced WUI, or WUI, Wild Urban Interface. Those are places where human development spreads into wild, undeveloped spaces. Historically, wildfires are a regular and natural part of the ecosystem in and around the Santa Monica Mountains. Sprawling neighborhoods in fire-prone areas supercharges the risks. And then there's the human factor. CAL FIRE, the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, estimates more than 90% of wildfires are caused by humans, whether through carelessness, deliberate ignitions, arson, or infrastructure failures, like our infamous PG&E in Northern California, otherwise known as Murder Incorporated, tried in court and condemned as guilty for hundreds of deaths. Kills people with its failing infrastructure, and power lines fall into the ground and sparking the local environment into an inferno. Add to all that the hurricane force gusts that howled through the region earlier this week, and we get the perfect, horrific recipe for an inferno at a level our human countermeasures simply cannot match. UCLA climate scientist Danielle Swain put it this way in a recent live stream. The reality is, when you have bone dry, critically dry vegetation and 50 to 90 mile per hour winds with highly flammable structures densely intermixed with the vegetation, there is not a lot that can be done to stop the aggressive chemical reaction that is the combustion process of an intense wind-driven fire. We haven't adjusted properly to fire given the realities of climate catastrophe. That's according to Mona Lisa Chatterjee, a climate scientist and associate professores of environmental studies at USC, the University of Southern California, Dornsife. Her research is centered on how societies are adapting, or not, to climate catastrophe and the impacts and vulnerabilities that comest with it. Chatterjee told me the perfect storm of risks and the resulting devastation should serve as a reminder that human attempts to control fire, a natural part of this ecosystem, her words, may work for a while, but eventually nature hits a breaking point. Chatterjee explains that it's vital for communities and government to move from a resistance mindset to a resiliency mindset and learn to coexist with fires. That may include difficult decisions about where we build or rebuild our homes. To quote a she, in the past, we've been resisting it. Let's not allow any fires to happen because fires are bad. But in reality, that ended up accumulating so much fuel that now, whenever there is any kind of fire events, we are seeing that it is escalating because there's so much material available to burn. We have to consider that we are living in a place where there is a fire risk. We have to culturally accept that. We should be talking about fire when there are no fires. I don't relay this to give government officials and agencies a pass, or to gloss over the unfathomable loss that thousands of families have suffered this week, but I wanted to think about how we collectively view responsibility during a disaster of this magnitude. Could there ever be enough money, or firefighters, or water, when we're staring down the barrel of a climate catastrophical shotgun that we ourselves helped to load? Was this inevitable in spite of us or because of us? Maybe both. Dealing with disasters is a key part of city planning, but so is climate mitigation and resiliency. It doesn't matter what LA's fire budget was. No city is prepared for climate catastrophe. As multiple wildfires rage across Los Angeles, causing unprecedented levels of destruction, the city's budget has come under scrutiny. It's an example of misinformation that has spread during the crises, and a sign of the increasingly complicated calculations cities will have to make to address the realities of climate catastrophe. A number of articles criticized Los Angeles Mayoress Karen Bass for cutting the fire department's budget by some $23 million, while funneling more money to police. But that assessment isn't completely accurate. Councilmember Bob Blumenfeld's office has confirmed that while the 2024 through 2025 budget that was approved did show a deficit, it doesn't reflect a memoranda of understanding that was finalized in November, giving the Los Angeles Fire Department an additional $76 million, resulting in a $53 million budget increase compared to the previous year. Still, the LAFD is underfunded in relation to what the city needs. And long before these January fires, officials were saying that the city had outgrown its fire department. It's understandable that the public would be concerned about resources as Greater Los Angeles deals with incredibly damaging and difficult to contain fires. But experts say that narrow scope doesn't capture the full, complicated picture of city budgets or the resources needed to combat climate catastrophe and the extreme weather it worsens in any meaningful way. There's multiple jurisdictions at play here. Local governments are seeing greater impacts of climate change, and though most have emergency management departments, it's hard to prepare for something that has never happened before. Whether it's a hurricane that hits the mountains of North Carolina or a wildfire that breaks out during record drought and winds. For an area like Los Angeles that's close to so many other cities, it's not only LA's budget in play. Some of the jurisdictions affected by the fires, like Malibu and Santa Monica, have their own emergency management departments, as well as mutual aid agreements in which neighboring municipalities pledge to help each other out. As for looking beyond the budget numbers, the LAFD, Los Angeles Fire Department, does need more funding. Cuts to things like overtime have already created operational challenges, as the department chief has expressed. But some of the recent cuts eliminated vacant positions, freeing up money for new classes and gear. And it's hard to know how much changing the 2024 through 2025 budget would have helped a situation as devastating as this, in which hydrants were tapped in an effort to put out hundreds of house fires compared to the typical one or two they're designed for, amid record-high winds that grounded water-dropping aircraft while fanning flames and carrying embers far and wide, and in which a series of climate events coalesced to set up the perfect conditions for disaster. There are ways that increasing the budget could have helped, surely, for specific equipment or additional resources. But again, it's hard to prepare for an unprecedented event. So this brings us to preparing for future disasters, right? Even if the fire department had a larger budget, it would not necessarily mean that Los Angeles, or any other city, would be prepared for the next disaster. And allocating funds to emergency response deals with just one aspect of the challenge. Cities also need to invest more money in climate adaptation and mitigation. Studies have found that every $1 invested in disaster mitigation saves up to $13 in disaster losses. That's orders of magnitude, people. It's difficult to turn the conversation about these fires toward that bigger picture when people are suffering now, homes and lives have been lost, and entire neighborhoods have been destroyed. In fact, the fires are still burning, so it's understandable to focus on the efforts to put them out and to help people recover. Within a month of Hurricane Harvey's landfall in Texas in 2017, considered the wettest tropical cyclone on record for these United States, officials proposed a major flood control bond measure. Though it wasn't passed until a year later, the fact that legislators thought about it while Texas was still recovering is notable. It's also a sign, however, of how we tend to prepare for disasters only in the aftermath of one. Martin, a man I'll be citing soon enough, hopes that others can learn from the LA fires to better prepare for now, instead of waiting for their own tragedies. It's a difficult balance, especially for cities with limited budgets, and it's a learning process. Climate investments can be a matter of trial and error. They also require long-term thinking that goes well beyond a budget's framing of one fiscal year. Cities may increase renewable energy and switch school bus fleets to electric as part of their mitigation efforts, but that likely won't stop a natural disaster from happening the next year. The climate impact of those changes and the funding they receive aren't immediate. Cities have to balance all these questions: how to prepare, how to mitigate, how to ensure they're able to respond when something happens, and how to prioritize competing needs. Just comparing budget totals doesn't show the whole picture of what a city is investing in. Those conversations are more important, as Jason Grant, director of the ICMA, the International City/County Management Agency, a national association of more than 13,000 local government employees, says. Then, Monday morning quarterbacking budget line items while entire neighborhoods burn. The ICMA's Grant so positing, and here I quote they at length and verbatim, "The reality is, we are here again," or simply, "we are here. How do we prevent these fires from spreading? How do we make sure this doesn't happen again? Simply cutting a budget or adding a budget doesn't mean that's going to have the right impact. What are we trying to address? That needs to be the focus. If a fire department's budget was cut, and that meant it couldn't increase capacity or purchase necessary equipment, that's one thing. If a budget increased because everyone got a raise, but no staff was at it, would it have made a difference in response? The focus needs to be, what is it we are funding and not funding, and how will that help us address the concerns we're facing here in our community? As LA begins recovering and rebuilding, ideally the fires will become a milestone event that other cities across the country learn from. Those lessons could inform not only future fire departments' budgets, but also mitigation efforts, building codes, and housing laws, insurance policies, and so forth, so on. Carlos Martin, an architect and engineer who works on housing and disaster preparedness, reflects upon the Great Chicago Fire of 1871 and how its historic devastation led to modern building codes and insurance requirements. To quote his T, all that to say, it's a wide range of jurisdictions and government levels playing a role here. Though he notes that most of them are underfunded, which is a broad issue. Cities also rely on counties for funding, and counties then ask state or federal governments for disaster support. More and more, cities are relying on the federal government because, as Martin says, the resources just aren't there locally and the damages are way more than anybody ever anticipated. And how much federal funding will be available under incoming President Donald Trump remains to be seen. During California's deadly 2018 wildfires, he initially withheld disaster aid until he saw that many affected residents voted for him. Yet he has since reiterated threats to withhold aid in the future, while asking if we can also begin to consider mitigation and prevention strategies. In Martine's words, then we are going to have that conversation? Making sure residents are safe obviously takes precedence at this moment. Our infrastructure is not set up well for this. It's like taking a pill to prevent the disease versus getting the disease treated afterwards. That's the way we have to start thinking about these events. What we used to think of as individual crises are now chronic things. The last thing I want to see is people investing so much in their emergency management and first responders and not thinking about the long-term planning and equity issues. It's this complex picture of adaptation, mitigation, response, and recovery that city officials must learn to juggle. And speaking of equity, why is Los Angeles on fire, but San Diego isn't? San Diego escaped a major wildfire even as Santa Ana winds peaked at 85 miles per hour. It has to do with wind direction. Forecasters say the winds in LA have followed a favorable path to the sea. That path shifted to San Diego on Thursday night. Forecasters say weaker winds will be hitting yesterday night and tonight, and that there will be no relief until the county gets rain. Santa Ana winds have sporadically whipped isolated areas of eastern San Diego County the past couple of days, but they haven't triggered the sort of hellacious wildfires burning in greater Los Angeles. Why? Forecasters say the main reason involves wind direction. Broadly speaking, the mountain passes and canyons flanking Los Angeles are oriented north and south, or rather north to south. This week, the Santa Anas have been arriving mainly from the north and have had a broad and largely unimpeded path to the coast, a path that cuts through heavily populated areas where there are many potential sources of ignition. The specific cause of the LA area wildfires is still being determined, but fire experts note that 95% of wildfires in California can be tied, directly or indirectly, to people. San Diego County's mountain passes and canyons are mostly oriented east to west. To a significant degree, that has prevented this week's Santa Anas from broadly and forcefully spreading across the county and racing all the way to the sea. That doesn't mean a wildfire wasn't possible. Something as minor as the heat from a car muffler can spark a blaze where vegetation is dry, but it's less likely. The situation was expected to change overnight into Friday. The National Weather Service said the Santa Anas were shifting direction and would soon arrive from the east. They won't hit the coast hard, but they could blow 40 mile per hour to 70 mile per hour in areas east of Interstate 15, a region that is home to more than 600,000 people. And the relative humidity will be much lower than it was earlier in the week. Per Adam Roser, a Weather Service forecaster, the humidity could drop into the single digits, and the winds we've gotten this week have been further drying out the landscape. Low humidity is conducive to the start of wildfires. This stirs concern among forecasters and first responders. So does the fact that there's no significant rain in the 10-day forecast. San Diego has only received 0.16 inches of precipitation since the 1st of July, barely enough to cover the bottom of a drinking glass. So just how close are the Los Angeles fires to San Diego? The smoke has yet to settle in Southern California, where thousands are reeling from the devastating impacts of a series of ongoing fires in the greater Los Angeles area. As of Friday, the fires have burned more than 10,000 homes and other structures. Roughly 180,000 residents have been forced to evacuate, with some heading south to San Diego to escape the chaos. This comes amid air quality concerns as a gray plume of smoke, seemingly drifting southwest from Los Angeles into the Pacific Ocean, has been seen from space. So, how close are the fires? The trois major blazes burning in Los Angeles County as of Friday into this weekend are the Palisades Fire, located in the Pacific Palisades community, and the Eaton Fire, located in the area of Altadena and Pasadena. The Palisades Fire, which is over 20,400 acres, is roughly 145 miles from downtown San Diego. Meanwhile, the Eaton Fire, which is spread over 13,900 acres, is about 129 miles from the city. Driving-wise, both fires are over 12 hours away. The third largest spread blaze is the Kenneth Fire in the West San Fernando Valley, near Hidden Hills, Woodland Hills, and West Hills. This 1,000-acre fire is about 148 miles from America's finest city, as San Diego calls itself. There is also the Hearst Fire in the suburban neighborhood of Sylmar. This fire is over 770 acres and is located around 143 miles from San Diego. Lastly, there is the Lydia Fire, a smaller blaze burning around 400 acres in Acton, an unincorporated area near the Antelope Valley that is roughly 171 miles from San Diego. So here's your evacuation options. For those evacuating Los Angeles by vehicle, the most common route to San Diego is Interstate 5, which runs south along the coast. The cities are separated by approximately 120 miles, or about a 12-hour drive under normal traffic conditions. Travel times can vary significantly, especially during rush hour or on weekends when the highways experience congestion. For those opting to travel by train, Amtrak offers a route between the cities that take us roughly 2.5 to 3 hours, providing an alternative to driving. Additionally, there are frequent bus services between the two cities, with travel times similar to those of a car, ranging from 2 to 3 hours. There are also quick flights available to those who are looking to cut down on travel time. Non-stop aero travel from Los Angeles to San Diego takes around a single hour, not including time spent at baggage check and security gates, of course. Real-time updates regarding the Los Angeles area fires can be found here. And with that, I'm going to put our link into chat and, of course, into our private text box. Okay. And are you ready for a wildfire? You can be. Pack a go bag, stay informed, and make an evacuation plan, or several. With Santa Ana winds whipping across Southern California and raising the risk of wildfire, there are certain steps San Diego County residents can take to stay safe and prepare in case they need to evacuate. A red flag warning was in effect in areas of San Diego County east of Interstate 15 through Friday evening. And if strong winds spark a fire in county, fire officials say that every second counts. With such high winds, blazes can move dangerously fast. So the CAL FIRE / San Diego County Fire Captain, Robert Johnson, has gone on record to say, "So you might not necessarily be in an evacuation area at the time when the fire starts, but you could be 5-10 minutes into packing a go bag and the fire is already at your front door." Here's what else you can do to prepare before a wildfire ignites. Pack a go bag. A go bag is an emergency supplies kit that you can grab at a moment's notice during a wildfire or other disaster. Keep it by the front door, in the garage by your car, or somewhere else easily accessible. Each person's go bag might look a little different depending on individual needs, but everyone should include at least 3 days of non-perishable food and 3 gallons of water per person. Plus, don't forget any necessary medications and prescriptions, a first aid kit, a flashlight, extra batteries, and important documents such as passports and birth certificates. Throw in chargers for your devices as well, and be sure they're charged up ahead of time. I would also recommend filling your vehicle's gas tank or charging up electric vehicles. You want to have enough fuel to get safely far away from a fire, and gas stations may have their pumps off if they don't have power. And make a plan for pets. Pet owners should have carriers ready and at least a 2-week supply of food and water, or at least 3 days of hay, feed, and water for livestock and horses. Don't forget leashes and litter boxes, and put animals' vaccination records and proof of ownership documents in your go bag. And in a dire emergency, focus on personal safety, the aforecited Johnson having explained that we would hate to lose human life because they were trying to evacuate a cat. Stay informed with digital resources. There are several websites and apps that offer up-to-date information before and during a wildfire, including through the National Weather Service, SDG&E for San Diego residents, and CAL FIRE's Fire Planner, which sends out text alerts, tracks wildfires, and lets users create personalized checklists. I recommend checking CAL FIRE's social media accounts and using the Alert San Diego website and San Diego Emergency app, which gives emergency notifications and information about evacuation shelters. You can also sign up for emergency alerts sent to landline phones, cell phones, internet phones, and email. Search for evacuation zones and road closures through the Genesis or Genesis product or protect program. Genesis is spelled GENASYS, and I will put what I can about that into our search box here, and let me get that into live stream. There we are. And I will do the same with our text box here. Oops. Here we go. Okay. Now, in case of spotty service, keep a battery or crank operated portable radio on hand to stay updated. And know your evacuation plans in the plurality. If you haven't already, coordinate an evacuation plan with other members of your household. And don't assume one plan is enough. pointing out that evacuation routes can be compromised if high winds topple trees across roadways or if a route is closed for safety or firefighting efforts, Johnson has been quoted as saying, "We like to recommend people have 2 or 3 different options." Be sure to map out a meeting place beforehand as well, especially if your group is taking separate vehicles. And check in with people you know who may have difficulty evacuating on their own, such as those who don't drive or who have mobility issues. I would also remind residents that cell phone towers can be overwhelmed and services will be slower during a fire or other disaster, so it may be difficult or impossible to contact your friends and family via cell phone or even use your device for navigation. And of course, monitor your health. If air quality dips due to wildfire smoke, aim to stay indoors, avoid strenuous activity, and wear an N, as in Nora, 95 mask if outdoors. And if you have an in-home air cleaner or filter, bring it out, especially if the regional wildfires continue or if one starts in the county. Breathing in wildfire smoke can be especially harmful for children and certain other vulnerable people, such as those with asthma, respiratory illnesses, or heart disease, or those who are pregnant. Now, we dive into all of this having exposed so many weaknesses, it brings us to why I went into this topic. Why, Douglas? Why insurance? What does that have to do with your normal field of expertise? I work with espionage. I worked with Michael Aquino, man of machinations, the Machiavellian par excellence. I learned to game conflict. And what we have here is a Republican insurgency setting my blue state aflame for Donald Trump in person. By that I mean Donald Trump is personally behind this. It's not just the Republican Party, of which Trump is a part. Donald Trump is a real estate mogul. He thinks in terms of a supervillain without being super. But he can get the job done in a criminal operation. He is, after all, a criminal president. And I mean legally so. I mean convicted. So this individual, think about the first Christopher Reeve Superman movie, in which, I always get him confused. It's not James Caan, it's the other guy. Well, he plays Lex Luthor. Help me out here, Aristides. Who the hell played Lex Luthor in Chris Reeves' Superman? That was played by Gene Hackman. In 1978, Gene Hackman plays Lex Luthor, who purchases a bunch of cheap inland desert property, and he plans to trigger all of the fault lines in California to sink California, like Atlantis, into the sea, at which point he owns high-grade coastal front property on the beach and, makes a macrocosmic strategic killing on the market for real estate. Donald Trump is in effect doing that, but not by flood, instead by fire. Donald Trump is rendering through his arsonists, which you can look this up. It's all arson started, all our fires, in a pentagram pattern no less. Hence the 5 fires. And there's occult reasons behind this to stir up the winds. All that being said, manifesting in the Flaminados, almost demoniacally, or literally so, Trump is rendering California uninsurable, and hence, in a very real sense, uninhabitable. He'll move in afterwards to buy up all of the uninsurable land for pennies on the dollar. And then, the fires won't happen anymore. Because all of them were unnaturally set by mud-fucking Republicans. Or I should say, Trump-humping Republicans. That's what's going down. This brings us to the strange triumph of a broken America. White U.S. citizens once flooded into Indian territory, prompting calls for mass deportations. Power abroad comest with dysfunction at home. You see, by all appearances, the United States is a mess. 2/3 of Americans believe the country is on the wrong track, and nearly 70% rate the economy as not good or poor. Public trust in government has fallen by half, from 40% in 2000 to just 20% today. Love of country is fading too, with only 38% of Americans now saying patriotism is very important to them, down from 70% in the year 2000. Congressional polarization has reached its highest point since Reconstruction, and threats of violence against politicians have surged. Former U.S. President Donald Trump faced 2 assassination attempts en route to reclaiming the White House, both of them orchestrated by himself, thereby winning the popular vote, even though many Americans know he's a Russiist, a supermole, a Russian asset. It's having Putin for president by proxy. Some scholars draw parallels between these United States and Weimar Germany. Others liken the United States to the Greater Soviet Union in its final years, a brittle gerontocracy rotting from within. Moreover, I myself have proven that our empire is on the brink of civil war. Yet such undeniable American dysfunction has had remarkably little effect on American imperial power, which remains resilient and, in some respects, has even grown. The country's share of global wealth is about as large as it was in the 1990s, and our grip on global arteries, energy, finance, markets, and technology has strengthened. Internationally, the United States is gaining allies, whereas its main adversaries, Hongzhonghua, or Red China, and the Russian Empire, are increasingly embattled. Inflation, massive debt, and sluggish productivity remain serious concerns, but they pale in comparison to the economic and demographic headwinds facing other great powers. This is the paradox of American power. The United States is a divided country, perpetually perceived as in decline, yet it consistently remains the wealthiest and most powerful state in the world, leaving competitors behind. How can such dominance emerge from disorder? The answer is that the United States' main assets, its vast land, dynamic demographics, and decentralized political institutions, also create severe liabilities. On the one hand, the country is an economic citadel, packed with resources and blessed by oceanic borders that shield it from invasion while connecting it to global trade. Unlike our rivals, whose populations are shrinking, the United States enjoys a growing workforce, buoyed by high levels of immigration, at least for the present. And despite political gridlock in Washington, our country's decentralized system empowers a dynamic private sector that adopts innovations faster than our competitors. These structural advantages help keep the United States ahead, even as our politicians squabble. Now, give me a moment to catch my breath. I'm trying to look up some statistics here to back up my arguments. And let's see. There we are. Let me, yes, here we are. That's something that I think is, okay. I'm going to try and look up some more statistics to back up what I'm saying. And of course, I do hope. Ooh, wow. Microsoft closed unexpectedly. Ooh. That's creepy as fuck. Let's hope Google responds. Trying the various search engines. In the meantime, I'll continue thinking aloud. These same strengths also create two major vulnerabilities. First, they deepen the divide between prospering urban hubs and struggling rural communities, intensifying economic disparities and fueling political polarization. Although cities have largely benefited from an increasingly globalized, knowledge-based economy powered by immigration, many rural areas have been left behind as manufacturing and public sector jobs have dwindled, breeding resentment and fraying national unity. Second, geographic insulation and wealth fosters a sense of detachment from global affairs by shielding our country from external threats, leading to chronic underinvestment in military and diplomatic capabilities. At the same time, our vast power, diverse population, and democratic institutions drive these United States to pursue an array of ambitious interests abroad. And democratic institutions drive the United States to pursue an array of the ambitious interests abroad as well. This tension between detachment and global engagement results in a hollow internationalism, in which the American empire seeks to lead on the world stage but often lacks the resources to fully achieve our goals, inadvertently fueling costly conflicts. Together, these vulnerabilities, domestic fragmentation, and strategic insolvency threaten the American empire's stability and security, creating dualities that define our power, in which an economic boom coexists with a civic bust. See, unmatched material strength is often squandered by a feckless foreign policy. Trade and immigration enrich our country, yet strain our social fabric and devastate working-class communities. The challenge for American leaders is to navigate these contradictions. If the United States can balance our ambitions with our resources and bridge our internal divides, it would not only preserve our power, but also contribute to a more stable world order. Otherwise, the paradox of American power will one day bring it all crashing down. Now, with that, I'm going to basically check and see if I could find some of these sources for my information. More validation. Holy shit, did I make that in time? I may well have. So, I have some further information to share. Now, despite everything I've articulated, going back to YouTube, checking our numbers, Elizabeth Beam says, DDD, archivist, par excellence. Thank you, honey. Love you deeply. She says, speaking of bunnies, I just went out to feed the cottontails leftover cornbread. You're so cute. Love you dearly, honey. And she's crying over Paris Hilton's property. She says, I just paid my rent, hence only the $10 donation this week. Oh, understood, honey. And she says, I'll take you up on it, DDD, for my offer of our getting together. Yes, let's try and make that happen, honey. All right. Now, as I said, despite everything that I've articulated, America's still the one. Now, the United States remains an economic powerhouse, accounting for 26% of global gross domestic product, the same as during the unipolar moment of the early 1990s. In 2008, when the world economy was crashed by all of our greedy investment bankers and corporate raiders here at home, the economies of these United States and the Eurozone were nearly equal in size, but today the American economy is twice as large. It is also roughly 30% larger than the combined economies of the so-called Global South, Black Africa, Latin America, the Southwest Asia, which is misnomered the Middle East, South Asia, meaning the subcontinent of India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, and Southeast Asia. A decade ago, it was just 10% larger. Even the market Leninist Chinese economy is shrinking relative to that of these United States in current dollar terms. The clearest gauge of an empire's purchasing power in international markets, and that measure flatters Red China, since Beijing inflates its numbers. In reality, the People's Republic of China's economy is smaller than the Communist Party claims, and it is barely growing. That dismal performance is backed up by the behavior of mainland China's citizens, who increasingly vote with their money and their feet. From 2021 to 2024, Communist Chinese citizens illicitly moved hundreds of billions of dollars out of communist China on the Asian mainland and became the fastest growing migrant group crossing America's southern border, with their numbers surging 100-fold over this period. The United States is also widening its lead in per capita wealth. In 1995, Japanese citizens were, on average, 100% wealthier than Americans, measured in current dollars. Today, Americans are 140% wealthier than Japanese. If the Empire of Japan were a U.S. state, it would rank as the poorest in average wages, behind Mississippi, as would Das neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, La Cinquième République Française, the Fifth French Republic, and the United Kingdom. From 1990 to 2019, United States median household income rose 55% after taxes, transfers, and adjusting for inflation, with income in the bottom fifth seeing a 74% gain. Although most major economies have suffered declining wages since the COVID-19 pandemic, American real wages have kept rising, slow or showing a modest gain of 0.9% from 2020 through to 2024. Many Americans, especially renters and citizens without stock holdings, feel they are losing ground because of persistently high housing and food prices, but the majority are wealthier than before the pandemic, with low-income workers seeing particularly strong gains. Since 2019, wages for the lowest paid decile have grown nearly 4 times as fast as for middle earners and over 10 times as fast as for top earners, helping reverse about a third of the wage inequality accumulated over the past 40 years. Today, American millennials earn roughly $10,000 more on average than previous generations did at the same age, adjusting for inflation, and are similarly likely to own homes. Many U.S. middle-class households rank within the richest 1 to 12% of global income earners. This combination of individual wealth and sheer economic size sets the American empire apart. Unlike mainland China and India, which are populous but poor, or the Empire of Japan and Western European countries, which are small but wealthy, the United States combines scale with efficiency, generating unrivaled material power. Size alone can yield vast output, but without high per-person productivity, much of that output will be wasted or consumed domestically, leaving little left for global influence. History has proved this. In the 19th century, China had the largest population and economy in the world, and Russia had the largest in Europe. Yet both were bested by more efficient powers such as Deutschland, or Germany, Dai Nippon Daikoku, or the Greater Empire of Japan, and the United Kingdom with its First World Empire. Although the United States has economic weaknesses, they are generally less severe than those of other major economies. Exempli gratiae, according to data from the Conference Board, an economic research organization. American total factor productivity growth, which measures how efficiently a country translates all its resources, labor, capital, and technology, into economic output, has been sluggish over the past decade, but it remains positive, unlike the negative rates plaguing Red China and European countries. Total American debt, including government, household, and business debt, is massive, at 255% of gross domestic product in 2024, with interest payments on the federal debt climbing to 14%, approaching the 18% spent on our country's, our empire's, defense budget. But it still falls below the average for advanced economies, remains well under market Leninist China's ballooning debt of over 300% of gross domestic product, and has declined by nearly 12% from its peak in 2021. Meanwhile, other major economies are seeing their debt burdens continue to mount. The American empire has also expanded our military alliances and our control over financial systems, energy markets, consumer bases, and technological development, increasing our ability to shape the system in which other countries operate. Consider the United States dollar. The currency now accounts for nearly 60% of global central bank reserves, down from 68% in 2004, but equivalent to its 1995 share. It is used in roughly 70% of both cross-border banking liabilities and foreign currency debt issuance, up from 2004, and almost 90% of global foreign exchange transactions. The U.S. dollar's dominant role allows Washington to impose sanctions, secure lower borrowing costs, and bind other countries' fates to our own. Foreign governments holding large dollar reserves are effectively vested in a system in which the economic health of the United States underpins their own prosperity, making them hesitant to take actions, such as currency devaluations or sanctions, that could ultimately harm their own interests. The United States' energy transformation has further bolstered Washington's global influence. Once the world's largest energy importer, the American empire is now the leading producer of oil and natural gas, surpassing the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula and the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire. Simultaneously, we have adopted energy efficiency and renewable technologies, bringing per capita carbon emissions down to levels not seen since the 1910s. The energy boom has kept American oil and gas prices low, and even during international conflicts. European companies, for example, currently pay 2 to 3 times as much for electricity and 4 to 5 times as much for natural gas, prompting some foreign manufacturers to relocate to these United States. Energy production has also helped Washington insulate itself and our allies from foreign coercion. Exempli gratiae. After the Russian Empire invaded Ukraine, for instance, the United States was able to help Europe, heavily reliant on Russian energy, make up its shortfall by sending it oil and gas. Meanwhile, the enormous American consumer market, equivalent to the People's Republic of China's and the Eurozone's combined, pressures foreign companies and governments to align with American imperial trade policies to maintain access to the world's most lucrative revenue source. The United States' lead in global innovation further strengthens our structural power. American firms generate over 0.5% of our world's high-tech profits, whereas the Communist Chinese Empire captures only 6%. This innovation edge positions American companies at critical points in supply chains, enabling Washington to twist production networks as demonstrated by our coordination of multinational semiconductor restrictions on Red China. Additionally, the American empire has expanded our military alliances, strengthening our ability to encircle rivals and project power across Eurasia. NATO has welcomed Finland and Sweden, while in the Indo-Pacific, initiatives such as AUKUS, AUKUS, Australia, United Kingdom, United States, and the Quad, or Quadrilateral Dialogue, a four-group of Australia, certainly the Empire of Japan, the United States, the United Kingdom and India, I believe. No, or is it the United States, Australia, India, and Japan? That's the Quad. Have deepened ties among Australia, India, and the Empire of Japan with our United States. Previously strained relationships, such as those between South Korea and the Japanese imperial superstate, or between these United States and the Philippines, are improving, paving the way for greater defense cooperation and American military base access. It's all built to last. Critics contend that the United States is a house of cards, its towering strength masking a faltering foundation. They point to government gridlock, eroding public trust, and deepening societal divides as cracks spreading through the civic bedrock, fractures they claim will inevitably undermine the pillars of American wealth and power. Yet, American imperial history shows no straightforward link between internal turmoil and geopolitical decline. In fact, the United States has often emerged stronger from political crises. The American Civil War between the states for rights was followed by Reconstruction and an industrial boom. After the financial panics of the 1980s, Washington became a world power. 1890s, I mean to say, not the 1980s. That was the 1890s, the introduction of America on the world stage as a real player, an actual contender among the powers. The Great Depression spurred the New Deal. World War II marked the beginning of the American century, an era of unprecedented American supremacy. I won't call it supremacy because the Japanese won the war. Now, the malaise of the 1970s, marked by stagflation, social unrest, and defeats in Vietnam and Iran, eventually gave us way to a resurgence in economic and military strength, a Cold War victory, rather the victory of the Third World War in effect, and the tech boom of the 1990s. In the early years of this century, disastrous wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, combined with the Great Recession, fueled predictions of American imperial decline. Yet nearly 20 years later, the American century rolls on. The uncanny resilience of American imperial power lies in our structural strengths. Geographically, the United States is both an economic hub and a military fortress. It boasts abundant resources, with plentiful natural navigable rivers and deep-water ports. These features keep production costs low and stitch together a vast national market linked to the wealthiest parts of Asia and Europe via ocean highways that also serve as protective moats. This geographical insulation shields our United States from foreign threats, allowing our military to roam abroad while enhancing our empire's appeal, our continental country's appeal as a safe haven. Consequently, capital tends to flow into the country during global crises, even when those crises were made in America, as was the 2008 financial crash. The United States also attracts human capital, drawing thousands of scientists, engineers, and entrepreneurs from around the world each year. Although the immigration of low-skilled workers has depressed wages in some sectors, it has also helped staff essential industries such as retail, food services, agriculture, and healthcare, ensuring that these sectors continue to operate during supply chain disruptions and public health crises. Coupled with higher birth rates, the average annual influx of over 1 million immigrants makes the United States the only great power whose prime working age population is projected to grow throughout this century. In contrast, other leading powers face steep declines. By the end of the century, mainland China's population of workers between the ages of 25 and 49 is projected to drop by 74%. Germany's by 23%, India's by 23%, the Empire of Japan's by 44%, and revanchist and revisionist Russia's by 27%. Although the American political system often seems gridlocked, its decentralized structure, distributing authority across federal, state, and local levels, empowers a workforce that is more educated than those of the People's Republic of China, Putinist Russia, the United Kingdom, and even the Empire of Japan. Unlike most liberal democracies, which developed strong states before democratizing, the United States was born a democracy and only began building a modern bureaucracy in the 1880s. The federal government was a distant ghost before the American Civil War. The Civil War forced upon all states in union a federal imposition. The American constitutional system, designed to maximize liberty and limit government regardless, constrains state capacity, but facilitates commerce. The mainstream media focus on presidential horse races, but often overlooks the dynamism of local economies and the private sector. The United States consistently ranks at or near the top globally in innovation and in the ease of doing business, requiring roughly half the steps and time needed to register property or enforce contracts compared with European countries. Consequently, Americans start businesses at 2 to 3 times the rate of the Empire of Japan, United Germany, the Fifth French Republic, Italia, and Russia, and 1.5 times the rates of Red China and the United Kingdom. They also work 25% longer, Americans do, than United German workers, produce 40% more output per hour than Japanese workers, and hire and fire more frequently and productively than any other major labor force. This industrious, adaptable labor market helps the American empire recover from crises. Exempli gratiae. The United States unemployment rate bounced back to pre-pandemic levels in 2022 and has remained at around 4%, the longest sustained period of low unemployment since the 1960s, the decade into which I myself was delivered from my mother's loins into this vale of tears, while the G20 average lingers near 7%. The decentralized American system also excels at adopting and scaling innovations across industries, a capability more crucial for long-term growth than invention alone. Compared with their counterparts in other developed countries, American localities, like American businesses, face fewer constraints from central government red tape. Federal agencies set broad guidelines, allowing states to tailor regulations to local needs, experiment with different approaches, and compete for investment. As a result, successful ideas tend to spread quickly. This diffusion advantage is reinforced by the United States' deep venture capital markets, which account for about half the global total. Close partnerships between businesses and universities enhance this ecosystem, a kind of economic ecosystem, with the United States hosting 7 of the top 10 universities worldwide and about a quarter of the top 200. Amor Fadi says, thank you so much, Douglas, for your great spirit, your one-of-a-kind mind, for all your knowledge, your wisdom, and all your help. Muchísimas gracias, Douglas. Que la diosa te bendiga. Goddess bless you. Thank you so much, my dear Amor Fadi. A traumatized man who survived much suffering. I acknowledge your pain. And let's give our man, well, there we are. Nice big hug. And yeah, actually, this was the one I should have used. Here we go. Good emoji there. Now, as the political scientist Jeffrey Ding has shown, the dynamic American system has consistently gained more from new technologies than even the countries that invented them. During the first industrial revolution, the United Kingdom developed the steam engine, but Americans applied it more extensively in factories, railroads, and agriculture, creating what became widely known as the American system of mass production, a model that propelled the United States' economy past the United Kingdom's in the 1870s. In the Second Industrial Revolution, Imperial Germany led in chemical research, but the United States excelled in chemical engineering, applying advancements across industries such as petroleum, metallurgy, and food processing. Overall, the United States' economy grew 60% faster than Imperial Germany's from 1870 to 1913 and was 2.6 times as large as Imperial Germany's on the eve of World War I. Bear in mind, of course, Germany is a nation smaller than Texas. During the Cold War, the Greater Soviet Union invested a larger share of its gross domestic product in research and development and employed nearly twice as many scientists and engineers as the United States. Yet the hulking communist system drained resources and stifled innovation. By the 1980s, the Greater Soviet Union was still stuck in the analog age, producing only a few thousand computers annually, while American firms were manufacturing millions and spearheading the digital revolution. Likewise, the Empire of Japan led in semiconductors and consumer electronics, but the United States integrated these innovations more broadly across its economy, boosting productivity, while the Japanese imperial superstate stagnated in the 1990s. Today, the United States continues to set itself apart when it comes to innovation. Although the U.S. government sometimes engages in industrial policy, exempli gratiae through recent investments in semiconductor manufacturing and renewable energy, it generally relies on incentives and public-private partnerships rather than direct control, allowing new discoveries and technologies to spread organically across sectors. By contrast, the Communist Chinese Empire's subsidy-driven, authoritarian model creates isolated pockets of innovation without enhancing productivity across the economy. Market-Leninist China prioritizes what it thinks of as internationally important sectors, such as the electric vehicle and renewable energy industries. But these two industries make up only 3.5% of the mainland Chinese economy, too little to offset declines in the bloated property and construction sectors, which account for roughly 30% of gross domestic product and have erased $18 trillion in household wealth since 2021. Communist China's tech industries have also failed to create sufficient jobs for millions of recent college graduates, leaving nearly 1 in 5 young adults unemployed. What a waste of brainpower and talent. The costs of the People's Republic of China's subsidy-heavy model are enormous. The electric vehicle sector alone has received $231 billion in subsidies since 2009, with government support composing a significant portion of its revenue. This spending has propped up politically connected firms, but it, too, has drained household wealth, as well as stifled consumption and fueled overcapacity, debt, and corruption, all at the expense of investments in mainland China's citizens, particularly in education and healthcare. In rural areas, where a little less than half the population still lives, the economist Scott Rosell has exposed that this neglect has left around 300 million people without the education or skills needed to work in any modern economy. Heavy regulations and political crackdowns have further limited innovation, with new tech startups dropping from over 50,000 in 2018 to just 1,200 by 2023. As a result, market-Leninist China's high-tech revenues remain but a fraction of those in these United States, highlighting the limitations of its centralized model. This is what brings us to our one country, trois systems. Despite our exceptional prosperity, the United States has significant socioeconomic disparities. Although the American poverty rate fell from 26% in 1967 to 10% in 2023, it remains higher than in Western Europe, and violent crime is 4 to 5 times as common. Social Security and Medicare help seniors, but working-age Americans receive far less support, with the United States spending only 1/4 of the OECD, or Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, average on job training, and just over 1/3 on child care and early education. This disparity creates a stark contrast. The wealthiest Americans are the richest people in the free world, yet the poorest Americans are among the most likely to go hungry. Even with the recent narrowing of economic and racial inequality, the wages of Black and Latinx workers are rising faster than those of white workers. The disparities remain pronounced and have engendered bitter political divisions. The most contentious of these divides is the urban-rural split, which is, ironically, driven by the same factors that have created American prosperity overall. Continental scale, decentralized institutions, and immigration-fueled growth. Urban centers have largely reaped the benefits of globalization, immigration, and the shift to knowledge and service-based industries. In contrast, most rural areas have been left behind. Many still rely on shrinking sectors such as agriculture, manufacturing, and public sector jobs. Yet despite this declining economic base, rural regions still wield political power disproportionate to their population and economic output through the Senate and the Electoral College. The American system has thus impoverished rural areas while empowering them politically, threatening the stability of American democracy itself. This urban-rural rift, the widest among rich democracies, has roots that reach deep into the United States' past. In the 19th century, a schism between the industrial North and the agrarian slaveholding South culminated in the American Civil War between the states for rights. The New Deal and World War II temporarily lessened these divisions by spreading manufacturing across town and country. But in the late 20th century, globalization and technological change sparked a divergence in fortunes. The NAFTA, or North American Free Trade Agreement, of the 1990s, and what academics call the China shock in the subsequent decade, which both sent jobs overseas, hollowed out American manufacturing towns. From 2000 through to the year of my late and sainted sire's fanatization, his medical murder, circa 2007, the United States lost 3.6 million manufacturing jobs, followed by another 2.3 million during the 2008 financial crises caused by the corporate raiders and investment bankers, and the worldwide recession that followed. Rural towns, country towns, often reliant on a single factory for commerce and tax revenue, were hit the hardest. As jobs disappeared, blue-collar workers were forced into lower-paying fields, such as construction, agriculture, warehousing, and retail. According to an exhaustive review by the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, in these industries, immigration reduced the earnings of the least skilled native-born workers by 0.5 percentile to 1.2% for each 1% rise in immigrant labor supply. Making matters worse, rural areas depended heavily on local government jobs, which accounted for around 20% of employment, compared with 10% in urban areas, and more than 30% of rural Americans' earnings. As tax revenues fell, local governments eliminated many of these public sector positions, such as those at schools and police departments, to balance the books. Whereas urban areas with diversified private sector economies were able to recover within a few years of the financial crisis, nearly half of the country's rural counties still hadn't regained pre-recession employment levels by 2019. From 2000 through to 2019, 94% of new American jobs were created in urban areas. Rural Americans have also suffered in other ways. Because rural Americans must drive longer distances to reach even limited options for food and health care and are thus exposed to higher fuel prices and local monopolies, costs for such goods and services rose 9% faster in rural areas than in urban ones from 2020 through to 2022. The toll of these hardships is highly visible. All across rural America, there are empty main streets, closed schools, and shuttered hospitals. Rural counties have fewer births and more funerals. In 1999, urban and rural regions had similar mortality rates. By 2019, however, within but a single decade, prime-age adults aged 25 through to 54 in rural areas were 43% more likely to die from natural causes, such as chronic diseases. By 2018, rural Americans were 44% more likely to die from suicide. And by 2020, they were 24% more likely to die from alcohol-related causes. Today, life expectancy in rural areas lags 12 years behind that of urban areas, and 41% of rural regions are depopulating as young, educated workers relocate to cities in search of better opportunities. These economic shifts are visible on the electoral map. During most of the Cold War and into the early 1990s, the partisan gap between rural and urban areas was relatively small. In the 1992 presidential election, for example, rural voters leaned Republican by just 12 percentage points over urban voters. In the decades that followed, however, that gap widened dramatically. By 2020, rural voters favored Republicans by a margin of 21 percentage points over urban voters, a tenfold increase. The 2022 midterms underscored this trend. 68% of urban voters supported Democrats, while 69% of rural voters backed Republicans. In the 2024 presidential election, exit polls suggest that Trump doubled his 2020 margin of victory among rural voters from 15 to 30 percentage points. Sectional partisanship overlaps with race, age, education, and religion, transforming a political divide into a cultural clash. Rural areas are still largely home to white, older, less educated Christian voters, a demographic strongly aligned with the Red Republican Party. Working class men without college degrees now constitute a pillar of the Republican base, which remains primarily white, but increasingly includes Latino men, a majority of whom voted for Trump in 2024 conditional attainment of cultural whiteness, if only by white self-categorization on the census. Latin America's obsession with whiteness is hurting us all. If you're a Latinx person, chances are you grew up hearing the very racially charged phrase, mejorar la raza. The term literally translates as better the race, which is really alluding to whitening the race. Despite the fact that Latinxes come in all races and colors, this mindset has still managed to survive centuries after colonization and slavery. It's the idea that you should marry or have children with someone lighter or whiter than you so that your children don't just come out better looking, but are granted the power and privileges that come with being a white passing or white presenting person in this world. It's 2025, and Latin America's obsession with blanqueamiento still prevails. They hear it when their abuelitas, or grandmothers, tell them to marry a whiter man, or when someone tells them a curly-haired Latina looks more beautiful when she straightens her hair, and it's even clearer when colorism rears its ugly head. What many don't realize is that this ideology hurts all Latinxes, regardless of skin tone, and ultimately harms us all as a pan community. Blanqueamiento comes from an ideology derived from European colonialism and revolves around maintaining white dominance in social hierarchies. In fact, blanqueamiento could easily be compared with to the ideology of white supremacy, often seen as something exclusively European American. We think of white supremacy, and immediately what comes to mind are the numerous white nationalist rallies that have taken place in the States this year alone already. But it's not something that only white American nationalists subscribe to. The obsession Latin America has with whiteness stems directly from our shared colonial history. By that I mean planetary colonial history. The Grand Doctress, Griselda Rodriguez Solomon, a professores in sociology at CUNY, CUNY, which sounds vaguely obscene, the acronym for City University of New York, with the specialization in Latino studies, points out how the Europeans in power had to create structures to keep whiteness on top, and they did it with everything from religion, by centering a white male god, and through education by erasing all of our planetary African and indigenous history. Even still today, in 2025, lighter skin is perceived to be more attractive, more powerful, more trustworthy, and like the Professores Rodriguez Solomon points out, more marriage material. All you have to do is look at Latin American television programs. Even in countries like Brazil, the Dominican Republic, Colombia, or Puerto Rico, with large populations of darker-skinned or even black Latinos, white Latinesses are the protagonists in their films, television shows, and telenovelas. White or white-presenting Latinos still hold most positions of power in politics, government, and finance. Now, many of us have relatives who subscribe to Eurocentric standards of beauty. Now, the Latin Americans, including those in these United States, hear their abuelas, their grandmothers, or their tias, or aunts, or even mothers, encouraging their children not to marry a darker-skinned, indigenous, or black Latinx, in fear that they will bring ugly kids into the world with dark skin, wide ethnic facial features, and curly kinky hair that's still often referred to as pelo malo, or bad hair. This not-so-subtle form of racism is so ingrained in Latin American culture that it's often ignorantly defended or, well, completely ignored. By that I would mean denied. What a lot of people don't realize is that the idea behind me roja la raza is essentially a racial/ethnic cleansing of sorts, which was seen in all our planetary history. Ethnic cleansing is a real practice that was actually encouraged in various parts of Latin America, among other places on Earth. The Doctress Rodriguez Solomon is referring to national policies in the Dominican Republic, Cuba, Colombia, Brazil, among others, that encouraged European and Jewish immigration in an effort to dilute the black race and whiten communities. This not only held up the concept of mejorar la raza, but also impacted social blanqueamiento and resulted in Latinxes of indigenous or African descent choosing to identify as white to benefit from white passing or white presenting privilege. In fact, a Pew Research study found that Latinxes of both African and indigenous descent still identify as white. Close to 11% of American adults with Hispanic ancestors don't even identify as Hispanic or Latinx. Per Dr. aliãs Reyes Santos, professor of Ethnic Studies and Conflict Resolution at the University of Oregon, the harm does not come from the identities themselves, but rather how some people may be devalued, mistreated, discriminated, or even hurt because we create social hierarchies based on people's ancestry, experience, appearance, identities. These hierarchies divide our communities, create unnecessary pain, when what we need is to be able to recognize our differences, acknowledge the colonial legacies we still have to heal, and together fight for what is best for all, not a few. The obsession with whiteness harms all Latinxes, even white ones, in the long run. Those of us living in the States in today's intense political climate and the anti-immigrant sentiment that's been proliferating since Donald Trump became El Presidente is just one way that ideas of white supremacy hurt all Latinxes. Per the Professoress Isabel Molina Guzman, who teaches Latino studies at the University of Illinois, the mentality is harmful because it reinforces white standards of social worth and social responsibility against all groups. It makes it easier for all Latinas and Latinos to be devalued. It's not like anti-immigrant politicians make exceptions like, we want to deport illegals, except those that look white? No. If your name is Sanchez or Molina, regardless of what you look like, you are racialized as not white, less than, and questionably American. The Grand Doctress Rodriguez Solomon also points out how when non-white Latino/Hispanics in the States identify as white Hispanics/Latinxes and check that off in census forms, it actually prevents them from getting the resources they so sorely need. If statistics are showing that a neighborhood that's predominantly Latinx consists of Latinxes that are mostly identifying as white Latinxes, it leads to things being ignored that could, for instance, greatly impact indigenous or Afro-Latinxes because the statistics don't actually reflect what those communities are even made of. Politicians or city councilors could then assume that a lot of the Latinxes living in these neighborhoods could be benefiting from privileges attached to whiteness, when in reality, they are not. The good news is, Latinxes have come a long way when it comes to moving away from their obsession with whiteness and their hate of blackness or brownness. We see that especially with the younger generation Latinxes living in the States. The Afro-Latinx natural hair movement in the States especially has given voice to Latinxes who now proudly accept and embrace their African ancestry. Social media has definitely played a large role in this. It has not only created dialogue, but exposure. It's because of activists, content creators, writers, editors, bloggers, and even celebs that we are now exposed to how Black Latinxes are treated not just in the States, but in Latinx America, well, Latin American countries like Brazil, Mexico, the Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, Panama, Colombia, Honduras, and Guatemala, just to name a few. It empowers communities, which ultimately leads to change. To quote the aforecited Professores Rodriguez Solomon at length and verbatim, identifying as Afro-Latina for a lot of us is very political. It's highlighting a part of our identity that's very central to who we are, but has been denied throughout our history. We are identifying with a part of our identity that doesn't really grant us any privileges. If anything, it can actually demote us because we're choosing to identify with a part of us that historically has been seen as inferior, unattractive, and something we should avoid. It robs us of access to resources, but most importantly, opportunities to build bridges and coalitions with other communities of African descent, like Haitians and African Americans, that are not made because of Latinos' resistance with identifying with the African component of their identity. Identity is contextual. It's relational. Identity is how you define yourself, but it's also how you are defined. If you are of mixed race ancestry, it's important for you to acknowledge both of your parents' lineage, but you also have to consider that who you are is not just who you think you are, but who others think you are, because that's how society is going to perceive you and how you're going to be positioned socially and economically. When we see Latinos identify as white, it shows that a white Latino who is socially positioned to be white and presents to be white are often given levels of white privilege that other Latinos are not. Whiteness is perceived to be something that's pervasive and powerful across the world. So in a sense, psychologically, why wouldn't people want to try to identify or pass as white? I have looked at countries like the Dominican Republic, Brazil, Colombia, or Cuba that have a very dynamic racial history, and across the board there's been moments in each of these countries where white migration was encouraged to physically whiten the country. There are a lot of examples of how countries, presidentes, and administrations have done things either to include or increase the amount of white bodies in those countries and violently reduce the number of black or brown bodies in the national body. There was this understanding, whether it was clearly articulated or not, that whiteness had to always remain on the top and in the center of people's consciousness in order to dominate. We have a misconception of white supremacy. People still associate it to be something exclusive to the US when we start thinking about what white supremacy looks like in our imagination. It's always something like the KKK. But really, white supremacy really is a sophisticated system of domination. I always say, as a Dominican who did my doctorate in the Dominican Republic, if you really want to understand race and race relations on this side of the world, you have to look at the Dominican Republic and its relationship with Haiti, or Haiti. That where whiteness was experimented and almost mastered and spread across the Western Hemisphere. Whiteness, in a Western sense, began and was mastered in the Hispaniola, which is now known as the Dominican Republic and Haiti. It was loosely experimented on in Western Europe and within the Spanish Inquisition and their conquests within continents in Africa. But it wasn't until they came to this side of the world that this idea of whiteness developed, because societies of mixed race were on the rise, and it was happening so fast that whiteness became the backdrop and they became the minorities. But it also became the foundation of this idea of what a human being was. They had to develop societies where, regardless of whether or not they were the minority or the majority, they had to place themselves in power. So they developed laws, they set up rules, and they divided society throughout numerous countries in the Western Hemisphere, where whiteness, and essentially white supremacy, was central. Now, the change has been slow and has literally taken centuries, but we're getting there. The key is to educate ourselves, those around us, those in our communities, and even our own relatives about our history, about how the blanqueamiento only leads to further harm and oppression, not just within the Latinx community, but towards all communities of color. When we choose to educate ourselves and use these dialogues as compassionate teaching moments, that's when radical change finally begins to occur. But for now, among European Americans, working class men have been hit hardest hit by reductions in decent paying blue collar jobs and wages over the past 12 decades. As the economist Nicholas Eberstadt has shown, prime-age men currently suffer unemployment levels comparable to those of the Great Depression, with even higher rates among the least educated men. In all sympathy, remembering that my, legal father, the man who raised and guided me, was a white working-class straight male, the betrayal of white working-class men is that they've been recast as the elites salivating attack dogs. Fuck that. Cards on the table. I'm a rampant opponent of white, bourgeois, male privilege. You could call me ideologically a womanist. I'm often mistaken for one. So I take up their cause. Events such as the inauguration, that's a comin', or yet another Trump against the world standoff, pull this lunacy into sharp focus. Yes, these ludicrous and deranged media-driven circuses may have little to do with woman, black, Asian, gay or trans people. But let's get this straight. They have absolutely fuck all to do with white working class men either. According to liberal conventional wisdom, we are in a post-industrial, post-imperial society where shouty white men can no longer trumpet their entitled assumptions unchallenged, and perhaps even have to stand in line. Well, if that's truly the case, thank fuck for it. After all, imperialism and the patriarchy cost a lot of lives and gave us wars, bad politics, and bad art. And nothing's changed. Ironically, however, most of those lives lost in Western society were male, white, and working class. Basically, those citizens assumed by the paradigm of class-denying intersectionality to be the enemy of progress. White, working-class males are now recast as the establishment's salivating attack dogs, the overseers of imperialism, enforcing the bidding of their wealthier masters. Their role in securing most of our human rights, through workplace struggle in the trade unions, strikes, demonstrations, wars, and riots, is to be erased from our collective consciousness. Because some sections of the white working class bought into the reductive neoliberalism of unrestrained capitalism through the Reagan-Thatcher revolution, so the entire group was written off. In the hierarchy of the oppressed, so beloved of intersectional theory, a white penis in the underpants is more important than the lack of an arse in the trousers in determining your place in the world. So, what excludes white working class men from this 2S LGBTQIA plus intersectional paradigm? It can't be race, as white women are permitted. It can't be class, as working class women and black men are allowed in. It can't even be sex/gender, as gay or bisexual white working class men and women are included. But perversely, white proletarian men are lumped in with their bourgeois brethren, outsiders in this rainbow-colored festival of the oppressed. In this bizarre schematic model, working-class football supporters in Liverpool are deemed on the same side as rabid establishment mouthpieces such as the Sun's Kelvin Mackenzie, who demonized, vilified, and lied about them. Conversely, black teenagers in inner London estates, continually the victims of harassment by the Metropolitan Police and at the bottom of the Great Britain's opportunity pile, are ludicrously deigned to have common cause with the privately educated colonial elites placed strategically in the media and commerce through equal opportunity positive discrimination schemes. There's something about the bourgeois psyche that produces a visceral reaction to that deadly combination of working class, white and straight, irrespective of the actual views and life experiences of someone in that grouping. The decline of class politics and its replacement by the schisms of identity is an integral part of the neoliberal order. After all, one unites and the other divides. The class war was won by the elite in Great Britain, probably as far back as Orgreave in the 1984 miners' strike, when organized labor was crushed. Today, Capital rules supreme, steadfastly tightening its hold, aided by a rapacious individualism that has now tipped into a demented narcissism, and a technology concentrated in the hands of corporations and its co-opted governments. Therefore, in the realms of finance and economics, nothing is now contestable unless it's national elites using their power and manipulating the populace to try to gain more traction and influence at the expense of the interrelated global ones. What is presented to us as politics is a hollow civil war of the super wealthy, with the rest of us as pawns. Silver-spooned, daddy-issue Republicans, like Trump and his ilk, have long presented as comic book versions of the most vulgar, dumbass versions of Redneck USA. This is now right-wing de rigueur, enabling exploiters to connect with a politically and socially displaced white America, which embraces grievance and victimhood as eagerly as any grouping that claims to be oppressed. This folksy affectation is only partly strategic. Late capitalism has stupefied its winners as much as its losers. Hollywood has recycled the potty mouth of the ghetto into the boardroom, where the same tropes are now regurgitated in a decontextualized manner, with defiant alienation replaced by entitled arrogance, under the depoliticized posturing of attitude. Meanwhile, digital technology and its deployment solely for private profit through capital accumulation has fucked all our attention spans and our sense of the past, as completely as George Orwell suggested. Indeed, there be little point in saying that the ubiquity of Orwell as just another internet cliché has completely nullified the power of his message. In Great Britain's former colony of Hong Kong, I believe that the traditional working man, of all colors, Hong Kong is cosmopolitan in the extreme, has had a bad rap. Recently, I was out palling with some old Tong, our Hall brothers, it-as Tonkster gangsters, and we were talking about how we've stayed close friends down the years, despite life, love, and work taking us off in varying directions. One bro friend went on at length about how his partner and her friends were quite surprised at the continuing bond between us all. It's a recurrent theme with women I know who ask, perhaps not unjustly, how can you still be bothered with each other? Men, whose camaraderie can seem frivolous, built as it is upon drinking, football, and laughing at each other's embarrassments, paradoxically tend to stick together down the years more than women, who talk of weightier, more emotional subjects. Several years ago, following a relationship breakdown scenario, I went through a phase where I felt like I was done with male company. I decided I could do without the gung-ho nature of the archetypal male response to such events. Forget her! They're all the same! Get another roundup! I've left a line out for you in the toilets! As a result, I basically surrounded myself with my woman friends. Not for the first time, they were the ones offering real support and genuine insight into my predicament. Then you realize it's not about thesis and antithesis. There's always got to be room for a synthesis of different ideas and values. Once more, I'm appreciating the narrow, lazy affirmation that belonging to a mob of men can offer. The best thing about being a man of my generation is that we're allowed to get the fuck out of the house. Now, I feel for youth who don't do this so much. They really don't know what they are missing. When they do, the experience is invariably packaged for them. The biggest indictment you can offer our current dystopia is that we've created a society where the old pity the young. That's just not right. Masculinity, as well as femininity, is tied to our lost sense of community. As pubs, clubs, and bars close down across the countries, on either side of the Atlantic, teenagers are more likely to spend their evenings on Instagram, TikTok, playing video games, or on some dubious porn forums, then getting drunk from the off-EN, messing around in the park or on abandoned railway lines. Like subway surfing in New York. Look it up. They jump off of bridges and overhangs onto moving subway trains. Suicidal recreation. Social nihilism. A social vacuum has been created at the same time as a dumbed-down visceral communication system has emerged. This creates a place where someone as pathetic as Andrew Tate can gain a limited sphere of influence. The emergence of such characters would have been impossible in the 90s. They would have been dismissed as ludicrous wankers in a truly contested, democratic street culture, as opposed to the top-down media one we now subsist in. Now a Nazi supermarket transgression has gained a foothold, appealing to an entire lost generation of anxious, isolated teenage bedroom wank warriors, brimming with the sleazy narratives of on-screen political porn. While young people are being stripped of their right to be completely irresponsible, it is fucking young! Those of us who spent a whole chunk of our change in the last century are often unprepared to let go of our unruly youth, still investing in bad behavior and the institutions believed to encourage it. The pub, the gig, the nightclub, the rave, the football ground, and the traditional workplace. I personally thank the higher powers for those declining bastions. In their growing absence, the neoliberal state has gutted everyone's lives of meaning, to the extent that we have little to cling to other than a narcissistic, media-constructed sense of who we are and our supposed entitlement to avoid personal discomfort at all costs. Thus, through toxic social media platforms, proponents of various identities get to sling all sorts of mud at each other, devoid of any social setting and real human interaction. Generally, it's an inconsequential battle, in which people are afforded the keyboard warrior's license, rewarded by the dopamine hits, to abuse each other with relative impunity. The objective of the game is to goad the other party into an overreach, and a subsequent pile-on, with an attendant Twitter ban, or, the great weapon of our times, cancellation. Generally, however, in these futile wars, no party claims a feasible victory. Nonetheless, the participants are rarely shy of pompously deploying tiresome, over-dramatic dictums declaring their cause or viewpoint to be on the right side of history. This nonsense benefits only the continuation of the current bankrupt system. The establishments, economic, financial, and social elites once starved people into compliance. Now, it lures them into pointless shouting matches, allowing them to stupefy themselves in the process. So, white men aren't the only ones rendered toxic by our culture. Every group and demographic, as evidenced by its social media extremists, are fundamentally unhappy with their lot and in existential crises about who they are in this changing world. Part of this is the old science of consumer capitalism. Keep us feeling bad about ourselves, and then give us a product or service or procedure that will make us centered, complete, or alive. Ignore the fact that we're strutting around in a zoo we've made for ourselves. Whatever we consume or change or alter we remain polar bears in the same concrete enclosure, pacing up and down. The toxicity of white rich men is more consequential than that of the rest of us, which is largely an acting out, a cry for attention. After all, they are seen to have the power to change all this. Only they don't. The consciousness-crushing machine they've helped create and service brings them no substantive life benefit anymore. Can a man with 400 million pounds sterling in the bank really be poorer than one with 500 million pounds sterling? How many lives do you need to live to spend that? It's the accumulation of meaninglessness, the buying of some kind of dominance and largely imagined status over peers, checking figures from the spreadsheets on their screens, seeing how efficient a capitalism no longer tied to production is in taking the resources of communities, monetizing it, and transferring it to their accounts. Basically, wasting their lives away in that most futile of pursuits, making non-spendable money, while the years tick by and dreams of love and laughter are replaced by a rancid resentment and urge to satisfy the ego-driven need for influence. The continuing war of capital upon consciousness, on what makes us human, continues apace. In an economy that can produce everything at zero cost, the wealthy are coming to the end of their ability to control us all by paying wages. Now, this can only be done through the steady erosion of human consciousness. AI is a backstop here, just in case our spirits rebel in reaction to this and we cut up too rough. After all, a robot or a computer doesn't need food. And crucially, it's not changed by anyone looking at it. It is not self-conscious. It is non-sapient. But if the system can't make robots quickly enough to replace us, it'll try to make us all into robots. "We're not allowed to say that," is the factory bleat that resonates throughout social media from all you older, toxic, white clerk working class males. How excited you get on your dopamine hits when some papier-mâché-faced ponce seems to stick it to the poker-arsed gatekeepers of neoliberal morality with a racist or sexist quip, while they quietly endorse an economic system of gross inequity that now almost literally defecates upon you all. Your participation in politics is reduced to watching Frank Drebin from Police Squad / The Naked Gun look and sound alike clownishly annoy some uptight disapprover. What we certainly are allowed to do is to be nostalgic. The system plays on our need to make sense of our existence by processing our past, but only in a way that all conflict is taken out of it. Thus, our need to validate our lives in a fake golden age haze becomes a de facto endorsement of a system that has limited the potential of those lives. It encourages us to sit around crying into our beer about how things ain't what they used to be, reconstructing a collective rose-tinted past designed to sustain us in our dotage, while ensuring this state creeps ever closer as mindless aphorisms, ubiquitous, circular, rot our brains. Fuck that. Pick up a book instead. Let's get educated. The smarter we are, the less easy it is for the unenlightened greed junkies to fuck things up for us. The world is changing. Let's change with it, but in ways which make sense to us. Not to the blueprint of white-collar Russiist controllers or soulless tech nerds who need to get properly laid. They're the ones who've swamped our brains and culture with the shabby dictates of their crass dating algorithms. If I could make one solitary plea to white working-class men, do not be servile to the upper classes of the here and now. They are not your amigos. They blithely dispatched your forefathers to the killing fields, and they haven't gained any greater appreciation or respect for you ever since. In broader terms, Trump, Biden, 2 or 3 or 4 will not do anything for the citizens of this world that the first one didn't. Certainly much less. Toxic masculinity is just that because it exists within a toxic system. Meanwhile, Democrats primarily draw on a base of urban support from highly educated whites, racial minorities, women, younger voters, and secular individuals. The cultural fissure between the parties increasingly threatens the United States' democratic stability. Sensing demographic and economic shifts working against them, Republicans have introduced restrictive voting measures after the 2020 election, citing concerns over electoral integrity. Democrats, frustrated by what is an intrinsically unfair counter-majoritarian system, have pushed for sweeping reforms, such as abolishing the Electoral College, reforming the filibuster, and expanding the Supreme Court. 'Twas a filibuster what saved the Electoral College to cement that unholy trinity of Electoral College, filibuster, and Supreme Court. After all, like other Senate blockades of the Civil Rights era, it was all about preserving white supremacy. Debates over the filibuster tend to get theoretical fast. It's there to protect minority interests, the defenders so say. Without it, majorities will run rampant. Lost in the back and forth is the reality of how the tool has been abused so often in practice to delay, if not destroy, legislation that promotes racial equality. From the end of Reconstruction until the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the only bills killed by filibuster were those dealing with civil rights. For all the invocations of high-minded principles, the pattern is unmistakable. Again and again, white Southern senators, afraid of losing their accustomed seat atop the racial hierarchy, beat back progress with the blunt instrument of unlimited debate, or at least the threat thereof. They nearly took down the Civil Rights Act, too. That failure ushered in our nation's first true experiment in multiracial democracy. But the Southerners still had the filibuster, and soon they had their revenge. In the late 1960s, the country was on the verge of dumping the Electoral College and switching to a national popular vote for president. A relentless campaign by reformers in Congress had succeeded in convincing 80% of Americans to back a direct vote. National organizations with little else in common, including the American Bar Association, the Chamber of Commerce, and the League of Women Voters, were on board. The effort got a last-minute boost from the chaotic 1968 election, in which the segregationist third-party candidate, George Wallace, nearly deadlocked the race and forced it into the House of Representatives. Americans everywhere agreed that this 200-year-old relic was going to destroy the country. In September of 1969, the House voted overwhelmingly, 338 to 70, to approve a constitutional amendment abolishing the Electoral College. Surveys suggested as many as 30 states were ready to ratify, and several more appeared to be on the cusp. Even the most stalwart opponents of a popular vote had resigned themselves to the likelihood that this was an idea whose time had come. The amendment stood an excellent chance in the Senate and a better than ever chance in the states. So wrote 12 conservatives in the New York Times Magazine. John Berman, a top legislative staff member for Senator Birch Bayh of Indiana, once told mine own late and sainted legal sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, "We were in a moment. Mr. Bayh had been pushing for a popular vote since the year that I was born, 1966. Shortly after the passage of the Civil Rights and Voting Acts had ended the Jim Crow era and pulled America closer than it had ever been to a truly representative democracy. Electing the president directly was the next logical step in that progression." Mr. Berman said, "It's very, very difficult to deal with institutional, transformative issues like this, and we had that moment. That's what makes it so galling." The "it" was the unceremonious collapse of the popular vote amendment, which died on the Senate floor in late September of 1970. A lot happened in the year after it sailed through the House, including 12 failed Supreme Court nominations by President Richard Mulhouse Nixon that delayed and distracted senators. But in the end, the amendment was killed off for good by a filibuster led by 3 Southerners: Strom Thurmond of South Carolina, Sam Ervin of North Carolina, and James Eastland of Mississippi, the long-serving chairman of the Judiciary Committee and one of the most powerful men in the Senate. All 3 white men were avowed segregationists and the descendants of actual slaveholders. They had been battling any maneuver toward racial equality for years. In 1957, Senator Thurmond filibustered a civil rights bill for more than 24 hours, a feat for which he prepared like a long-distance runner, and which no one has since matched. The law passed in the end, as did the landmark bills of the mid-1960s, that decade in which I came into this world. Mr. Thurmond and the other racists were determined never to fail again. Mr. Berman said, "There were no mysteries about what the Southern Bloc intended to do. For them, this was a way of life issue. When my legal father asked him specifically what way of life, he said, the fact that black people could vote, and vote without intimidation. As the Southerners were well aware, the Electoral College is the bulwark of white supremacy. It protects white dominance throughout the South, where black voters were no longer disenfranchised by Jim Crow, but could still be rendered invisible by state winner-take-all laws. Under these laws, the white majority in states like Alabama, South Carolina, and Georgia always got its way. If the nation switched to a popular vote, each black voter in those states would have just as much say as a white voter in electing our president." Mr. Berman told the sailor who raised and guided me that, in his words, this was going to change the whole political structure in the South. Once all votes are equal, it would be opening a door to a process that they had no control over. The racial subtext went largely unspoken at that time. Instead, as the historian Alex Kezar documents in his comprehensive new history of the Electoral College titled, "Why Do We Still Have the Electoral College?" with a question mark, published in 2020, the defenders of the status quo trotted out familiar, if unfounded, claims about the dangers of the popular vote. It would destroy America's 12-party system. It would undermine federalism. It would lead to widespread fraud, and so on. They accused those who argued that the president should be the person who wins the most votes of a naive embrace of mathematical purity. But what was going on was obvious enough, especially after 1968, when the Electoral College had nearly allowed an unrepentant racist to hijack the presidential election. Mr. Berman said, "You didn't need a mastermind to say, hey, what's behind this?" It was there. It was the elephant in the room. Throughout 1970, as Mr. Bayer struggled to bring the amendment to a vote, the threat of a filibuster lurked. He tried to fight fire with fire, threatening his own filibuster of Mr. Nixon's nomination of G. Harold Carswell to the Supreme Court. The nomination eventually failed, but Mr. Bayer had lost precious time. The Southerners managed to delay the amendment with various tactics throughout the summer. By September, those tactics had been exhausted, and the filibuster began. Mr. Bayer needed 67 votes to end the filibuster, known as invoking cloture in a legislative assembly, a procedure for ending a debate and taking a vote. A few years later, the Senate dropped the threshold for cloture to 60. As September wore on, he was having trouble getting out of the mid-50s. This double supermajority hurdle infuriated Mr. Bayer and his staff. Referring to the requirement for all constitutional amendments, Mr. Berman said, "We already needed a 2/3 vote. This was like, in football, a 15-yard penalty for piling on. Only there was no penalty." Still, Mr. Bayer was confident that if the amendment could get a full floor vote, it would pass. The dispute over the Electoral College wasn't partisan as it is today. Senator Howard Baker, the Tennessee Republican, said, "The paramount issue is the fundamental right of every citizen to cast a vote that has no more weight or no less weight than that of any other citizen." On September 29th of 1970, the Senate voted on whether to end the filibuster and move forward with the amendment. The amendment supporters, fell 5 votes short. No effort to switch to a national popular vote has come anywhere near as close ever since. The aforecited Mr. Kezar wrote, and here I read therefrom, "Boiled down to the essentials, reform was blocked by a coalition of Southern Democrats and small state conservative Republicans. The 34 senators who voted nay came from states with but 27% of our nation's population." Tom Wicker, the New York Times columnist, called the Electoral College filibuster a blatant case of a little band of willful white men who fear and are therefore thwarting both popular will and the political process that they extol. Mr. Berman told my father that for Senator Bayer, who died in 2019 at the age of 91, it was the greatest disappointment of his life. Mr. Berman has ever rejected the idea that the filibuster has ever been necessary to protect the interests of the minority. To quote St, minorities are safeguarded in the very institution of the Senate. The filibuster is like whipped cream, a lot of calories, but no substance. All it does is stop things. Instead of seeking compromise, each party has adopted strategies to sideline the other, undermining national unity and democratic norms thereby. Trump's 2024 victory, propelled by the emergence of a multi-ethnic working-class coalition, will realign party priorities. For the first time in American history, Republicans may now attempt to increase voter turnout as the gerontocracy, what literally physically rots atop the Democratic Party hierarchy, will yet find themselves defending contra-majoritarian institutions on behalf of the Zionist occupation government that they, not the younger Democrats, still serve. Most importantly, this shift presents forlorn opportunity for Republicans to pursue policies aimed at helping working class communities and bridging the urban-rural divide, such as expanding high-speed internet in rural areas to enable remote work, building roads and clinics to boost commerce and healthcare access, offering tax incentives to attract businesses, and establishing job training centers tailored to local industries. Yet instead, the Russo-collaborationist, red Republican, insurgent parties' pro-multi-billionaire agenda has the Russo-collaborationist, red Republican insurgent party axing popular programs to cut taxes for the fucking rich. Just hope against hope that you don't need health care or food or any help from the government. Wanting tax cuts for the rich is nothing new, nor is the pushback, as shown in the protest of the Republican tax bill outside the Senate Budget Committee hearing room in Washington from 2017, where I remembered this whole, almost a lynch mob showing up. House Republicans have put out a list of items they want to cut from the federal budget in order to pay for Donald Trump's tax cuts for the rich, all of which will hurt middle-class and low-income Americans. Among the more than $5 trillion in cuts Republicans are proposing is slashing $151 billion from the Affordable Care Act, better known as Obamacare. Republicans want to let expire Obamacare subsidies that Democrats passed, which help middle-class Americans pay little to nothing for their health insurance. According to a report from the Urban Institute, if Republicans let those subsidies expire at the end of 2025, as they are currently set to do, 4 million people will lose their health insurance. Also on the list is a proposal to institute work requirements for Medicaid, which provides health insurance to low-income Americans. Republicans say work requirements would cut $120 billion from the budget. Currently, only one state ever implemented Medicaid work requirements: Arkansas, where 15.7% of the population lives below the poverty line. The KFF, the Kaiser Family Foundation, reported that Arkansas's Medicaid work requirements led 18,000 people in the state to lose coverage, even though many of those Medicaid enrollees were working. KFF has so reported, while the vast majority of enrollees were working or qualified for exemption, barriers with meeting reporting requirements led to people getting dropped from the program. What's more, Republicans are also proposing to slash food stamps by nearly $300 billion by reforming the Thrifty Food Plan, which estimates the cost of a healthy diet across various price points in order to determine food stamp benefits. All of these cuts will make life harder for poverty-stricken or low-income workers, all so that Trump can line the pockets of his multi-billionaire buddies and deport a large chunk of our nation's workforce, which will, of course, crash the economy. The cuts will be necessary because Republicans want to abuse the budget reconciliation process to cut Democrats out of the process of passing Trump's destructive agenda. Budget reconciliation requires legislation to either cut the deficit or be budget neutral, aka also known as not add to the national debt. And because the tax cuts for the rich that Trump wants to pass would explode our national debt, Republicans have to find billions to cut from the budget in order to pass the bill under this process. The possible cuts Republicans want to make were detailed in a document obtained by Politico magazine that is circulating among Republicans as they prepare to meet over this weekend to discuss how to pass Trump's agenda. The meeting has the added bonus for Trump of earning taxpayer money because he's hosting the gathering at his gaudy Mar-a-Lago club in Florida. Politico so reported. 5 people familiar with the document said those provisions are options to finance Republicans' massive party line reconciliation bill or other spending reform efforts, including those being spearheaded by the so-called Department of Government Efficiency. The cuts Republicans are proposing show just how difficult passing Trump's agenda will be for the Red Party, as the Russo collaborationist Republican Insurgent Party has no votes to spare in the House, and many of the proposed items on the chopping block will be politically damaging for Republicans in swing districts. The proposals comest as Elon Musk, who is running the toothless I'll call it Dodgy Advisory Committee, admitted that his initial promise to cut $2 trillion from the federal budget is likely impossible. Meanwhile, the document Republicans are circulating that outlines the possible budget cuts is Orwellian as all hell, labeling cuts to food stamps as ending cradle-to-grave dependence, cuts to Medicaid as making Medicaid work for the most vulnerable, and cuts to Obamacare as reimagining the Affordable Care Act. Evidently to Republicans, war is peace, freedom is slavery, and ignorance is strength. Thus dost the urban-rural divide itself remain a powerful obstacle to reform because it fuels political polarization and gridlock. This fault line is likely to define American society for years to come, threatening national cohesion in a dangerous world. This brings us to the conceptual policy of loud voice and a brittle stick. The United States' geographic, demographic, and political advantages create yet another vulnerability, a tendency to pursue global interests without committing sufficient resources to prevent conflict. President Theodore Roosevelt advised leaders to speak softly and carry a big stick. But Washington today often does the reverse. Loud voice, brittle stick. It talks tough, but then underprepares, falling back on blunt tools such as sanctions or missile strikes when challenged. This chicken hawk approach demoralizes allies, provokes adversaries, and escalates conflicts that might have been contained with stronger engagement or avoided altogether with better judgment. Worse, after being too passive in peace, the American empire sometimes overreacts in war, plunging into quagmires, as it did in Afghanistan and Iraq after the 9/11 attacks. These tendencies stem from the same qualities that make the United States strong. Americans oft overlook global affairs because oceans shield our country from foreign threats, and because the American economy is largely self-sufficient. Exports account for just 11% of gross domestic product, compared with a global average of around, about 30%. Most trade is discretionary for the United States because it leads the world in production of vital goods such as food, energy, and technology. In addition, our country's decentralized institutions give rise to a diverse array of priorities, making national mobilization rare unless a clear and present danger compels unity. As a result, foreign policy frequently becomes a partisan football, with issues tossed around to score political points and serious threats ignored until they erupt. Yet, the same security, wealth, and freedoms that allow the American empire to deprioritize foreign policy also drive us to assert our global interests. With unrivaled power, the American empire feels compelled to have a policy on everything. This impulse is amplified by the decentralized American system, especially its free media and raucous Congress, which empowers voices, including those of diaspora populations, businesses, human rights organizations, and other national security bureaucracy, to advocate for various actions overseas. Meanwhile, weaker countries lobby these United States for protection from stronger autocratic neighbors that in turn view the American empire and the example we set as a prosperous democracy as a threat to their rule and spheres of influence. In response, autocracies such as Red China, mulacratic Iran, communist-dynastic North Korea, and Putinist Russia militarize against these United States and try to divide our alliances and subvert our democracy. Even when Americans want to stay out of foreign conflicts, these forces often pull us in. The structure of American power thus creates competing pressures for detachment and engagement. The result is a hollow form of internationalism that has sometimes resulted in disastrous failures of deterrence. In the 1920s, for instance, the United States opposed German and Japanese expansion but outsourced enforcement to treaties such as the Kellogg-Briand Pact, which outlawed war, and the League of Nations, which Washington then refused to even join. The United States withdrew its forces from Europe while demanding debt payments from allies, which passed the costs onto Weimar Germany, worsening its financial turmoil and hastening its ascension into Nazism. At the same time, in Asia, the United States abandoned plans for naval modernization and regional fortification, but imposed increasingly severe sanctions on Dai Nippon Teikoku, the greater empire of Japan, intensifying Tokyo's perception of Washington as both hostile and vulnerable, thereby paving the way to the preemptive strategic surgical strike on Pearl Harbor. A similar pattern played out in the 1990s and the early years of this century. While nearly doubling NATO's membership to include 12 new countries, the United States halved its troop presence in Europe and shifted NATO's focus to counterterrorism operations in the Middle East. In 2008, the United States suggested that Georgia and Ukraine might eventually join the alliance, but offered no concrete path to membership, thus provoking Russia without effectively deterring it. In other cases, hollow internationalism led the United States to neglect deterrence entirely. On several occasions, it convinced itself and its adversaries that it had little interest in a region, only to respond massively to aggression there with catastrophic consequences. In 1949, for example, the United States excluded the Korean Peninsula from our defense perimeter and withdrew our troops. Yet when North Korea invaded South Korea, the United States intervened forcefully, pushing up to the mainland Chinese border and provoking a ferocious Chi-Com counterattack. This shock heightened Cold War fears of communist expansion and solidified the domino theory, the idea that if one state falls to communism, its neighbors will as well. This notion, in turn, propelled Washington's disastrous involvement in Vietnam. Similarly, in 1990, the United States made no serious effort to deter Iraq's invasion of Kuwait, but then took up arms to repel the attack after the fact. The result was the Gulf War and a prolonged American military presence in Southwest Asia, the so-called Middle East, which in turn mobilized jihadi groups such as Al-Qaeda, an outcome that culminated in the 9/11 attacks and the American invasions of Afghanistan and Iraq. The world now faces converging threats. The Communist Chinese Empire is carrying out the largest peacetime military buildup since the Greater Soviet Unions, producing warships, combat aircraft, and missiles 5 to 6 times as fast as the United States can. Putinist Russia is waging Europe's largest war since World War II. Mulocratic Iran is trading blows with a genocidally expansionist Israel. And the communist dynastic North Korea is sending thousands of troops to fight for the Russian Empire in Ukraine while preparing for war with South Korea and developing nuclear missiles that can reach our North American mainland. Despite treating these regimes as enemies, the United States spends only 2.7% of gross domestic product on defense, a level comparable to that of the post-Cold War 1990s and the isolationist 1930s, and well below the Cold War range of 6 to 10%. A military recruitment crisis compounds the shortfall, with 77% of young Americans ineligible for service because of obesity, drug abuse, or health issues, and just 9% expressing an interest in even enlisting. In a potential conflict with Hongzhonghua, Red China, American forces would blow through their munitions inventory in a matter of weeks, and it would take us years for the U.S. defense industrial base to produce replacements. Rising personnel costs, along with an endless array of peacetime missions, are stretching American imperial forces thin. By pairing diplomatic hostility with military unreadiness, the United States is once again sending the world a mixed signal, a yellow traffic light. Yellow lights, of course, often prompt aggressive drivers to speed up. American ambiguity won't matter until it does, when Hongzhonghua, Red China, Islamo-fundamentalist Iran, Stalinist North Korea, or revanchist and revisionist Russia decide it's time to take what it has long claimed by force. Now let's talk about the dangers of declinism or declinism. Since the Greater Soviet Union's collapse, experts have urged policymakers to prepare for multipolarity, expecting the United States to be challenged or overtaken by rising powers. But reality has taken a different course. The United States remains economically dominant while other contenders, both adversaries and allies, are slipping into long-term decline. Shrinking populations and stagnant productivity are eroding the strength of once dominant Eurasian powers. Meanwhile, populous countries such as India and Islam-occupied Nigeria struggle to ascend global value chains because of poor infrastructure, corruption, and weak educational systems. Automation and the commodification of manufacturing are shutting off traditional growth paths, leaving many developing countries mired in debt, youth unemployment, and political instability. Rather than triggering a rise of the rest, current trends are solidifying a unipolar world. A unipolar world with the United States as the sole superpower, surrounded by declining great powers and a periphery of middle powers, developing countries, and failing states. In the long run, a world without rising powers could foster stability by reducing the risk of hegemonic wars. Over the past 250 years, the Industrial Revolution caused economies, populations, and militaries to double or more in size within a generation, sparking intense competition for resources and territory. But that era is winding down. Shrinking populations, stagnant economies, and the concentration of wealth in these United States make the rise of new great powers unlikely for the present. Some analysts characterize Hongzhonghua, Islamo-clericalist Iran, Stalinist North Korea, and Putinista Russia as an axis. But the world is unlikely to see a repeat of 1942 when Nazi Germany, Imperial Bushidoistic Japan, and Fascist Italia seized half of the world's productive capacity. Today's fading challengers lack the strength to overrun Eurasia quickly, and once a great power falters, it no longer has the population growth to rebound, as Germany did between the World Wars and the Greater Soviet Union did after World War II. It's hard to imagine the Russian Empire, for example, rising from the ashes of Ukraine to conquer large swaths of Europe. As rising powers fade, the world may become more stable. But right now, several threats loom imminent upon us, declining powers may resort to desperate wars of irredentism to reclaim what they believe are lost territories and avoid slipping permanently into second-tier status. Putin imperialist Russia has already done this in Ukraine, and Red China might take similar actions in my Taiwan or against the Philippines in the South China Sea. Although these conflicts may not match World War II scale, they could still be ghastly, involving nuclear threats and attacks on critical infrastructure. North Korea, Red China, and Russia face economic and demographic decline, but so do their most likely targets. South Korea, mine own Taiwan, and the Baltic states, ensuring that Eurasia's military balances will remain hotly contested. Even without sparking massive wars, Red China and the Russian Empire will gradually transform into macroscopic North Koreas, relying increasingly on totalitarianism and military extortion to undermine an international order they can no longer hope to dominate. Another threat is rampant state failure, particularly in debt-ridden countries with rapidly growing populations. Sub-Saharan Africa, for example, is expected to add 1 billion people by 2050, yet most of its economies are already in fiscal crises. Manufacturing no longer provides mass employment, and governments are slashing social spending to pay foreign loan interest. According to the United Nations, an estimated 3.3 billion people live in countries where interest payments exceed investments in either education or healthcare. The stagnation of major economies is worsening the situation. A slowing communist China on the Asian mainland, for instance, has halted most of its foreign lending while reducing its imports from poor countries and flooding their markets with subsidized exports, delivering a triple blow to all economies involved. The spiral of state failure will only magnify a third threat: the continued rise of anti-liberalism in democratic countries. Many democracies are already struggling with demographic decline, sluggish economic growth, soaring debt, and ascendant extremist parties. A surge of refugees from failing states that'll simply further strengthen these anti-democratic movements. After the Syrian civil war sent more than 1 million refugees to Europe, for example, authoritarian parties made substantial gains across the continent. Liberal democracy has flourished in times of economic expansion, population growth, and social cohesion, but it's uncertain whether it can survive an era of stagnation and mass migration. The American empire must contain these threats while continuing to harness our geographic, demographic, and institutional advantages. A crucial first step is rejecting the misperception that our country is doomed to decline. Nearly 4 decades ago, the political scientist Samuel Huntington, a major influence on myself, argued in the pages of foreign policy magazines I would read while working in the Postal Library on site, the 6th Army headquarters barracked in El Presidio Real de San Francisco, that Americans must fear decline in order to avoid it. But fear risks becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy. An exaggerated sense of decay is already starting to destabilize democracy, as Americans lose faith in the system and turn to anti-liberal solutions. All too many are rallying behind white nationalism, propelled by fears of demographic shifts and great replacement conspiracy theories, which falsely claim that political elites encourage mass immigration to replace white Americans with minorities. Others are stoking minority grievances to mobilize voters along ethnic lines. Such cynical strategies have fostered harmful policies, such as defunding the police or mass deportations, eroding trust in democracy and potentially enabling demagogues to dismantle the republic's checks and balances. The scene at the end of the 19th century, in what was known as Indian Territory, at one point encompassing most of the present-day United States west of the Mississippi River, would seem familiar to anyone following the news about the crises on the Mexicano-American border. Illegal immigrants streamed in, and some leaders had seen enough. Here's a link to a photograph from the National Archives of delegates from 34 indigenous tribes at the Creek Council House in Indian Territory, now called Oklahoma, circa 1890. I'm transposing my numbers. 1880. There we are. I'll put this, of course, in our text box on the Skype call as well. And here we are with that. Now, indigenous nationalists among the Chickasaw Nation called for a mass deportation of white United States citizens. Imagine that. The illegals I'm referencing were all a bunch of white trash. A flood of white trash coming into red territory, meaning redskin territory, as the Indians used to be called by Mighty Whitey back then. Not so mighty when he's basically an illegal invading an autonomous state. One Chickasaw leader, Judge Overton Love, wrote that undocumented whites should be placed under arrest immediately and hustled out of the country with strict orders never to return. Imagine that. Get the whites out of here! Muskogee leaders reported intruders to the federal government. United States Marshals escorted white migrants to Arkansas and hit them with a $1,000 fine. Today's equivalent of $1 million. But they returned again and again. An illegal invasion of fucking white migrants. Can you imagine anything worse? Among those intruders was my legal father's great-great-grand-something. Simply another Will Dietrich. Will had been barely sustaining himself as an illiterate white sharecropper in Yell County, Arkansas. He migrated with his family to the Muskogee Nation sometime around 1900, probably following a new railroad line. Predatory landowners in the South made life difficult for poor white people like Will and nearly impossible for black people. But freed slaves founded prosperous all-black towns like Bodie, just down the road from Will's homestead near Eufaula. The illegal invasion of sovereign nations by white American citizens occurred all over the West, From Texas to South Dakota. Mexicano authorities even worried about a flood of white United States citizens reintroducing slavery into the Republic and banned all Norteamericano immigration into Mexico in 1830. Imagine that. Goddamn whites trying to fucking infiltrate poor Mexico and having to be banned. Because, you know, they, like Heather Holman said, fucking up everybody by tap dancing on the tables and falling on their heads. This did nothing to stop the flood of European Americans from claiming land. A treaty prohibiting United States citizens from settling in the Great Sioux Reservation was blatantly violated by hundreds of gold prospectors in the 1870s. When Oklahoma became a state in 1907, big mistake, the United States effectively closed a chapter on 100 years of invasions and illegal land seizures in the western United States. A century later, reactionary leaders have been claiming that these United States are now the nation under threat of invasion, conveniently ignoring this long and complicated history which it takes the son of Adolf Hitler to relate to you. All based on white supremacy doctrine. It is common to hear that the U.S. immigration system is broken, but it was never fucking fixed. Migration to and from sovereign indigenous nations, Mexico, and even Canada has always been subject to waves of xenophobia and fear. A political wind of change can turn intruders into pioneers, as happened on a massive scale among the 5 tribes in Indian Territory. Will Dietrich may have been in the Muskogee Nation illegally, but he was accepted by his Muskogee neighbors by 1901. The indigenous published Indian Journal that I found, I myself ran across at the U.S. 6th Army HQ on site El Presidio Real de San Francisco, reported on his travels around Indian Territory in local news, and his son Jonah started to achieve some prosperity. The Dietrichs intermarried, and my grandaunt, or some sort of cousin, lived with the Choctaw man. If I recollect correctly at all, she is supposed to have been buried next to a Muskogee family in the Chickasaw Cemetery. Editors and politicians back in the States noticed this unique mixture of native governance, poor white subsistence farming, and black town building. They were not impressed. It was anathema to white civilization. The triracial experiment of Indian Territory was crushed by a doctrine of white supremacy established in new state laws. Unlike today's unauthorized immigrants, white intruders had political power and influence to change the law. The Indian Appropriations Act. The Indian Appropriations Act of 1902 made it illegal, I'm reading therefrom, to remove or deport any person from the Indian Territory who is in lawful possession of any lots or parcels of land in any town or city which has been designated as a town site. Meaning they ran up the goddamn American flag and claimed this land in the name of the United States. And I am its colonist. Just like that, ownership of land now protected white intruders like my legal ancestor, if they owned land. Imagine the shoe on the other foot today. United States Congress passes a law protecting unauthorized, meaning illegal immigrants, unauthorized immigrants from deportation because they own some real estate in an Oklahoma suburb. There is a crucial difference between Will Dietrich crossing into Indian territory and the current wave of migrants arriving in these United States. These new intruders do not want land. The few stories of Latin American migrants seeking to claim land through squatters' rights have little legal credibility. Unlike the settlers that pushed the Cherokees, Chickasaws, and others off their allotted lands in Oklahoma, the new migrants are not really settlers at all. They are laborers. By the way, Elizabeth Beam says, Cherokees, my peoples, my mom was Cherokee. Yes, thank you, Triple T. Thank you, honey. Love you. You're an angel. Now, let me relate the story of Leo Bennett. The United States Marshal was tasked with enforcing migration laws in Indian Territory. Leo Bennett found himself in the crosshairs of some who wanted mass deportation and others who wanted the termination of indigenous governance. Bennett himself was married to a Cherokee woman and empathized with indigenous leaders who resented the intruders. Bennett promised to deport known lawbreakers, but he resisted the calls to ban all migrants. Chickasaw leaders were rightly afraid of people like the notorious outlaw Daniel Dynamite Dick Clifton. That was his actual criminal alias. I'm not making that up. An American West outlaw of the late 1800s. But Dynamite Dick did not represent the majority, and so Bennett would not enforce mass deportation. Most indigenous leaders agreed with him. This is because some of these whites milked cows, ran hotels, and serviced the trains. Shit that no Red Indian would ever do. If all whites were deported, they would only return again anyway, hungrier and more determined. Bennett wrote in a local paper that equity, as well as law, must be so administered that justice shall be tempered with mercy. He wanted fairness toward all concerned. But fairness, then as now, was all too easily reframed as weakness. Those ideals, equity, mercy, and fairness, require a historical reckoning over how the United States acquired its contemporary boundaries in the first. Those ideals also require compassion for newcomers, whether they're white men from Arkansas in 1901 or a Haitian family in Springfield, Ohio in 2025. Fearing decline, the United States might instead lean toward protectionism and xenophobia, walling itself off rather than competing internationally, which would undermine our core strengths. Our empire of wealth has thrived on the free flow of goods, people, and ideas, soaking up foreign talent and capital like a sponge, and building a global commercial order that attracts our allies. But if these United States embraces a false narrative of decline, we risk becoming a rogue superpower, a mercantilist behemoth determined to squeeze every ounce of wealth and power from the rest of the world. Tariffs, sanctions, and military threats will replace diplomacy and trade. Alliances will become protection rackets, and immigration will be sharply restricted. This nativist turn might yield short-term gains for Americans, but it would ultimately hurt them all by making the world they inhabit poorer and less secure. Trade and security networks will collapse, sparking resource-driven conflicts and killing off any possibility for cooperation on nuclear non-proliferation, climate catastrophe, pandemics, and other global challenges, accelerating a descent into anarchy. The most immediate danger is that the American empire will convince itself, and ergo its adversaries, that it lacks the will or capacity to counter large-scale aggression. To avoid asserting its interests without backing them up, thereby provoking aggressors without deterring them, or prematurely withdrawing from regions, forcing a rushed and costly re-entry, the American empire must rigorously reassess our core interests and determine where containing aggression is essential. The American imperial national security establishment believes this means preventing Red China, Iran, North Korea, and the Russian Empire from destroying their neighbors. This conviction that powerful revisionist tyrannies should be contained is as straightforward as it is hard-learned. After World War I, the United States withdrew from Eurasia, a decision that contributed to the outbreak of World War II. In contrast, after World War II, the United States maintained peacetime alliances in Eurasia, ultimately defeating Greater Soviet communism without triggering World War III in toto, and providing the security foundation for an unprecedented surge in global prosperity and democracy. The key to success, then as now, is blending strength with diplomacy, building a credible military deterrence to deter aggression, while offering revisionist powers a path to reintegration with the West if they renounce military conquest. During the Third World War, in effect, misnomered as the Cold War, these United States contained the Greater Soviet Union until internal weaknesses forced Moscow into retreat. A similar strategy could work today. The Communist Chinese Empire's economy is stagnating, and its population is shrinking. Putin imperialist Russia is bogged down in the Ukraine, and Iran has been battered by expansionist Israel. The Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping, the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, and the Iranian supreme leader Ali Khamenei are aging heads of state whose reigns will likely end within the next decade or two. The United States doesn't need to contain all, their regimes indefinitely, perhaps just long enough for current trends to play out. As their power declines, their imperial dreams may seem increasingly unattainable, potentially prompting successors to chart a new course. In the meantime, Washington should sap their strength by welcoming their brightest people to these United States through immigration, and by strengthening connections with their societies through student visas, diplomatic exchanges, and non-strategic trade. Mainland China, Iran, North Korea and Eurasianist Russia, however, are unlikely to mellow overnight. The American imperial struggle against these nations and empires may not last forever, but Washington must prepare for a contest that could last for years. In this competition, domestic unity will be essential. Investing in jobs, infrastructure, housing, and education in neglected areas, and rekindling a spirit of civic duty will be crucial, not only to mend national fissures, but also to fortify these United States against all foreign threats. Calling on Americans to stand up to autocratic aggression doesn't mean rushing into war. It means creating a future in which peace is secured through sustained investments in military strength and diplomatic outreach. It means rallying a nation to recognize our immense power and accepting the responsibility to wield it, not in frenzied reaction, but before the storm, with purpose and with prudence. Yet we can muster neither with a presidential felon. After a few weeks in which Donald Trump's musings about seizing control of territory belonging to America's allies or renaming bodies of water after America appeared to entrance the mass media to the exclusion of much else, some of the less fanciful crises that dominated coverage before the holidays are returning to the fore. On Friday into this weekend, Trump's status as the only former president in American history to become a convicted felon was formally added to his other presidential firsts, such as being indicted 4 times and impeached twice. The red side Republican emerged from his virtual sentencing, however, with no penalty for 34 fucking counts that could each have netted someone else a few years in prison. A New York jury found Trump guilty last year of trying to manipulate the 2016 presidential campaign by paying pornographic film actress Stormy Daniels to stay silent about an alleged affair and then illegally hiding the transaction. Looking forward, earlier storms over Trump's inexperienced picks for major posts in his new administration are picking up again. Congress is preparing for hearings on the controversial nominations of cable television host Pete Hegseth for Secretary of Defense. Former representativist Tulsi Gabbard, who has voiced sympathy for Russia's stated reasons for invading Ukraine, for intelligence directress, and vaccine skeptic Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to run Health and Human Services. Biden will bequeath a strong economy for Trump to destroy. This is the second time Trump will inherit a robust economy and inevitably ruin it. The U.S. economy added 256,000 jobs in December, beating economists' expectations and cementing the fact that President Joe Biden is leaving Donald Trump a strong economy as his term comes to a close. According to data released via the BLS, the Bureau of Labor Statistics report, unemployment fell to 4.1%, while wage growth rose 0.3% to an average hourly rate of $35.69. Ultimately, wage growth in 2024 rose 3.9%, outpacing the 2.7% inflation rate. In a post on X, Harvard economics professor Jason Furman wrote that the economy remains very robust. A variety of indicators show the labor market has stabilized. There doesn't seem to be any pressing reason to change interest rates anytime soon. Said report is the final fall monthly report of Biden's tenure, and it shows that these United States have had positive job growth every single month Biden was in office. And that average hourly wages today are higher than the $29.92 average hourly rate when Biden took office in January of 2021. Biden touted his success with managing our American economy in a statement, writing, and here I read therefrom, with today's report of 256,000 new jobs in December, we have created over 16.6 million jobs over the course of my administration, and this is the only administration in history to have created jobs every single month. Although I inherited the worst economic crisis in decades, with unemployment above 6% when I took office, we've had the lowest average unemployment rate of any administration in 50 years, with unemployment at 4.1% as I leave. Although forecasts were projecting it would take years to achieve a full recovery, we have had the strongest growth and employment creation of any advanced country, brought inflation back down, and achieved the soft landing that few thought was possible. Ultimately, this report will be the benchmark to determine the success of Trump's soon-to-be second term in office. It's the second time Trump is inheriting a robust economy. When Trump took office in 2017, he was handed a 4.7 unemployment rate from President Barack Obama. By the time Trump left office, the unemployment rate had jumped to 6.4%, which Biden had to contend with. Trump, for his part, won a second term in office by trashing the economy and promising to lower the price of goods. However, he has since backtracked on that claim after the election. When discussing the cost of grocery prices in a December interview with Time magazine, Trump said, "Look, they got them up. I'd like to bring them down. It's hard to bring things down. Once they're up, you know, it's very hard." He's talking about his dick. It's up. Hard to get down till he rapes some bitch. You know, grab him by the pussy. They secretly all want that. That's Trump talking, not myself. What's more, while Trump has promised to bring prices down, all his policies are expected to do the exact opposite. Experts concur that Trump's plan to impose sweeping tariffs on all imported goods will cause hyperinflation to skyrocket and send the economy into a terminal tailspin. Ultimately, we should bookmark this transmission as Trump's term in office is set to begin to see just how destructive his agenda will be on Americans' jobs and livelihoods. You know, Biden could never heal what Trump broke the first time. Thus, this is Biden's tarnished legacy. Joe Biden failed to grasp both the political moment and the essential mission of his presidency. Ergo, Biden leaves office less popular than Trump because of what Biden misread. President Joe Biden still imagines that he could have won. Asked by USA Today's Susan Page whether he could have beaten Trump if he had stayed in the race, Biden responded, "It's presumptuous to say that, but I think yes." Reality thinks not. Of course, we'll never know for sure, but all the evidence, including polling, contends that Biden would have been crushed by an even larger margin than Kamala Harris was. Biden's answer is a reminder that his legacy will be tarnished by his fundamental misreading of the moment and his own role therein. To be sure, Biden can point to some impressive successes. He leaves behind a healthy and growing economy, a record of legislative accomplishment, and more than 230 judicial appointments, including a Supreme Court justice. And then there were the failures. The chaotic exit from Afghanistan, a massive surge of migrants at the border in 2023. Although Biden was not solely to blame for inflation, factors included the Federal Reserve's low interest rate policy and Putinist Russia's invasion of Ukraine. His spending policies contributed to the problem. And even though he rallied Europe to the defense of Ukraine, critics suggest that he also misread that moment. Phillips, Pace, and O'Brien evincing in The Atlantic magazine in November that the Biden administration treated the conflict like a crisis to be managed, not a war to be won. Ukraine's uncertain fate is now left to Biden's Putin-puppeteered successor. A charismatic and energetic president might have been able to overcome these failures and win a run for re-election. Some presidents seize the public's imagination. Biden barely even got its attention. He presumed that he could return to a before times style of politics, where the president was a backroom bipartisan deal maker, whereas Trump dominated the news. Biden strove to fade into the background, almost from the beginning, seldom using his bully pulpit to rally public support or even to explain his vision for the country. Trump was always in our faces, but it always felt like Biden was elsewhere. Trump also misread, or I mean to say Biden also misread the trajectory of Trumpism. Like so many others, he thought that the problem of Trump had taken care of itself and that his election meant a return to normalcy. So he chose as his Attorney General Merrick Garland, whom by all evidence saw his role as restoring the Department of Justice rather than ever pursuing accountability for the man who tried to overturn the election. Eventually, Garland turned the cases over to Special Counsel Jack Smith, who brought indictments. But it was too late. With time running out and a Supreme Court ruling in favor of broad presidential immunity, Trump emerged unscathed. And then came the sad final chapter of Biden's presidency, which will well overshadow everything else. When he ran for president in 2020, Biden described himself as a transition candidate and a bridge to a new generation of leaders. But instead of stepping aside for these younger leaders, Biden chose to seek another term, despite all growing evidence to his decline. With the future of democracy itself at stake, Biden's inner circle rallied to shield the octogenarian president. His team didn't just insist that voters ignore what was in front of all our eyes. It also maintained that the aging president could serve out yet another 4-year term. Some Democrats clung to denial and shouted down internal critics until Biden's disastrous debate performance put an end to the charade. Even then, Biden stubbornly tried to hang on before intense pressure from his own party forced him to drop out of the race in July. Now he is shuffling to the end of his presidency, already shunted aside by his successor, and still in denial. As the passing of Jimmy Carter reminds us, presidential legacies are complicated matters, and it is difficult to predict the verdict of history. But as Biden leaves office, he is less a transformational figure than a historical parenthesis. He failed to grasp both the political moment and the essential mission of his presidency. Other presidents have misunderstood their mandate, but in Biden's case, the consequences are existential. By his own logic, the prime directive of his presidency was to preserve democracy by preventing Donald Trump's return to power. His failure to do so will most certainly be the only lasting legacy of his 4 farcical years in office. Americans are already giving President Joe Biden harsh reviews before he leaves office in less than a week by now, on January 20th. And worse than that, they appear to be judging him even more harshly than his 2 most recent predecessors, Donald Trump and Barack Obama. The issue? Polling suggests voters either don't know this or believe Biden was insufficient in other ways. The AP, or Associated Press, NORC, AppNorc survey found that only 2 in 1 Americans, 22%, think Biden made good on his campaign promises. A larger share, 38%, said that Biden did not keep his word. The remaining 39% said he tried but failed to keep his campaign promises. Biden is also faring considerably worse than Obama was at the end of his presidency. AppNorc, AP, Associated Press, NORC, found that Obama left his second term in office with a majority of Americans, 52%, describing his tenure as good or great. This squares with data released earlier this week by Gallup, which found Biden's standing is similar to that of former President Richard Nixon, who resigned amid the infamous Watergate scandal. Unlike the AP NORC survey, Gallup's involved a retrospective assessment of past presidents, not a contemporaneous one. These data points starkly illustrate just how tarnished Biden's legacy has become, despite an impressive domestic record. Not only did he pass landmark legislation, such as the Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA, to help combat climate catastrophe, but Trump is also inheriting a strong economy for which he has Biden to thank. As other politicos have pointed out, Trump seems to be enjoying a honeymoon period, since his win in November. It's possible, of course, that 4 years of Biden caused the electorate to reassess Trump, who once had dismal approval and favorability ratings too. Remarkably, however, Trump has retained relative popularity amid twa impeachments, many federal indictments, twa self-faked assassination attempts, and some of the most unrelentingly negative media coverage in modern history, among many other faults, all of his own. Such a deep catalog of sins would leave most politicians unable to revive their careers, but somehow Trump did, and he's unfortunately doing better than ever now. The good news for Biden, if there be any, is that Americans' negative views toward him may change over time. After all, Gallup found that other presidents who left with low approval ratings, including George W. Bush and James Earl Carter, saw Americans' perception of their presidencies warm with time. Plus, knowing Trump, he'll surely squander his goodwill with the American electorate in due time. Every honeymoon must come to an end, including Trump's, and with a high number of unpopular campaign pledges he's made, he's likely to only accelerate that timeline. Bemoaning the injustice of no consequences, enter Donald Trump, the mass deporter. Trump has not only skipped jail, going directly to the White House as a convicted felon, which, here, I'll give you the perfect cartoon for this, in and of itself an historic achievement, but the Supreme Court has given the president the power of a king. Trump has received a penalty-free, unconditional discharge sentence in his hush money case. The immunity decision having already had enormous implications for Trump's trial and the future of the presidency itself. But there be one thing Donald Trump will never be. In the interim, here's this. There we are. She says Trump talk. She's laughing at the way I turned Trump into sloth. Oh, Elizabeth Beam says, I live next door to a migrant shelter in Chicago. They nasty. That's cute. Ooh, ooh, thank you. That leaves a taste in my mouth. Okay, and here we go. This, of course, gives you the cartoon of the week. And with that, checking live stream again. Now, Donald Trump has a lot to celebrate. Donald Trump is officially an adjudicated convicted felon after a judge in New York on Friday sentenced him Friday morning for the 34 felony counts of falsifying business records Trump was found guilty of in May. While Trump has already been convicted, his sentencing formalizes his criminal conviction. Trump, however, will face no jail time nor any fines for his crimes of trying to cover up hush money payments he made to a Playboy model and a porn actress during the 2016 campaign, with Judge Juan Merkin sentencing him to unconditional discharge. Merkin said it was the only lawful sentence he could impose after Trump won the election in November. Trump spoke at his sentencing hearing, which he attended virtually, in which he whined about the case and took no responsibility for his actions. This has been a very terrible experience. The fact that Trump is escaping pretty much unscathed from the legal jeopardy he placed himself in is a miscarriage of justice. He is able to escape accountability both because of an unprecedented decision by the right-wing United States Supreme Court, which maleficently dragged its feet before ultimately ruling in July that Trump is immune from anything deemed an official act in office. It long had seemed that the stall would be the worst thing the Supreme Court could do when it came to Donald Trump's claim of immunity from prosecution. How naive! Delay there was. The 6 justices in the Republican-appointed supermajority held, a former president is entitled to absolute immunity from criminal prosecution for actions within his conclusive and preclusive constitutional authority. There is no immunity for unofficial acts. Meaning, if you're president, you can get away with anything. Rather than make clear that trying to overthrow our Constitution's peaceful transfer of power is not an official act, the justices send the whole matter back to trial judge Tanya Chutkan. Expect more consideration, more parsing, more rulings, more appeals. It will all inevitably end up at the Supreme Court again in a year if the whole prosecution isn't shut down entirely. But damage to our system goes well beyond delay. Trump versus the United States astounds in its implications. It grants our president the power of a monarch. Richard Nixon defended his conduct in Watergate, telling interviewer David Frost, when the president does it, that means it's not illegal. Effectively, the Supreme Court's supermajority has now enshrined that brazen claim. To be clear, there are reasons to be nervous about prosecuting former chief executives, so some standards make a sense. In this case, however, the court has issued an instruction manual for future law-breaking presidents. Make sure you conspire only with other government employees. You'll never be held to account. What makes something an official act, anyway? The justice ruled, in dividing official from unofficial conduct, courts may not inquire into the president's motives, and a jury cannot learn about the other parts of a criminal conspiracy that may involve official acts. Justice Amy Coney Barrett did not agree with this last critical point. She said that, of course, juries can consider the context of a criminal act. Neither Justice Samuel Alito, who flew insurrectionist flags outside his two properties, his 2 homes, nor Justice Clarence Thomas, the ultimate house nigger, whose white wife was on the ellipse with Trump for his insurrection on January 6th, both recused themselves. They cast the deciding votes to keep from jurors the full story of the attempted overthrow of the Constitution. The founders said repeatedly that presidents have no special immunity, as a brief filed by the Brennan Center on behalf of top historians made plain. After all, that was one of the very things about the British monarchy that they hated and against which they rebelled. Even more directly, this ruling undoes the restrictions on presidential abuse of power put in place by officials and jurists of both parties since the 1970s. The imperial presidency described an age of growing executive authority and abuse of power. It came crashing to an end during Watergate and after revelations about the misuse of intelligence and law enforcement by Nixon's predecessors. The presidential immunity concocted last year, by now, would have blessed most of Nixon's crimes. Nixon ordered his White House counsel to pay hush money to burglars in an Oval Office meeting on March 21st of 1973. Presumptively an official act? He dangled clemency before E. Howard Hunt, one of the conspirators. Use of the pardon power. Entirely immune? He resigned when a tape revealed he had ordered the CIA to go to the FBI to end the investigation of the burglars sent by his campaign committee. He told his White House chief of staff, "Play it tough." On its face, official. What about other criminal cases involving high officials? In the Iran-Contra scandal of the late 1980s, numerous officials were charged, including the National Security Advisor and the Defense Secretary. Ronald Reagan faced no charges, but not because he was presumed immune. What if he did break the law? Would he have escaped accountability? In 2001, federal prosecutors probed whether Bill Clinton sold pardons. They cleared him, but issuing a pardon is surely an official act. In her dissent, Justice Sonia Sotomayor said plainly, under the majority's rule, any use of official power for any purpose, even the most corrupt purpose, indicated by objective evidence of the most corrupt motives and intent, remains official and immune. Under the majority's test, if it can be called a test, the category of presidential action that can be deemed unofficial is destined to be vanishingly small. So yes, all of this served to delay Trump's trial. In that sense, he got what he craved, but the implications are far worse for the structure of American self-government. It is a massive failure for Chief Justice John Roberts. The other major rulings on presidential accountability for legal wrongdoings have been, the other major rulings on presidential accountability for legal wrongdoings have been unanimous. USA versus Nixon, limiting executive privilege, was written by the Republican Chief Justice Nixon himself appointed, and it was unanimous. Clinton versus Jones, opening the president to civil suit even while in office, was unanimous. Let's grant that Roberts is an institutionalist. He is presiding. Well, he is presiding over the collapse of public trust in the very institution he purports to revere. And Trump versus USA has enormous implications for the future of our presidency. Remember that utterly bonkers hypothetical from the appeals court argument that a president could order SEAL Team 6 to assassinate an opponent, to source Sotomayor again, a hypothetical president who admits to having ordered the assassinations of his political rivals or critics has a fair shot at getting immunity under the majority's new presidential accountability model. The insurrection of January 6th, 2021 has been institutionalized. It is now the establishment. It is now the way things are. The way things are. Trump and his allies have achieved what historical figures like Joseph McCarthy, Robert Welch, and George Wallace could only dream of: the restoration of natural order of things in America. Heads, I win. Tails, you lose. Some deny it. They insist on the existence of some kind of immutable law, like the force of gravity, that will compel Trump to be presidential. William Kristol said, "There is one thing about being elected president," about being president-elect is what he said. "You become president, and then you're in charge. You're responsible. You have to govern. Beginning January 20th, it'll be Trump's show. From the most trivial things to the most weighty, the power will emanate from, and the buck will stop at Trump's Oval Office." Again, quaint. The corruption of the J6 insurgency is now so deeply entrenched that its founding father is no longer alone in reveling the fact that he's the exception to every rule, every norm, and every law. Trump can call up Justice Samuel Alito in the hope that the highest court in the land will stop his New York sentencing, and Alito didn't even deny that it happened. In fact, the Supreme Court almost allowed Trump to avoid the 28th of June's sentencing altogether, with 4 of the court's 9 justices ruling the night before that the sentencing should have been postponed. What's more, District Judge aliãn Cannon, whom Trump also appointed, ran interference for Trump in the classified documents case Trump faced, in which he was charged with multiple counts of improperly retaining classified documents and then trying to obstruct justice to thwart federal investigators who sought to get those documents back. District Judge aliãn Cannon maleficently dragged her feet in moving the case along before ultimately tossing out the case altogether on the ridiculous notion that Special Counsel Jack Smith was illegally appointed by the Justice Department. Ultimately, all of the maleficent foot-dragging meant that the cases Trump faced were not able to be tried before the November election. And after Trump won, the Department of Justice decided to stop prosecuting the cases because of past precedent, and that said sitting presidents cannot be indicted or even prosecuted. Still, Friday's sentencing in New York seals Trump's fate of holding the embarrassing distinction of being the first president to be sentenced as a felon. At least we have that. The scarlet F on Trump's forehead. The day before yesterday, Donald Trump was sentenced for his 34-count conviction on business fraud and other New York State felonies in connection with silencing a porn actress about their affair before the 2016 election. But despite his crimes, he received no punishment. It would be hard for a novelist to imagine a more telling scene in the larger scale of our moment in which a privileged old white man can't say enough to be racist, can't break enough laws to be incarcerated, can't fail enough to be a failure, and can't be stupid enough to be stupid. Van Lathan Jr., the co-host of The Ringer's Higher Learning podcast, best known as a former co-host and senior producer on TMZ Live, wasn't talking about the fact that impunity is pretty much everything. Well, impunity for pretty much everything is the entire point of Trump's existence. But he may as well have been when he said in June that he's the whitest white man we ever seen. With this sentencing, it's official. Trump will be the first presidente to be a criminal president. This, of course, is only a minor accounting. Trump has been, in fact, a deviant and devious criminal mind for most of his adult life. He enriched himself when he was president the first time. He stole government secrets. He tried overthrowing an election. With his third campaign, he and his allies, including a murder of multi-billionaires and a half a dozen justices on the Supreme Court of these United States, set out to turn the republic against not only itself, but against the rule of law. And they succeeded. Civil institutions could not hold him accountable. The mainstream mass media machine failed. The law failed. The courts failed. The American people failed. Some still like to say no one is above the law, but it all sounds like a load of shit to me. The New York judge who presided over Donald Trump's hush money case sentenced the president-elect to an unconditional discharge, meaning he is now a convicted felon in the eyes of New York state law, but will face no further penalties. Friday morning, one of my former blood boys who graduated a few years ago headed down to chilly Lower Manhattan to witness the criminal sentencing of Donald John Trump. As he walked alone in the post-dawn quiet through Foley Square, where the boroughs' courthouses are clustered, he cell-shot of the inscription, took a mobile photo of the inscription above the entrance to the New York State Supreme Court building, which reads, "The true administration of justice is the firmest pillar of good government." It's a line lifted from one of George Washington's own letters. Just up the block, in a courtroom on the 15th floor of the Manhattan Criminal Courthouse, this sentiment was about to be put through an extremely absurdist test. What's a fitting punishment for a president who breaks the law? America has never been quite sure. Last spring, when Trump sat through a weeks-long trial in Judge Juan Merchan's courtroom, it seemed, how would I say it? Well, it almost seemed like the rules would finally apply to him. Yes, he was the presumptive Republican presidential nominee, and yes, the trial was held under oppressively tight security restrictions, and yes, Merchan gave Trump leeway to viciously bash the court, the prosecutors, the witnesses, and the jury in ways not typically tolerated from any criminal defendants. But inside the courtroom, the proceedings proceeded. Testimony was heard, evidence was introduced, a verdict was reached, guilty on all 34 counts of falsifying business records in the first degree as part of a scheme to suppress damaging evidence from becoming public during his first presidential campaign. That was the unanimous decision of 12 of Trump's peers on May 30th. Well, much has happened since. The sentencing in the hush money case, which Merchan postponed several times during the election season, was like a bit of unfinished business from a time when the true administration of justice was the firmest pillar of good government. It had always been thought unlikely that this case would end with jail time or some other serious consequence for Trump. The November results ensured it. Merchan was put in a bind. How to resolve the case that had resulted in a guilty verdict without impinging on Trump's ability to be president? A potential solution presented itself in the idea of an unconditional discharge, wherein Trump's conviction would stand, but the matter would be left there. The hearing began at 9:30 a.m. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg and his team of prosecutors were in the courtroom. Trump, with Merchan's permission, appeared virtually via Microsoft Teams. Among other things, the Trump sentencing may be remembered as the apex of the WFH, the work-from-home era in this anti-culture. He was sitting next to his attorney, Todd Blanche, whom he has nominated to serve as Deputy Attorney General in his second term. Trump's face appeared on screens mounted on the courtroom walls. Joshua Steinglass, an assistant district attorney, spoke first. He excoriated Trump, accusing him of breeding disdain for the rule of law and of putting those involved in the trial in harm's way. Steinglass said, "The defendant has caused enduring damage to the public perception of the criminal justice system." Quite so, indeed. Still, he acknowledged, the defendant was about to become the president. As such, the district attorney was seeking a sentence of unconditional discharge. Blanche went next. "I very much disagree with much of what the government just said about this case." He reiterated arguments Trump's defense team had made before about the timing and the motivations underlying the case. He suggested that the votes of tens of millions of citizens should outweigh the verdict of 12 jurors. It was a sad day for Trump, Blanche said, and for the country. Nonetheless, he too requested that Merchant issue an unconditional discharge. Then it was Trump's turn. While Blanche was speaking, Trump was mostly frowning and looking off camera. Occasionally he leaned and his face went partially out of view like a doddering grandfather during a family Zoom. During the trial, he had not testified in his own defense, and in the courtroom he'd stayed mostly silent, save for the occasional outburst of muttering or sighing, for which Merchant repeatedly admonished him. Now he had the floor. He bemoaned, "This has been a very terrible experience. The fact is, I'm totally innocent. I did nothing wrong." Referring obliquely to Michael Cohen, his former lawyer, who became one of the prosecution's star witnesses in the trial, Trump closed with, "He was allowed to talk as if he were George Washington. But he's not George Washington." Merchant, sitting on the bench, looked impassively on through all of this. When it finally came time to render judgment, he began by thanking the court clerks, officers, and staff. Then he acknowledged his bind. Because Trump was about to become president, he explained, "The only lawful sentence that permits entry of a judgment or conviction, a judgment of conviction, was an unconditional discharge." And Merchant closed with, "Sir, I wish you Godspeed as you assume a second term in office." Like a final kiss on Trump's ass so he doesn't get knocked off. Then, the unpleasant task finished, he quickly left the courtroom. The live stream screens went blank, and the prosecutors filed out. The first criminal trial of a former and future president was over. Prior to the 2024 election, prior to the 2024 presidential election, I should say, one could credibly claim, as CNN's Caitlin Collins did, that such a thing was almost unheard of. By the end of the next 4 years, the criminal president and a murderer of multi-billionaires will have broken so many laws and stolen so many tax dollars that calling up a justice will seem rather minor by comparison. But with the transformation of the existing order, Trump can do much more than loot the public till. He can control reality. He already has a vast right-wing mass media apparatus at his disposal. With it, he can create facts, in quotation marks, by merely speaking the words. Soon, though, he will also have control of public data, like rates of inflation. No one can stop a criminal president from cooking the books, as Paul Krugman said, turning the federal government into the world's largest organ of disinformation. I don't think anyone really knows, or can even imagine, how much damage Trump can do by controlling not only what we know to be true, but also how we think by dint of controlling what we know to be true. And I think in the absence of knowing just how bad it's going to be, Some are already reverting back to the old ways of thinking, as if Trump did not, with this third campaign, rewrite all the rules. Rewrite the rules in his favor. I have in mind Liz Cheney, the former Wyoming congresswoman who co-chaired the committee that investigated the J6 insurrection. She was recently awarded the Presidential Citizens Medal for her service. In response, Trump called her and other panelists dishonest thugs. Cheney responded, "Donald, this is not the Soviet Union. You can't change the truth, and you cannot silence us. Remember all your lies about the voting machines, the election workers, your countless allegations of fraud that never happened. Remember how you sent a mob to our Capitol and then watched the violence on television and refused for hours to instruct the mob to leave. Remember how your former vice president prevented you from overturning our republic? We remember. And now, as you take office again, the American people need to reject your latest malicious falsehoods and stand as the guardrails of our constitutional republic to protect the America we love from you." I emphasize those last words because I don't know how anyone can say with a straight face that Trump can't change the truth. I don't know how anyone can say he can't silence his enemies. He and his allies have for months been talking about the J6 insurrection as if it were a day of peace and love and harmony, not a bloody mutiny. Kash Patel, his pick to be head of the FBI, has already vowed to investigate anyone who helped Joe Biden steal the election, including members of the media who lied. Congressional Republicans are already trying to rewrite history so that the insurrection was an instance of justice denied. In the meantime, neutral observers in the press, who might reasonably be expected to expose such corruption, can't be trusted to, because they are terrified of Trump, or because their bosses don't like it when they hold him to the same moral standard that they hold Democrats to. Some Democrats, meanwhile, are playing along, acting like Trump is totally normal, or they're joining efforts to punch down society's most vulnerable in order to prove they're one of the good ones. Errand boys for the Antichrist. True, this is not the Greater Soviet Union, but we are seeing the makings of something very much like that old totalitarian regime, in which the supreme leader has vast powers to control individuals with minimal responsibility to the people on account of the mainstream mass media machine, the law, the courts, and the people having given him those same vast powers. As if the American people did not put a criminal in charge, I mean to say, Cheney said, "The American people need to reject your latest malicious falsehoods and stand as the guardrails of our constitutional republic. It may yet be possible to protect the America we love from Donald Trump, but who's going to protect the America we love from the people?" We read sonorous language in the majority opinion that the president is not above the law. But just in time for National Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther MLK King Jr., PhD, Human Civil Rights Day of Service Weekend, court supremacy brought us closer to having a king again. Not the Martin Luther King, but a monarch in the Oval Office. So why can't someone give this son of a bitch the glorious coronal inauguration he wants? Trump won't get the crowning inauguration day he wanted. As Trump is inaugurally coronated, don't settle for stupidity. We all know that the ritual of a presidential inauguration is a really big deal to Donald Trump. After all, he obsessed for years about attendance levels at his first ceremony in 2017, fearful and angry that some people might get away with doubting the magnificence of the event and the enormous, unprecedented size of the adoring audience. Now his second and presumably final inauguration is about to occur, and there be signs the 47th president could wind up as frustrated as the 45th about perceptions of his moment of apotheosis. First, there will be a visible pall on the Trump celebration, thanks to 2 of his Democratic predecessors. The 39th president, Jimmy Carter, died on December 29th, which enabled the 46th president, Joe Biden, to declare a 30-day period of mourning until January 29th, which is absolutely what every precedent would suggest. So American flags all over the country, including Washington's District of Columbia, will be at half-staff on Inauguration Day. And Trump is very unhappy about it all, as USA Today reported. President-elect Donald Trump has lashed out over flags being flown at half-staff during his upcoming inauguration. The Democrats are all giddy about our magnificent American flag potentially being flown. Well, I'm trying to read this and see who's quoting who. The Democrats are all giddy about our magnificent American flag potentially being at half-mast during my inauguration, Trump said in a post on Truth Social, incorrectly using the term that refers to flags being flown halfway up the mast on a ship, not a flagpole. They think it's so great and are so happy about it because in actuality, they don't love our country. They only think about themselves. Without much question, the president-elect is a globally acknowledged expert on thinking about oneself, as his lack of interest in offering Carter the traditional honors so indicates. But he has no power to raise the flags until he's taken the oath of office, grumble and whine as he might. Now it's beginning to become apparent that Trump is going to suffer another indignity on January 20th, when he should be basking in his renewed status as National Sun King. As Politico magazine reports, people around Trump foolishly told him that he might get all or most of his cabinet designees confirmed by the Senate by day one. Again, I'm reading from a paper here, and their quotes are fucked. Their quotation marks are all off kilter. They don't have quotation marks to separate what Trump is saying from what the reporter's saying. But I'm going to read 3 sentences. With less than 12 weeks until Donald Trump takes the oath of office, only a small handful of his nominees appear on track for immediate confirmation, sparking tensions between the Senate GOP and Trump's inner circle. At a private lunch on January 8th, Republican senators discussed whether they should, or even could, under law and Senate rules, advance Trump nominees without final FBI background checks, financial disclosures, and other paperwork, according to a person in the room. The internal debate surrounds what has become an obsession for the president-elect and his top allies. Turns out the fond hope of a day one cabinet had a lot to do with the surprising speed with which Trump named his nominees. But now reality is intruding, along with such messy and inconvenient factors as background checks and, senatorial prerogatives. Political magazine, so noting, and here I read therefrom, Senate Judiciary Chair Chuck Grassley, Republican of Iowa, said, a representative of Iowa, I mean to say, said a planned hearing for Trump's Attorney General pick, Pam Bondi, could be pushed back due to a delayed FBI background check. The Senate Intelligence Committee has not yet received a pre-hearing questionnaire from Director of National Intelligence designee Tulsi Gabbard, according to a person familiar with her confirmation, complicating plans to hold her hearing next week. A spokesperson for Gabbard, Alexa Henning, said she is working in lockstep with the panel. Senate HELP Chair, HELP Chair Bill Cassidy, representative from Louisiana, said much the same Tuesday about Education Secretary pick Linda McMahon. It really depends on us getting paperwork, Cassidy said about the timeline. Right now, the hold seems to be on their side. Beyond that, the Senate is a sluggish beast, and speeding things up requires some cooperation from the despised minority party, as Punchbowl News observest. And here I read therefrom. 3 sentences. Thune and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer are already in talks over who could be confirmed on Trump's first day in office. Senator Marco Rubio, representative from Florida, the Secretary of State nominee, is seen as the likeliest, according to leadership sources in both parties, but it's unclear who, if anyone, makes the list after that. Senate Republicans can only confirm nominees on Inauguration Day if all 100 senators agree to a quick vote. Absent that, the nominees would need to go through regular order, which takes several days. Now, Trump himself didn't help things by the identities of some of his nominees, particularly in the national security space, where quick confirmations seem most likely. Let me read this from the media. Single sentence here, 2 sentences. Senate GOP leaders also want to prioritize national security nominees, but as we noted last week, those are some of Trump's most controversial picks. And even if any of those are ready by January 20th, it's difficult to see Democrats agreeing to fast-track their confirmation votes. All in all, Inauguration Day may not be exactly the glorious moment of complete orgasmic gratification that Trump might have imagined during his years of exile from the White House. If so, Lord help those who have to deal with him that day, particularly if the crowd size estimates come in low. But as Tsar Trump is inaugurated, Americans should declare war on stupidity. Shame is what keeps us all in check, or at least it should. It certainly used to. Trump, devoid of shame, has gone to great lengths to eviscerate that societal check. On the eve of Donald Trump's czarist inauguration, the best thing sensible Americans who oppose him and the MAGA leadership can do is remember that stupidity should be embarrassing. Trump exists in our political sphere because he persuaded people to forget that simple fact. He somehow turned dunderheads, well, worm-eaten, brainless shitheads like Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Georgia Representativist Marjorie Taylor Greene, and of course himself, public figures who routinely utter abject nonsense into people who get taken seriously. Following the New Orleans terrorist attack on New Year's Day, Trump ranted about immigration when the suspect killed in the attack was a United States citizen. That was stupid and unhelpful. Of course, the guy was a black Muslim, so as far as Trump and any MAGA fuck is concerned, he couldn't possibly be American. For a president-elect and elected leaders who oppose him, or rather protect him, it should be deeply embarrassing. Trump has made stupidity acceptable. It should not be. When Marjorie Taylor Greene hypothesized that Jewish space lasers started California wildfires, that was not a mistake or an oops moment. It was simply stupid. And it should have been the embarrassing end of her political career. I mean, because the simple logic of it, the Jews run Hollywood, right? So why would they use space lasers to nuke their own economic and social engineering epicenter? Not that I believe there were Jewish space lasers involved for even a second, but carrying through the logical discourse here. When Kennedy encourages people to drink bacteria-laden raw milk, he should be laughed out of the country. Instead, Trump has picked him to lead the United States Department of Health and Human Services, which is utterly stupid and should be profoundly embarrassing to Donald Trump. Yet here we are, waiting for Trump to return to the White House and install harebrained MAGA acolytes in all positions of power, confidently and without shame. So bringing back shame may be a powerful tool to deal with Trump. It's that last bit that's the problem, see? Without shame. We all do dumb things. There have been plenty of times I've said or written something stupid, made a dumb factual error, or mouthed off something I didn't truly, fully understand. And it'll happen again, to be sure. No matter the room, I'd never claim to be the smartest guy in it. The difference, though, is that in those dumb moments, when I've realized my own blunder, I've felt embarrassed. When I've had to correct a column or admit I got over my skis on something, I've been ashamed of the mistake. Shame is what keeps us in check. Or at least it should. It certainly used to. If we tolerate stupidity in the public sphere, it will flourish. Trump, devoid of shame, has gone to great lengths to eviscerate that societal check. How else do you explain politicians supporting him? A convicted felon, an inveterate liar, a man found liable of sexual assault and abuse for a third time. The decision to put someone like Trump back in the most powerful position in America should be embarrassing. It was not. That's enough to make people who dislike Trump, whether because of his politics or his personality, feel powerless. I get that. However, I'd argue the best way to reclaim power in the age of Trumpism is to stop tolerating stupidity. Now, stupidity isn't about book smarts. It's about choosing ignorance. Before I go further on that, let's be clear what I mean by stupidity. I'm not talking about any level of education. Hell, most of the people Trump surrounds himself with are highly educated, but dense as fucking fence posts. Stupidity is speaking authoritatively about things you don't understand at all. It's the willingness to say something objectively false and refuse to admit you're wrong. It's the lack of curiosity that allows our leaders to accept bullshit conspiracy theories over all provable facts. Those, to me, are traits that should be embarrassing. Stop giving elected officials embracing stupidity a pass. But since Trump's first presidential win, some people have been afraid to call out such traits. The argument essentially being, well, he won the people over, so we shouldn't call him dumb lest we insult his voters, who we must do our best to understand. That hasn't worked out particularly well. If anything, proud ignorance has flourished. So now, as we await whatever fresh hell a new Trump misadministration will bring, it's time to stop pandering to politicians who have embraced a reality disconnected from actual reality. Nobody's job is to make fools feel comfortable. When Trump blames an act of domestic military terrorism by an active duty soldier, terrorism as conducted by a former United States Army soldier on the other hand, and an active duty Army soldier on the one, and he blames it all on immigrants, even though one of the motherfuckers was fish belly white, we should loudly call that what it is. Motherfucking stupid. It's not a matter of differing opinions or agreeing to disagree. It's, if you can't accept basic facts, you're a Scheißkopf. That's German for shithead, who should be shunned. You're a Scheißkopf who should be shunned. Making people feel embarrassed or for believing claptrap or speaking a bald-faced lie isn't cruel. It's corrective. We don't coddle our kids when they spew nonsense or think the truth is irrelevant. We correct them. And we do that to avoid the kind of chaos Trump has brought and continues to bring upon us. So, do it for America. make stupidity embarrassing again. So I encourage you, as this year goeth along, to make politicians who say stupid things feel uncomfortable. You may not think your voice matters, but the collective force of all our voices, reminding people our society looks down on willful ignorance, might matter. Besides, we tried the other way and things only got worse. Comforting fools paves a path for more fools to follow. Do America a favor. Mock stupidity at every turn. Because leaning into Trump, Mark Zuckerberg has already pivoted Meta to the right as multi-billionaires offer yet another warped-in version of reality, feeding Trump's totalitarian impulses. I mean, Trump picks Musk's money over forgotten Americans of MAGA, for fuck's sake. Sorry, xenophobes! When elitist multi-billionaires go off on Trump's base and effectively call them a bunch of unskilled, racist dopes, guess whose side Trump is on? In fact, my new hobby is watching loyal Donald Trump humpers get thrown under the bus by President-elect Donald Trump. It's exhilarating. The most recent example came when the anti-immigrant MAGA base got into an online dirt brawl with big tech Trump cultists like Elon Musk and yellow nigger Vivek Ramaswamy issue of H-1B visas. Those visas, oh shit. Okay, so let me know if we got interrupted. Oh shit. Okay, well, thank you, Douglas Marks. You're the man. Our online broadcasting software reconnection was successful. We are back in studio. So, hey everyone. We fucking made it. They knocked me offline. We got back. Notice, Tokyo Bloker says, nada. So, girl, that's Amy Como, right? Can you hear me? Says you are back. Thank you. That's what I need to hear. Thank you, honey. Okay, and thanks for the hearts. And let me return some to you all. So thank you, Douglas Marks, Tokyo Bloker, let's party. Paul Krugman, cooking the books, fascinating. Thank you for the new knowledge and insights and your great monologues. Thank you. And like Gregory Bateson, who also emphasizes we should focus on how we think. Yeah, hitting us. They are hitting us. They are fucking hitting us. They are hitting us. Let me know if you can hear me, because I just got all the notifications we got knocked offline again. And the online broadcasting software is doing its best to reconnect. So again, we gotta hear it from you. I need to hear it from everyone that we are reconnected. Need more feedback, and thank you for your patience with this. They are really fucking hitting us. Douglas Marks says you're on fire. This is a great monologue, and I appreciate that. Let me see if I can enter something. So Vicky Johnson says, hear you. Thank you, honey. Goddess bless you, darling. And let me give you an emoji kiss for that. Definitely appreciate you and all of you. Let me see if I can get that here, and hopefully we'll get back into train of thought, which won't be too hard. All right. At any rate, getting a notification that Kohl's store closures, they've got doomed locations across 15 states. Man, well, this is just the beginning of it, people. They're getting out while the getting is out, meaning they're getting out while they're ahead. We're going to see a total collapse of the economy under Donald Trump. Can guarantee you that. So here we are at Vicky Johnson. And, okay. And I should say Tokyo Bloker, but people who look at that in the future won't be able to interpret it right. So, Amy, need to come on as yourself once you get your batteries back up. All right, so like I said, my new hobby is watching loyal Donald Trump humpers get thrown under the bus by President-elect Donald Trump. It's exhilarating. The most recent example came when the anti-immigrant MAGA base got in an online dirt brawl with big tech Trump cultists like Elon Musk and his yellow nigger Vivek Ramaswamy over the issue of H-1B visas. Those visas allow highly skilled foreign workers to stay in these United States for up to 6 years under H-1B non-immigrant status. Big tech companies rely on those visas, while big racism people on the internet claim the visas are but another example of foreign workers taking jobs from the forgotten men and women of America whom Trump promised to protect. Spoiler alert, Trump sided with Musk and the tech bros the weekend before last because they gave him lots of money, and money is all he actually cares about. Sorry, xenophobes! See, Trump sold out supporters to back Elon Musk on H-1B visas. Checking again, making certain we're still online. Unbelievably, we are. Elon Musk, yellow nigger Vivek Ramaswamy are facing, well, we're facing MAGA backlash over possible visa program expansion. Here's how the whole unbelievably stupid thing unfolded. By the way, Our Lady says here and present. Let me heart her. That's Amy Como. Love you dearly, honey. Let's give her a kiss before I go back to train of thought. We only got an hour left, and it's amazing that we got that. All right, here you go, honey. And with that, back to my task at hand. Basically, about 3 weeks ago, in the last full week of the last month of last year, to be precise, Trump named the venture capitalist Sriram Krishnan, another yellow nigger, as an advisor on artificial intelligence. Because Krishnan had previously voiced support for expanding the H-1B visa program, hardcore anti-immigration loudmouths like Laura Loomer, one of the most loyal Trump humpers, and Steve Bannon got mad and outraged because, that's their kind of thing. Bannon said the H-1B program is a threat to Western civilization, which makes sense if your soul is so filled with hate that it's choked off all the oxygen to your fucking brain. The madness and outrage swiftly descended into racist attacks against Krishnan's Indian heritage, prompting Musk and, Coondog Ramaswamy to get big mad and offer forceful defenses of the foreign worker program. So, Vivek Ramaswamy told MAGA that Americans are, just kind of fucking dumb and lazy. Now, Coondog Ramaswamy posted on social media, "Our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long, at least since the 90s, and likely longer. Trump's election hopefully marks the beginning of a new golden era in America, but only if our culture fully wakes up. A culture that once again prioritizes achievement over normalcy, excellence over mediocrity, nerdiness over conformity, hard work over laziness." Now, many MAGA fucks read that as Ramaswamy calling them dumb and lazy, probably because was Ramaswamy calling them dumb and lazy. The MAGA base swiftly turned its ire on coon dog Ramaswamy, prompting Musk to call them all contemptible fools, man. He later clarified that contemptible fools was only referring to those